Actually, I really thank you for having me because it doesn't come without some.
Then I'm going to smell it.
I'm sure.
Then I'm going to take my piss Pyrex.
Listen, my pleasure.
She's right here.
Let's say hi again. Not over some wackiness like
You're probably going to be able to hear it.
Listen, I gotta tell you, this person who started this had a very funny conversation.
It was very.
No, seriously. Would you talk about it on the air?
Would I? Sure.
No.
No, yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
But I think there's something there. There's something funny about what we're talking about. Everybody's gonna say what wasn't. Oh, smell things.
Periods. Good night, everybody. Leah, Stephanie, your show.
Oh, I think you can see it online.
Yeah.
Well,
She just with your show constantly was on these two.
yes, and I'm glad.
Yeah, they're very shit out of it.
Sorry, I have to say a prayer after I pee. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I enjoyed doing it.
Yes, I think. God, I should know these things, right?
They'll find it. Google
Okay.
it. Google it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
Was that good?
They're almost orange. Yeah, no, I know. I think it's a sriracha. Sriracha? You know what sriracha is? It's like a hot condiment. I eat sriracha ramen and then it turns my pee orange.
Stuff is good. We're live. That's it. Fuck. Still pushing the fucking computer away. We got throat coat tea. Right, you're ready to go. Billy Burr. Hey, how are you? Netflix special out today.
Do you know who Bill Burr is?
On your way up, shot at the Ryman Theater in Nashville, Tennessee.
Do you know who Bill Burr is?
It's a beautiful place. Yeah, and I had done it in 2014. Vince Vaughn, Wild West, he has a comedy there. I don't know if you've done it yet. That's where I did it. Yeah. I did the Ryman there for the same reason. Yeah, so I went out there and I was, everyone was like, I know it's the first place they did the Grand Ole Opry, Hank Williams, whatever. And you're like, yeah. Another theater. And you walk in and you go, oh, wait a minute. It just had like that magic in it. And I went out and I had this great set. And that's just, you just stick it in the car. I was like, all right, next time I have, I was like, I just burned all this material. I got to write a whole hour and come back here. And so next time, I go to something. I think that was about a month before I did the Tabernacle for my one set. So I already knew, which was cool, before I wrote my next hour where I was going to shoot. So, you want a 2-year schedule? You think that's the way to do it? Roughly 2 years, but I had like a 5. Like this one was overcooked, and just because I got real busy with that for family, I would have liked to have taped it like about 6 months earlier. But it made it. I think it made it better or whatever. But I would have just as far as you know what I mean. It's like it's business. There's that thing you don't want to be overexposed, but then you don't want to wait too long. So you got to try to, and then that's also not like so and so successful waits X amount of time, so I'm going to do the exact thing. It's really like whatever you're trying to do. So it's kind of different people. Like those YouTube stars, like their thing is all about just constantly putting out stuff. Yeah. Where I think the road that I'm on is, like right now I'm out there promoting shit. And then once it comes out and everybody's seeing it and they're liking it, I'm done promoting it. Then I just sort of disappear until After the Family comes out. I'm kind of a big believer in that. Be out there when you got something that's going on. Don't just do shit to do shit. I call that like extra TV. Hey, he's just here to be here. And now he's over there. There's that guy again. Then because I find myself, people that I'm fans of starting to hate people going like, can't fucking get away from this fucking guy. And then I'm thinking like, do I actually hate this person or I don't know what it is. So there's definitely a tipping point. You know who's real smart about that? Daniel Tosh. He doesn't do shit. He doesn't do a fucking thing. He's selling out everywhere he goes. He's got millions of dollars, so he's like, I don't need to do shit. I'm overexposed as it is. My show's on constantly. I'm not doing nothing. He won't do interviews. Doesn't do podcasts. Yeah, Adam Sandler's another guy. Yeah, Adam Sandler doesn't do. I'm trying to think the last time I saw him promote a movie, and I see all of his movies. Yeah.
And then I just hear through the grapevine, oh, he signed a big thing with Netflix. All his movies are going to be over there. I was like, all right, I guess I'm watching them over there. And I've always just sort of like, and it wasn't until I talked to somebody like, yeah, he doesn't do any press.
Good for him.
Basically, I might be wrong, but from what I heard, he does very little if he does any.
Yeah, no, he's smart. He's got his core audience, you know. I watched Jack and Jill with my kids, with my 6-year-old, my 8-year-old. It is fucking hilarious.
I love
when you watch a really silly movie with a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old, and they're literally falling off the couch laughing. And you realize, like, oh, he's making movies for little kids. Like, people get mad at it. You know, like, oh, those movies are stupid. Well, not if you're 6. If you're 6, they're fucking awesome.
What if you just get in a stupid movie?
Yeah.
That's what I like. I don't fucking think every time I go see it. Sometimes I just want somebody to make me laugh.
Right.
I like the Zohan one.
I love that movie.
Yeah. It's hilarious. Dude, I remember when I was living with Bobby Kelly, we watched Waterboy on Bobby Boucher. We watched that thing like fucking 900 times. Like a go-to. You know, if we didn't have spots, you try to kill a day. We had a little VHS thing.
Yes.
I probably saw that movie at least 30, 40 times.
Yeah, and Happy Gilmore. I saw Happy Gilmore at least 10 times. That's a fucking great.
At the name of the last one he did was Spain, when he worked at the bank and was talking. Did you watch that one? That was his first Netflix one. It came out like last year.
No, I didn't see it.
My short-term memory shot, but that was a fun one too.
They're always consistently that way. You know, that kind of money.
No, I like that they're unapologetically silly.
Yeah.
You know, he's a guy that gets a lot of shit. He just doesn't give a shit. Like, oh, you didn't like this one? Here's another one that made $1 zillion.
Yeah, avoid the press. Yeah. Find your core audience. Do what you got to do. Yeah. I like that, what you're doing. Like, I like that sort of schedule. I feel like that's kind of like the same amount of time that I do. Around a year and a half, I start thinking.
What's up, baby?
And a year in, I feel like, well, I can kind of, but not really.
You don't want to do that. You know, you take it out of the oven too, and then it's like that. You know, inside was a little mushy. It's just like, you know, you can go out there and you kick the shit out of them every couple of years. Hopefully they like it, and then they'll come see you again in your next tour. Yeah. And that's all you owe them, and that's all they owe you. It's like I saw the last one. You're still in my wheelhouse of people I'm going to go see. The second you fuck up, I'm not going to go see you. And you can't ask fans to do any more than that.
No.
Like, what about the other stuff I did that didn't suck? It's like,
no.
Yeah, but your last thing sucked, and there's too unbelievable stuff being put out, so you got to kind of try and keep up.
Yeah, Art Shafir had a real good point about that too. He said that at one point in time, comedians used to have, they used to do a special. It's like their best special, like an HBO special, and then they would slide off. They would all slide off, every one of them. Like Kinnison's the worst. You watch Kinnison's first special, and then you watch like Louder Than Hell, that cassette, and watch his first HBO special. It's fucking genius. It's just balls out. And if you don't get it, I understand it's not 1986 anymore. But if you were in 1986 and you saw that, you'd have been blown away. You would have been like in the presence of greatness. Like,
no, he's on my Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, me too. But then the stuff after that is dog shit. It got worse and worse and worse.
Kind of, as far as I can just, I know the guy, just as far as watching him as a fan, he kind of seemed like that in every single pitfall of being, of getting some fame.
Yep.
Everything, like not trying his hard.
Coke, girls. Yeah.
Showing up late to shit.
Hanging out with Bon Jovi.
Getting a bad reputation. No, Motley Crue. It wasn't
Bon Jovi too. Bon Jovi, one of those early specials. Like Bon Jovi was on the beginning of the special.
I just remember he drove Motley Crue to whiskey for the Kickstart My Heart video.
Oh, that's right.
I'm a child of the 80s, dude.
Oh, that's a great video. That fucking Start My Heart still to this day. When that comes out at the gym, I get fired up.
Oh, it's a great song.
It's a great fucking
song. The dialogue in the beginning is brutal, though. He goes, you get something like, this is where it all began. And the guy goes, yeah. And then he goes, home sweet home. I'll go, yeah.
Oh, God. Pull that up. Pull that up. Give me some volume.
Dude, it was the 80s, though. It was... Kinnison driving. Yeah, Kinnison's driving. But Tommy Lee's drums in this are fucking amazing.
Wow.
What up? How are you living, baby?
These guys have been around. How Tommy Lee's been around. How are his arms not falling off? Give me a little volume on that, Jamie. I want to hear this. Fuck yeah. This is the best treadmill song of all time. If you're on the fucking treadmill, that you did it. It's a fucking great song for working out, man. I think this is the best song ever. Did you really? Oh, wow. You were explaining to me something before the podcast started. I wanted you to talk about the podcast because you were talking about drum technique and you had like a slow motion video of how you do it, and you're kind of letting the stick do a lot of work.
Yeah, I got this great teacher, Davey, which played with everybody from Mars Volta to like Miley Cyrus. So whatever your gig is, like total progressive, crazy. I can't even, some of the music he's played, I don't even know where one is. Then he can also just do the straight pop tour or whatever. But his technique is incredible. Because the first time I saw him play, he's got this drum thing. I should have showed you. It's literally, I'm looking at it and with layman's eyes of how is this guy's arms not falling off, but his technique, as I've gone and taken lessons for well over a year with him, now I can watch it on a different level as far as like his technique is sick. So he's not flipping his arms up and everything, moving his arms, giving people a show, but like it's hard to explain. Like, first of all, I'm not a professional drummer, but it's also hard to like over a podcast. But like it's letting the stick do work, and he kind of equated it to like if you like dribbling like somebody else. Like you dribble a basketball, it's like every time it comes up to your hand, once you get going, you're not slamming it back down to the floor. You're just sort of controlling the rebound. It has something sort of to do. There it is. This is the one that if you play it.
Anatoly, what would you like us to watch? Man, that Queen, does he have me muted? Maybe you all have me muted.
To turn up the volume.
No, it's not. You see his hands, that's how loose his hands are.
See when he just opens his hand like that?
Well, this guy's a fucking animal, man. You love drumming, huh? You're fucking really deep into this shit.
It's literally, I tried therapy, I tried talking to people and shit, and it's just like, I only get far, but like, that stuff, like, it just totally clears my head. I like it because it's like comedy where there's somewhere to go with it, and it's endless. Like, there's really no end to how good you can become as a comic. You keep pushing yourself, and there's little skill sets that they're in a week, and you can just keep making, working on. Drumming's the same way. It's that going for the next thing that has me present, trying to work it out, and I just forget about everything else. And I even got a kid now. My wife still lets me go play every day. She knows it's good for us.
So that's like, it's like a meditation, like a little bit of a workout too, because you're throwing your arms around.
Oh yeah.
All shredded. Like you do look at guys like Travis Barker and Tommy Lee. Those guys have got names. They're all shredded.
Yeah. Well, that part of I think is also like if you just sort of struggle. There's also something too, and that's not talking about anybody you just mentioned, but there is something about if you do heroin in your 20s, you're kind of like shredded for life. I don't know what it is. Iggy Pop, I don't know if he did heroin. He did hard drugs.
Oh, he definitely did.
Those guys are just shredded. It's very rare that after you come out of that, Keith Richards, all of those guys, they just keep, it's like you can pick that guy up with two fucking fingers.
He's all sinew.
He's only, yeah, it's like he's in Pilates. I just shot heroin for 3 years. Look at him. He's still shredded. His skin, his skin giving up. Like he's losing the elasticity, but he's still shredded. I saw him there.
Yeah, his body is very odd.
I saw him in, well, you're looking at him now and he's like 70. I saw him, Queens of the Stone Age backing him up. I saw him downtown LA. Like fucking about a year ago. And this is what I loved about the guy. He went out there and like one second he had his fucking shirt off. Just didn't give a shit.
He's the Bert Kreischer of music.
Yeah, and that's why I like, you know, when they get Madonna shit for twerking at 58, it's like, who gives a fuck? I mean, there is something, you know, there is something to be said about, it's all how you do it. He did it, I felt like he didn't give a fuck, but if you're kind of doing it as this desperate thing, still trying to be like good looking, then it gets a little, I guess it gets a little cheesy.
The Madonna thing, it's not the twerking, it's the shit that she says with the twerking. You know, I'll suck everyone's dick who doesn't vote for Trump, like that kind of stuff. Like, really?
Well, hey, she's been hanging around for fucking 40 years doing it.
I know, but it's just like, don't do that anymore. What if a tooth falls out? What if you're blowing somebody and just goes wrong? She's 70 years old or something. She's like 85 years old. She's 120 years old.
58. She's 10 years older than she's in better shape than I'll ever be in.
She seems a lot older than that. Doesn't she? I mean, when we were kids, she was already a grown woman.
When she broke, she was like 25, I think.
Damn. I remember when I was in high school, I've told the story before, but when I was like 16, I was in love with her. And I found out she was 27. I was like, she's old. Jesus Christ. I thought 27 was
kicking him to the
ancient.
curb at 16. I just thought she was so bad.
I know. I just was so retarded. I was 16. I didn't know any better, but I just remember hearing she was in her late 20s. Oh, it's old. Look at her. That was when she was kind of chubby, too.
I did think 27 though when I would see a 27-year-old guy, I used to think that's a man. He's got it figured out. Yeah, he's on his own. You know, all this bullshit I'm going through is almost sorted out in his fucking head. I used to think that.
I had a whole bit about that.
48, and I'm just like gonna be 49 this year. It's like, and I'm still figuring shit out.
I had a whole bit about, remember when you were a kid, they were grown-ups. Like you were confused, you get sent to your room, you're like, one day I'm gonna be a grown-up, everything's gonna make sense. And then one day you're in line at the supermarket, someone goes, paper or plastic, sir? And you're like, sir? Sir? Am I a grown-up?
Yeah.
Fuck, this is it? And then you realize, I'm grown up. There's just a bunch of babies who got older. And they're all pretending. And they look like they're grown up to you because you're on the outside. But once you become one of them, you realize there's no grown ups.
There's some out there. There's some men and women out there. I'm not one of them.
Have you met one?
Yeah.
Like who? Name one.
I've met a few as far like in this business, as far as like people just like I would say anybody like they have like super successful in this business, but and they just go home. You know what I mean? Just go home. Like that's an adult.
Right. You know,
They go work, they fucking crush it. You know, if there is after property, they make their appearance. They have a little seltzer water. They've gone and they get 8 hours sleep. They're talking to their wife, and it's like, to me, those are adults. To do what I do is, you know, to still go out and fucking have a couple of whiskeys, a couple little hungover, going, oh God, why did I do that? For the 9 millionth time of my life, like, I'm not an adult.
Yeah, but I don't think there's anyone that's comic. I don't know anybody that's really funny that has it all completely together. I've never met one. Ever.
Yeah.
Name one. They don't exist.
Funny?
Yeah, they don't exist. They're all fucked up a little bit. Just a little, keeping it together. Like paying your taxes, showing up on time, all that good stuff. Adult like. They're all. Every one of us is one shitty. No, it's not bad, but every one of us is one shitty decision from a disaster. Everyone.
That's why when I watch people, I don't know, when I watch them fuck up lives, there's always the first feeling I have is panic. When I see it, I'm like, oh gosh,
imagine what they're thinking, right? Imagine yourself in their position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Like when you see someone pulled over for drunk driving, like fuck. Oh no. Oh no.
The whole fucking thing, giving your money to the wrong people, they mismanage, man.
Oh.
Bro, I'm gonna fucking.
I read something about
Here's one,
Rampage.
here's one, banging the maid.
Oh, the banger.
Banging the maid or the nanny.
Yeah.
You can't have a maid or a nanny in life.
Well, if you do, they have to be disgusting.
That's the.
Did Ben Affleck pay his nanny? He did, right?
That was never confirmed. That was never
Well,
confirmed.
she confirmed it.
Yeah, but what does that mean? It's a book deal. She's fired.
Unless he came out and said, I never fucked her. He never did that.
Do that to
I'm not a big fan of his.
you know, you didn't like the
No, I didn't like him with Bill Maher show. Ridiculous argument with Sam Harris. I realized what it was all about. Calling Sam Harris racist. He was talking about the ideologies and religions and the tenets of Islam. He started yelling out racist. Didn't really understand that Sam Harris is actually a scholar. Knows a lot about religion. He just got way over his head. Looked stupid.
He did that on TV, and I did that with friends.
And it was just funny. You're funny. If you did it, you have self-deprecating humor. You would have, what the fuck am I talking about? Oh, shit.
Go talk to the guy at the gas station that just stopped at right before I got here. I found out they didn't want credit card much.
What happened?
They just didn't take, I was
You got mad at him?
I was a cunt to him.
Really?
Yeah. Because what it was I would up and be in here by 11, and I got to get home to take my wife out of the house because she's going nuts staying in the house with the kids. So I got a thing, and I got to sign this other fucking, life insurance. I got to do all this shit. And I'm thinking, I got this little window to get gas, and I show up in this fucking industrial park. There's no gas station. I've been all the way down. The whole time there was like, it's thrifty. And I'm thinking, like, isn't that a fucking car rental place? So I pull in, and I stick the credit. Right as I stuck it in, I'm like, this is too easy. Because I know I have the exact amount of time to get here. And of course, it's just like, is this debit? I'm like, no. Go and see the guy behind the register. Yeah, I tried to use my credit card. He goes, yeah, we don't take the cards. And I go, why? Because I just take debit card. I just kept saying, why? And he probably just goes, son, it's cheaper. Yeah, that's a good excuse. And I gave him like 60 minutes and only took him like 39. So then I had to go back in and get my change. He's looking at me like, fucking idiot. It would have cost you like 50 more. So I do that.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of those fucking debit card only ones. That's
why you never use your debit card. Use your credit card. Because that's your money. So if somebody takes that and then cleans you out, that's your shit. If somebody swipes your credit card, that's their money. So then they call you up and they just go, hey, Joe, did you buy a ham hock from fucking Vancouver at a strip club? Why, no, I didn't. Good luck with that. Dude, you've given me every piece of the fucking.
I've got some ham hock for you. Some bone you can chop up and marrow.
So I got a buddy of mine who's a lawyer who prosecutes identity theft, which a lot of lawyers don't want to do because it's unbelievably tedious. And when they call up, a lot of times they don't have the credit card companies to fight for their case. They'll have to go through that maze. If you'd like to do this, press 1. If you'd like to do that, press 2. And they're trying to help them out. So, but that was one thing that I remembered out of all the things he told me not to do, because don't ever use your debit card. Because if they get that and they clean you up, you go fuck your money. And then all of a sudden you get a mortgage coming out and they're late, and you're like, no, but somebody took my money and blah 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 blah. Your credit card, they have to deal with it.
I had an attempt recently, and I'm wondering whether or not it's because I switched over to Windows. It's not computer now. I get pissed off at Mac. Mac is clearing our throat, and I just cleared my throat again. I switched to this Windows computer because I got mad. These Macs, they switched over all the ports, and now you have this USB-C, and you have to get an adapter if you want to use your other shit to it.
I know. I got Rosetta Stone French, right? I can't. No place to stick the fucking.
Yeah, you have to get an adapter. So I was like, what the fuck?
Probably iPhone 7 with the little fucking umbilical cord.
The lightning thing. Yeah, but you can get a splitter, and that where it goes with you can use a regular headphone jack.
But it's all extra money.
Yeah.
It's all extra money, and then you fucking lose them.
I think the idea is that eventually there's going to be some peripherals that are more powerful and that don't work on the existing ports. But like I got this Lenovo ThinkPad, and I love it. And this is the second one. It's got everything. It's got an Ethernet port. It's got HDMI. It's got shit. It's tiny. The battery life is fucking forever. It's got this fat battery on it. But for the first time in a long time, somebody tried to steal my identity. I'm like, geez, I wonder if it has to do with that. I wonder if it's a Windows thing. Does that make sense? Not really. Could be something else. I don't know. But it's sneaky. I have a business management company. They contact me. They put the stop to it right away. But it's disconcerting that your shit out there. That someone's trying to find your social security number and attach it to your credit card and buy something. Yeah, I've had it happening at gas stations where they put that fake scanner on. They put a fake scanner over the scanner, so as you scan through, you are using it. But you're using your credit card, you're buying gas, but you gave them your credit card.
Yeah, I've 2 times credit cards. That's happened at a gas station. Restaurants are another big double swipe thing.
Yeah, restaurants. Well, that's people that work there, the scumbags.
You gotta go cash.
I know, right? Isn't that crazy?
This never happened. You don't know me.
I know a guy, he's dead now, but he was one of the first credit card thieves. His name was International Sal. That's what we used to call him. When he got arrested, that was what his nickname was International Sal. Because this is in like the 70s or the 80s when credit card first came out. He would get those carbon slips from restaurants, and they would make up new credit cards and then criminals, and he would just get bags and bags of cash. And this guy was gambling. He'd go to the pool hall that I went to, and he was like the perpetual loser you've ever seen in your life. Like he could not win. It was a psychological.
Sounds like an Oscar-winning movie.
Yeah,
this guy's life.
Well, in a way, it probably should be. He was a trip.
So how did they end up dying?
Cancer. Bad. Colon cancer. It was real bad. A buddy of mine.
That's where Hollywood would jump. It's just too common.
Go off a bridge like Thelma and Louise.
That's what happened to me the other night when I was on stage and I was joking about men to the room and somebody yelled out, "Go see Hidden Figures." And I was like, yeah, because that's history. Like I just love how people. I'm not saying those obviously those women exist, but like to them now they're gonna do the overcorrection where it was like these 3 women.
Oh yeah.
It's just like every time you see a picture of like NASA, you'll see like 1,000, like 100 worker bees. Nobody knows their fucking names. It's like we got there because of all of those. But it's just like it's like when a team wins a championship. Like if the Patriots win, it's going to be all about Tom Brady. Everyone's going to know the fucking offensive line's name, and if the Patriots win, it's going to be about I don't know, Julio Jones or Matt Knight. Those guys.
You would know this. Tom Brady's got some wacky diet. There's some article about Tom Brady's diet being bullshit. Do you know about Tom Brady's diet? He's got some crazy diet.
No, I don't get into people's personal life. I watch the game. No, but I don't. They had like Tom Brady talk about his beans and fucking rice. Like I just want to watch the game. I don't watch pre-game. I don't watch game. I don't need you to break it down for me. I watched it. I like. There's certain people if they want to break it down. It's the same thing with like what you do. There's certain things like the reason why I like your commentating was I learned about like the lead kicks and all that. You always hammer that home, how much that just chops the other guy down. Aside from the fact is, I've been kicked in the shit. Everybody has. I've gotten a Charlie horse, and I just don't understand. Like that one that Conor McGregor had against what's his face there, Ortiz. Not Ortiz. I'm the worst with the names. It's probably the second time. Diaz. Just watching him repeatedly kick him in the leg, and then McGregor leaves on crutches. It's just like how much is your adrenaline going like that you don't feel a thing? Yeah, that you could just keep kicking somebody in their leg, hitting their bone with the top bone of your whatever your tarsals, whatever the hell it is. And they just keep doing it. I can just picture myself kicking the guy once, going, I'm just grabbing it and hopping up and down like the guy on Family Guy.
Yeah, most of the time you don't feel it what's happening. I broke my shin, I broke my foot, I broke both feet. Kick elbows. Elbows are a way that a lot of times break. These guys will cover up your foot, like your instep will slip into the elbow. Your instep always loses. Always. Shins.
Now when the adrenaline wears off and you look at your instep, kicking someone as hard as you can in there, what does that pay like?
Just throbbing. Your foot swells up to like the size of your thigh. It just becomes this big bolt of black and blue. It's disgusting.
You know, it's funny. After watching my wife, go through labor and everything, I said the only men that could actually do that would do that for a fucking living.
Like they go fight, they couldn't even relate.
It's worse than that.
Yeah, it's genitals. It's genitals. It's coming out of your vagina. It's crazy.
No, I got a whole level of respect for my wife. I was just like, she told me the fucking thing when she went into like pre-labor, and I was just going, telling her to breathe, trying to get with the stuff, I was pretty prepared. And there was some code or something like that. I was like, hey, where did you leave the blah, 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 blah? She goes, when you said that to me, she goes, I was almost ready to black out with the pain. And she goes, I had this thought, if he asked me one more time for that coat, I'm going to push this baby out and fucking throw it out. It's hilarious.
She's funny in your podcast too.
No, she's funnier than a lot of comedians I know. She's fucking hilarious, and but she has this. What I love about her, she's got this spirit, man. She's just really like when I met her, man. Like I never met anybody like. There's very few people I've met like that have like energy. Just like wow. Like I want to be around her. Like she's had this amazing. Like she just was herself in this shit, and I was really kind of, I was like guarded and all of that. So it's sort of the perfect kind of balance. Like every time I think I've seen the end of that energy, like she does it, then so yeah, it was pretty amazing. So
that's a great relationship. Then you're both growing. She's growing and you're growing.
Oh yeah, dude, she was a fucking classic. Like one time she, I was calling her out of shit she was doing. And I just took it like a little too far. I should have stopped probably 5 minutes earlier. I was still going. I go, you fucking blah, blah, blah. I was in the car right as I stopped. She goes, yeah. No pony right either, my friend. We both just bursted out laughing. And that was just like the end of the fight. So she has that ability where past, I would date people either they were like nice. So they couldn't handle how fucked up I was. Or they were just as fucked up as I was. It was totally toxic. So just sort of like grounded.
Yeah, that's so important when you're dating somebody, you're married to somebody or whatever. They have to compliment you to compliment them in some sort of a way. You can't be exactly the same, and who you are is different when you're with different people. If you're with a person like that who can crack a joke in the middle of the heat of everything, you can become a different person. They become a different person.
Yeah.
But if she's with someone who can appreciate that, it's just like you become like you're not just an individual. You're an individual who relates to other people, and you become someone different when you relate to those people.
Yeah. It took me forever to realize that.
Yes,
By the way, I assessed it was, how come I can't break up with this person? That's how I figured out I was in love.
Well, that's a good one too.
Yeah. No, every time I pictured breaking up with her, I kept picturing her walking away and me going like, no, get back. After denying that was love for a good fucking 8 years, I was just like, I guess I have love.
That's an abused word, love. Too many people throwing that word around like a beach ball at a concert. It's just too abused.
Dude, all of the shit, and then like all of the stuff that people say that when you first see your kid, all like they fill your head up on what the fuck you're supposed to feel.
Yeah.
I was talking about this on, I think on Kimmel. Like when I saw my kid for the first time, I was like afraid. I didn't have to. I start crying. It's just like, hey, and I sort of just put my finger down, let it like hold. And when they left me alone with them for the first time, like the magnitude of it was definitely huge. But I didn't feel that whole like, the second I saw my kid,
my life had changed, but I didn't feel that for like 12 hours. It wasn't until then, because my head was so filled up on what I was supposed to. I was like having an out-of-body experience. Yeah. It wasn't until the next morning my wife was playing my Stevie Wonder, you know what I mean, some chill music and stuff. And I was just sitting with her, and it just sort of, maybe sneezes or something like that. It just fucking hit you. Yeah. But even then, it was like that blubbering moment. To me, it was kind of scary too, and kind of psychedelic, because when my daughter was my 8-year-old was born, there was a moment when I was thinking, how many babies being born simultaneously right now all over the world? And if you look at it on the screen, it would be a swarm of humanity, just heads popping out of pussies, just yeah. You could see every baby coming out right now, and then I thought at the same time, I thought about this baby becoming an old lady and dying. And I thought, how many old people are dying simultaneously at the same time right now? See, I think it's really just to say that, because the hacky thing is you're supposed to say, the second I saw my kid, I bursted out crying, and blah, 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 and then it becomes like, if you don't do that, you're not going to be a good dad, you don't care, and all of that type of stuff. But I just think that became like the hacky default thing. And then this is all just theories, of course, and I'm not going to research any of this. But I think parents try to outdo each other with their stories about what the fuck they felt, and it's just become like they're really like, they're not sane people. Most parents, no. And I've learned to kind of already be like, just sit down next to you, like you're Forrest Gump. Sit down and just don't talk anymore. So you just have your kid, all right, you got to watch out. I have with my kid, blah blah blah. Dude, it's like airplane. Being with a fucking person, you talk to him and you want to kill yourself. Just wait until you start going to school. And you gotta hang out with these parents all the time, because your kids become friends with their kids, and then you become friends with these people that you would never be fucking with. This is what I do. I just look straight ahead and I don't look at them. I don't listen to what they're saying, and then they just sort of talk quietly. You're gonna have to go to dinner with them. Your wife's gonna be friends with some lady. Let's go on a date. Okay, fine. You're gonna go. This one guy, no, he talks and he doesn't look at you. He tells me these fucking stupid stories about his basketball team, and he looks at you for a second. So what happens in this battle? And then he starts looking down. He's like, the coach won't put him in the game. And I'm saying, like, he's a good player. He's a good player. I'm not gonna put him in the game. And he's fucking rambling with no regard whatever for your attention span, the entertainment value of what he's saying. He's just relying on insecurity of not being able to look at you, or he's so self-involved. He's self-involved. He's doing some weird thing with his hands. He's like talking with his hands. Jesus Christ! It's literally like someone's crushing. Fantasize about not just running away. I don't want to hurt him. The guy's hurt my life. He's so damaged my life. I don't want to do anything to him. I just want to get the fuck away. I always think those people like a giant roll of duct tape. I just put it on there. It's like a cartoon level speed. No, cartoon level. I just put it on their mouth and I go. And the last one, it comes up and over their head, and then it hangs down. The whole rest of the tape is hanging down over their head awkwardly. And I just go back to eating or whatever, and they just slowly have to take it off. There's some brutal fucking people. It's, there's a bunch of weird people that you get closer to them and closer to them, and you find out their life. Yeah, but all those people that want to do that too, I'm sure they talk about me. No, for sure. Yeah, I'm sure they talk about me too. That's how it goes. Yeah, all the time. Yeah. There's his friend of Ron White, who's a friend of mine. The first time I met him, Ron's like, he's a good guy. He's a dad too, and we're all buddies together now. But I'm guarded. I've been beaten down by some of these fucking basketball stories these assholes will tell you. I'm not kidding. He's a good player. He's a good player. You just want him in the game. Just you think of things that you would torture somebody talking about, and you like never do this. Why are you doing this to me? You're not even thinking. It's like verbal waterboard thing. You're like in your own little Guantanamo. That's a great way to describe it. Like, when is the dessert tray coming? So I could say I don't need dessert. That's part of the problem with hanging around with comedians. Is when they say something like for a good percentage of it is funny. It doesn't have to be funny all the time, but a good percentage. When you're talking to people that aren't funny at all, and it never comes, Like, surely there's something funny coming. Eventually, nothing? Never? Never.
Something compelling.
Nothing. Goddamn thing. Just, I'm on a coach. Can play cut.
That's when I start thinking like those duct tape fantasies, and then I start making myself laugh and have to pretend like I'm drinking, and then they get all weirded out because they see stuff on my face, and it just, the whole thing just fucking, it just goes south.
So I usually breathe. I take the breathing exercise. I do the Wim Hof method where I take all my breath in and like 15-20% out.
Oh yeah. There's no way you do that across the course. Well, I guess if he's not looking, he doesn't see it.
Yeah, I do like that.
Does it look like you just got shot and you're waiting for the ambulance when you do it? Like, hold on to it. Stay conscious.
Try to stay present. I try to meditate in the midst of overwhelming, retarded conversation. Just try to detach myself from whatever they're saying. Find a happy place. You ever get raw? You know what rolfing is?
It's a form of like deep tissue massage.
Brutally painful shit. Brutally painful. I get rolfed. This guy that does it, he's fucking rough. And he knows how to do it. Hey, that's this guy's rough. Yeah, I'll tell you. He has a metal bar. I mean, it seems like a device. It looks like a chisel, like a fat, wide chisel, and it has like a thin layer of like rubber over it. And he takes this metal bar and handle like a sword, where it looks like a guard
mask at this point.
Unfortunately, and he's digging this fucking thing into my back. I mean, digging it in, like all of his weight, and he's popping over the scar tissue. And I have to go deep into my mind when he's doing it. I just go deeper and deep. My eyes are closed, my face is in that thing. And when you get stuff, if you can see my face, like put smushed into that little massage chair thing or massage table thing.
Doing that Red Bull jump from outer space.
My buddy is the world champion at that shit. He's traveled more in that flying squirrel suit, traveled further distances than anybody.
Dude, that Red Bull jump, that fucking guy, I think it was like unconscious. He was just falling. He was just falling like a stone
From space. Yeah. How about the guy that fell into a net? Did you see that?
I just did the comment, but I totally derailed you.
No, it's okay. I find my happy space while this guy's doing this, right? And I have to do literally. I think I go just deeper and deeper in my to ignore the pain. The pain is so intense.
The only way I could get through the basketball guy is if I already told my wife that he did it and it annoyed me, and then what I would do is I would just be him on, going like, so why does he play him? and just keep going, and then she would start kicking me under the table because she would start laughing, and then I would have to turn what he was doing into a show. The only way to do it, or else I would probably, if I actually dealt with the emotion of those guys, I would probably start crying. I would probably just break down.
Well, I just feel like I have to talk to the guy. I feel like I would like get him high on ecstasy and talk to him. Just get him to completely remove all of his insecurities and fears. I'd be like, man, talk to him. You gotta be thinking if they're listening to him.
I can give a great suggestion for a couple like that. You gotta get the point so they act directly across from each other. So you don't have to look at them. You just sit there in your meditation, nodding, and he's not even looking to see his peripheral as if you're typically listening.
It doesn't matter with this guy. He'll get you. I think he's a little on the spectrum. There's something going on there. It's a detachment to the way he communicates, where it just seems like he's not present. It's very odd method of communication. Yeah. You can't talk to the guy like I'd want to like tell him like it's gotta be fun for the other person to hear. Like it's gotta be something that, and we've all done something like that. We've all said something that someone that want to listen to. For sure. I want that scarf. Let's go on those Snoopy aviator goggles.
That's right. Everyone's bullshit.
So there was that guy that jumped, right? He jumped somewhere and he fell into a net. He didn't even have a parachute. They had like a gigantic net somewhere, right? Wasn't that what it was? How far did he fall? Look at this guy. So he's skydiving 25,000 feet, and he doesn't have a parachute. He's doing tricks. What the fuck kind of impact must that have? Oh, Jesus. Look. And at the very last minute, he has to turn around. So he's steering himself, and at the very last minute, Jesus, at the very last minute, he has to turn. Holy shit, that's insane. I mean, how fast is he going?
Now he's not moving.
Now he's crying because he can't believe he got away with it. He doesn't know why the fuck he did it.
I know why he did it. You know, I want to hear his opening line to a woman at the bar. It's the worst thing. Like, literally to compensate rather than just, get involved. Maybe we should kind of do this shit and talk about it loudly.
Luke Akins. Jesus Christ. My buddy Anthony's done. He holds the world record for the longest in one of those flying bodysuits. The longest distance we traveled, like 30 miles or something. Fucking nuts. Where did he jump off of? He jumps off of everything, planes, whatever. He'll jump off a rocket if you let him. He's crazy. He's out of his fucking mind. Out of his mind. Doesn't score a shit. Oh yeah, I would never do that. They get real close to the ground and then they hit the ground. Well, he's just
Brian Gumble, real sports. His feet on toes.
Oh, that's right. He clips onto his toes.
He just they came back. Brian Gumble was like, that guy has a death wish. Of course, like, yeah, he does. He does. He was just laying on the ground, moaning in this agony. The worst agony I've ever heard, though, was that. At least I'm not gonna tell you what it is because we're gonna play like haunted. I'll tell you this guy on one of the YouTube videos. The guy was climbing up the tree and chopping that or something, and he just fell and he went straight down and shattered his legs.
Don't pull that up.
I never. Please look away. These sound. He was just in the woods. He was just in the woods. He was just like, fucking over and over again, just like his soul. I mean, like if he had a loaded 9mm within reach, he would have blew his brains out. Like that was the level of pain.
Yeah, that happens a lot of guys when they make tree stands. They set up tree stands, and some guys are tough guys. They don't want to wear a harness. These harnesses that most people wear, they strap around your waist, they strap your leg, and then it hooks to the tree, so you can't fall off the tree. A lot of guys, a lot of tough guys, so they climb up these tree stands, and they don't have a harness on. You fall off the tree stand, and you're falling 30 feet.
And then you gotta crawl your way out of the woods.
Or not. Someone finds you days later, you're starved to death.
Has anybody fallen out of the tree stand and then get by
I'm sure that's happened for bears. Because people go bear hunting. They go bear hunting in tree stands. Bear tapes comes in 100%. 100,000. No chance that
I would never have enough confidence in my ability to secure a tree stand correctly. Past a certain height, knowing that a bear was going to be coming to. There's just those two factors of falling that length, and then also, it made me right in front of a bear.
What's more fucked up is how fast the bear can retreat. Bears,
I've seen that one.
they run up a fucking tree like they're running on the ground. It's insane. Like, only up to a certain size. That's what's weird. Like, when they get to be like 400 pounds plus, they really can't make it up trees anymore. They're too heavy. Their nails can't support their body weight. Not the biggest nails of grizzlies.
They make it way into the water and sand. I don't want to do it.
It's really more black bears than grizzlies will run up trees, but they run up the trees. They just they're up. Like, you can't.
Yeah, there's a YouTube video of a guy like he's like in one of those. Thing goes up and just runs up the tree next to him, and now it's above.
Yeah, in seconds.
That's it when you get frightened in a football stadium. You want to be in the row behind the guy, so you're punching down.
Oh, for sure.
The bear went from being on the field to like 2 rows behind this guy, and the guy's with his I don't know what he had, bow and arrow or something.
Yeah, it's going out.
But the bear doesn't know what a bow and arrow is. You can kind of slowly turn and look at him, shoot him right in the nose, could you?
You might be able to, but it's not going to kill them instantly. The problem with that is they can get a hold of you. Like if a bear was right there in front of you and you shot with bow and arrow, there's two things that can happen. One, it can run away, or two things. If it decides to attack you, by the time it expires, it can take like 30 seconds for it to die. And by the time it expires, it's going to fucking maul.
Nardo, we got attacked for like a minute and a half. Dude, if you see fake, you're supposed to.
That Leonardo story was, it's supposedly based on a true story. We had Steve Renett in here, who's a historian on ancient Wild West shit. And he told me about bullshit. It's like, first of all, the guy did get mauled by a bear, yes, but he got away and crawled back to camp, and that's it. Like, he didn't have a son. His son never got killed. Like, there was no son. Like, they made all that shit up. He never fell off the cliff.
But if you actually made movies, how shit really happened, it'd be like you'd have to watch that guy in the fucking restaurant with you, not looking at people. Like that's how they would be. That's why people go to movies. You gotta have like a. When my wife was watching that women's book, after a while I couldn't watch it anymore because it wasn't going anywhere. It was 100,000 people standing outside. They were all on the same page. There was nothing like. To go anywhere.
Right. No arrests all over the country. A million people marched. No arrests. That's pretty amazing.
That's because they're women. You can't hit them. That's what it was. If there was guys, eventually the cops would be sick of them and they'd send a plainclothes guy to go light a car on fire.
Well, cops were there taking pictures with them. Cops were wearing those pussy hats. There's photos of cops with pink hats with ears like Kitty Cat hats. You ever seen? Isn't it amazing? Like one comment the guy makes on a bus with Billy Bush grabbing him by the pussy, and that literally spawns a march.
I'll tell you what's even more amazing is that those idiots are all going to be thrown out and end up at the bottom of the ocean in a fucking necklace. It's going to suffocate them.
Look at these cops with the pussy head. Stupid. Those are our protectors. They're serving and protecting right there with the pussy hats on.
I anti-ribbon bands, all of that shit. I just fucking like, can't you just say what the agenda is? Do we all have to dress in the same fucking silly hat? Like,
It's a sign of solidarity.
People love that though.
I know. That's just anti-comedian.
No, I'm with you. I don't like it either. I think it's a group thing.
How dare those people do what they like to do, Joe?
I don't think they like to do it. They just just get together. Just a big refusal of admitting that this guy won some crazy popularity contest that we put on every couple of years.
They should just get together. They should create shit that makes money. That's what they should do.
Make money?
Make money. They have to come in. It's like podcasts, right? No one gives a fuck what we were. Then all of a sudden we started making money. And all of a sudden, hey, you want to read the legal zone? That's how you do it.
Well, they could definitely generate some money that way, right? There's a lot of fucking people watching. There was 970,000 people that would be coming in LA alone. They thought 80,000 people were coming. It was almost where were they? Downtown. Thank God. It was a swarm of humanity.
Oh, that's great.
It's fucking
Thank you. Yeah, go downtown. Thank God they didn't cut my
we saw a protest against the president like that, though. Especially a new president. It's a new time. Like with the internet, now they can organize these things quickly and get together.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to believe. Like that whole picture of Trump's inauguration versus Obama's inauguration. They put the photos side by side. I'm just supposed to automatically, without any checks and balances, be like, okay, that's
Oh, can anybody hear me?
I'm supposed to believe that Bill
Can you hear me?
was checking out Donald Trump's
Can you hear me?
without seeing what he's looking at. And then
Can you hear me?
vaguely looking back in his
Oh,
direction.
finally.
And
Hold on.
people are
She
going,
peered through his soul.
how could you tell she was turned around?
Hold on.
We'll show you.
I am. Hold on. I've been talking to you and Madlet Queen, but you guys have me muted, so I've just been quiet. How are you, Madlet Queen? Can you hear me? Can you tell Madlet Queen? Madlet Queen, can you unmute me, please? Yeah, tell him that.
Hey, man, like Rabbi said you're big. Oh.
Man, the Queen, can you hear me?
Hey, man, like do you hear Rabbi? Oh, check one out. Hey, we got our boy locked in.
Man, the Queen, can you hear me? Earth the Man, the Queen. So you see how much fun it is when I do talk to you guys. Like you guys can't hear me, so it's like, oh, okay. And I was like, well, shut up.
I think Rabbi's
Shut up.
Dude, it feels so nice outside. This is like, it's my favorite time of year. 2 degrees though, it feels so good. 50, 61.
Where's Man, the Queen?
61 degrees and it's midnight.
That is amazing. Can't beat that. That's warmer than here at midnight, I think.
Is it really? Wow.
Yeah, it's been cold here, like 40.
Dude, that girl at the gas station. Or she reminds me of the girl that only liked my guy.
What happened to Man, the Queen? What happened to his speakers? How was that joint earlier? Man, the Queen, can you hear me?
Hey, did you unban? Did you, you got what's his name? He can't talk to you. No, you got Rabbi muted. Top 10 crypto shiller? What the fuck is your name?
Man, the Queen, can you hear anyone? Anatoly, can he hear you?
I don't know. I think he's just drunk or something.
Does he drink? Yeah, can you hear me?
All the time.
Man, the Queen, can you hear me?
What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, good. Hey, I'm doing well. Hey, I'm glad to hear you. Hey, did you have me muted?
Yours turned on, I guess.
Okay, well, I can live with that. How are you?
Thank you, man. Waiting for it to get home. Give me a slot. No sweat, no sleep.
Do you like to drink?
Have a good day.
What's your drink of choice?
You want me to send my soul address, right? Yeah. Let me go to my Phantom wallet. Already down back home. They're the same pretty much. Yeah, I'm working on Solana. Backpack might have a airdrop. So I click on Solana and then I paste it in here. That's my Solana address. This is a Phantom. That's my Solana address. I don't got shit in there. I got dollar from shit. Like, I got Tesla, Mac on Sol, and Solana Superboner. Did you get that? Never took my FTs. Oh, I got it, yeah. Duracell. Where'd you get me this cockroach from? How'd you get this? I went to the Mint today and minted them. I appreciate it. I was thinking this was pretty cool. You'll probably like this mouse a lot. Damn, look at Manly being nice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I figured out an easier way to make these accounts on Twitter. Like, honestly, the efficiency of the matter is really important to me. And basically, without complicating it too much, I know the laws of the EU, specifically Germany, are some of the strictest internet privacy laws in the world. And so I found that if I used German VPNs, I've tried every VPN, for every country in the world multiple times. And I find that Germany, if I use German VPNs on Twitter, it works maybe 7 of 10 times, so 70% of the time. And then I found if I use a German VPN on my computer as well, it does not ask me to basically two-step verify. So normally it does, and that's a huge pain in the ass. It's a huge extra step. It means I can't make things very efficiently. It means generally, like when I make an account, then I have to log it in, then I have to build it. This way I could just make a bunch of accounts, then I can log them all in at once. So I'm pretty jazzed about that. I know it doesn't seem like a big thing in your world, but it actually is pretty major in mine. So that's why I've been so focused on it all day, is because I've just been able to do this in a much more efficient way. How was your date? Was that the Indian chick? Was that the Indian chick?
Yeah, she was cool, yeah. She's not actually Indian, she's Bengali and half Bengali, half something else. Persian.
There you go. Pakistani?
No. It was like half Bengali, half something else.
Do you think you'll see her again?
Did you bet? I'm checking. No.
Man the Queen, did Anatoly send you his soul address yet?
Yeah. Damn. Oh yeah, it's dope as fuck. Thanks, man. Damn. So floor price is 0.046, so that's what, $50? Or $40? $4. I don't know. Did mine 0.46? What is that? Yeah, you're right. It's $4. It's a little more. I went down. Honestly, if you just left them on the market, I'm gonna buy. No, I'm just gonna hold them. Pretty cool. Thanks, man. I owe you one. I want the other things that it puts on it. It has Sonic on it. It has Sonic and the Sonic on the cross. That leaves me with 6 left. It's more on there, right? This other shit's got at least 20. I don't like this. Did you get that one? Sure.
Smoking tobacco is so harmful to the body that it changes a person's immune system, leaving them vulnerable to more disease and infection even years after they quit, according to a new study. Christian Wells this incredible study.
You're very autistic. Yeah.
Have been warned for decades that smoking is a terrible threat to our health. Over the past few decades, healthcare providers have continually warned us. Smoking habits can lead to serious problems like lung cancer, emphysema, for sure, heart attack, and stroke. George, this new study you have found in
Let me DM you this one I got. It's all fucking mint out now. This shit right here says sick. You seen this one? I like this one a lot. I wish I got that one.
has no doubt been steadily and thankfully declining in our population. The habit each
I think
year
that shit
still
is.
kills
I just sent this message on Telegram.
480,000 Americans. Many of us can remember not so long ago sitting with our family in a restaurant next to a table of smokers. Before a no smoking ordinances had been put in place. Not long ago, there was the late night talk show with the host and guests puffing away during their visit until Johnny Carson's smoking, as it was described by his best friend Henry Clifton, as being a 4-pack a day addiction. And Johnny died of emphysema and respiratory failure in 2005. Through the years, we have lost many celebrities to this smoking habit whom we admired, including Johnny Depp, Frank Sinatra, Walt Disney, Audrey Hepburn, and Kate Moss. It is still struggling. This epidemic is still struggling with us. Also, high cost of cigarettes may have helped a lot in some less listeners giving up the habit. It's too expensive. Just want to let you know, Johnny Depp's still alive. Yes, he is. Okay, did I indicate he wasn't? You haven't passed on. Okay. Well, Johnny, sorry. Look forward to seeing you in your new film. This is website, myheartbook.com. Mysterious noises have shaken a Tampa neighborhood for years, leading residents to band together to try to solve the problem.
Oh, sick. Oh, you got. Oh, you had that one, bro. Oh, no. I wish it was just like this. It's gonna happen eventually. You know what I mean? If I just keep trying every day, one day fucking the bank will just explode. You know? All about being patient.
fires powerful deterrents like tear gas and kinetic ammo. Listen to this story from Marvin, Special Forces veteran. Marvin fired his gun 40 feet away as three unwanted people tried to enter his home, and all three went down for 30 minutes, enough time for police to arrive. He said using a burner was no problem for him. Marvin simplifies it by saying, you buy a car, you have car insurance. If you got a life, you need life insurance, and Berna is it. Government agencies and police departments across the country rely on Berna as their go-to less lethal option. Check out their 14,000 4.5-star review. Berna is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. They can ship directly to your home. Visit Berna.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. BYRNA.com/George. New evidence suggests there's a shadow candidate running for president of the United States. It's not Joe Biden.
Bro, that sounds like a whole ass man.
No one is talking about this.
Does that sound like a girl?
Yeah. So based on this candidate's track record,
No.
No, but she's got like 2 kids. Okay. I was talking to her kid. What the fuck?
Many conservatives will be shocked when this politician enters the race. Who is this shadow candidate?
She's cool though, bro. She's like a mom, 2 kids, sells coke, Molly, like weed. She's like this plug, like she's crazy. She's actually really hot too. So she's got 2 kids. She's like this like badass mom, like viewer. It's the kind of girl I feel like Rabbi would go for.
Oh yeah, MILF. MILF.
You gonna date a drug dealer with 2 kids, Rabbi?
It's kind of my dream.
She would take care of you.
I'm in love. My number is.
I was like, how the fuck do you have this house? She's like, I pay the bills. I don't need no man.
Hell yeah, girl.
She's like, all I need is for a man to come over and help me with the dishes, eat my pussy, rub my feet, and I would let him stream full time in an extra room in my house.
Oh my god.
And I was like,
Oh
bro,
my
I'm the perfect guy for this.
It's totally very funny that you found my woman.
Yeah. Wait, what the fuck, bro? Why are you using that dude's fucking NFT that's not yours? Fake guy. Man, yeah, why are you using his NFT? Your profile picture, right? Oh, fuck that. You didn't even see that it says 69. Oh, and you stole mine? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? This dude took my fucking NFT that I fucking worked so hard for. This is an outrage. I busted my ass getting that NFT.
If I move back to Miami, where my wife's from, so I'm very happy here, and my newsletter, I try to talk my clients into moving here, and everybody thinks they're moving to third world country. It is not. This is the only San Juan, Puerto Rico, the only first world city in the entire Caribbean, and that's why I'm here. I need a first world city first. How did they bounce back here? They took that first. You know, it was tough. But and they got a good bit of hate and stuff. They have not bounced back 100%. And the one thing we have is we have the power just goes out now and then for several hours. And of course, everybody, we have a generator. Everybody 10-4 one has a generator, so it's not that big a deal. It's usually last hours, but it kind of still makes you think, well, this is a little bit second world. The economy is
My name's Manlet, and I smoke crack with asshole weed.
People say it's not. How do you look at things so long? You know, so the thing I have is developed, because I was independent, and I put my major in economics, and I found it too vague and theoretical, and covered everything, studied everything else. I realized, people drive our economy.
My name's Manlet, and my fucking Imagination is that of a lizard. Yeah. My name's Anatoly and I smoke crack. You think that shit is whack? Well, let me tell you what, I got a sack right here for you. So light it up. Cause man, it's about to get so hot. He's fuck it up. I don't know, I can't rap, but at least I admit it. But man, I'm thinking he's a motherfucking bigot. I'm gonna slap him twice and then I'm gonna smoke some crack. Rabbi is the guy who's slinging that shit and it's whack. But I'm gonna tell you what, when I smoke on crack, I make a fucking crypto and it lasts 11 fucking months, bitch.
Boo boo. Wah, wah, wah.
That's how you rap, bro. That's how you fucking freestyle. I just had ChatGPT rap that shit.
Dude, that isn't artificial general intelligence.
Rap race to be.
That's artificial super intelligence.
And I had a terrible accident. I was fucking too many bitches, and all of a sudden, I hit my head on this bitch's fat ass, and I couldn't really rap no more. But, sometimes it comes out of me, I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? What happened, man? I used to be the guy. I used to be the one, bro. He's that guy, bro. Remember? Like everybody in high school was like, fist bumping you, slapping you on your back. Your coach would like grab you by your ass. Everybody knew you was that guy, man. Now, what's going on? What's going on? I wouldn't say downhill. I would say like off the hill, Yeah, I think you're gonna move in with us. You're gonna both lay in bed side by side. Imagine one day he turns up like you guys in here and it's just me and Rabbi like laying just how he is. And I'm wearing a gas mask, like one of those like Chernobyl. Igers. See, you have to see. That's what I'm saying. Like we're just hanging out. You have to bring in the gay stuff. But I understand, man. I don't judge. Like, you're in North Carolina. I guess. That being said, that's pass out. I guess. You are. I thought you were a pass out.
Did you give him your soul address yet? Manlet Queen, did you, Anatoly, did you give Manlet Queen your soul address? Anatoly, can you hear me? Manlet Queen, can you hear me? Manlet Queen. Manlet Queen. Manlet Queen.
Yeah, this place is so ugly.
Dude, that's what's up.
She's so mid to me. Okay, I'm not trying to talk shit. I'm proud of her. No, I just the hair to me is. Her face is actually pretty hot. The hair.
I didn't post anything wrong, I don't think.
Thank you to my mother. Yes. Hey, seems great idea. You don't wanna know. Let me tell you, you don't want to know what you are. I can find some. What if it's not me snoring? What if it's my boss snoring in the background? Yeah, Charlie, you like my profile picture when I was talking about it? Illuminator.
cloudy tomorrow with highs in the mid-60s at beaches, 70 in Metro LA, OC, the valleys and IE, low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Chance of rain starts Sunday night and lasts till midweek. We lead locals from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Warner. Good day from westbound at Belmont Avenue. A serious injury crash has all of the lanes closed. Two crews will be holding everything until approximately 6 a.m. Traffic blocked it from Rosemary Boulevard there. In Tarzana on the 101 northbound at Tampa Avenue, with debris blocking the two middle lanes, and in Elysian Park on the 110 northbound at Hill Street, with a brush fire over on the right shoulder. And by the south, catch 50 there faster. I'm Russell Ford.
This report is sponsored by your Amazon Fresh store. Make mornings golden with Eggo products from your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. On sale now. Buy 2 packs of select frozen Eggo waffles and French toast sticks for just $5 while supplies last. Flavor is in full bloom at your local Amazon Fresh grocery store. Find a store near you. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeart Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers to more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeart Media can work for you. From your cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. Hello, this is Susie Eston and Jeff Ryan. And we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode, and we're going to break it down, and we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry David and Cheryl Hines, Richard Lewis, Ocean Curtis, and so many more, and we're going to have clips, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcast.
KFI AM 640. $3 selling the same gasoline.
Wow. Remember when we were like, oh my God, is it going to get to $4? I remember when my dad would give me a $20 bill and he'd say, "Here's gas tank." I'm 9 years old.
Jerry and Shannon, live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app.
The gas light was on and, it's orange. And I said, "Does it turn red if it gets really bad?" And he's like, "No, it doesn't turn red."
You're fine.
Yeah.
Orange, you probably got 150 miles left. Wait until it blinks red. Jerry and Shannon, we're almost out of gas. Why are you continuing to drive? Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app. It's KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. I've got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow. Got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love. I got a song that I sing, I can make the rain go anytime I move my finger. Lucky me, can't you see I'm in love? Life is a beautiful thing, as long as I hold the string. I'd be a silly so and so if I should ever let it go. I got the world on a string, sitting on a rainbow. Got the string around my finger. What a world, what a life, I'm in love. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We shall take your calls next hour with Harry Dan Jr., so make sure you're part of the program. The Paranormal Podcast Network up and running, and you can go by going to coasttocoastam.com or iHeartRadio. And then look for the Paranormal Podcast Network. And here's something for you to build up your answers.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Lay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Lay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, could be need to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to do best it can.
Dr. Malay, how do I feel after taking Adaptostem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with Adaptostem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relax is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity. It's over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats. You may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. If you become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com. In a crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. If you wait to stock up, all you'll find at the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriot, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72 hour survival food. This food includes kit of 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and has been rated 4.4 stars by thousands of happy customers. But when you act quickly and buy one kit, you'll get 2 more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of one, $58 and free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood3.com now. And welcome back, George Norrie, along with Harry Dent Jr. Harry, how many banks are at risk because of the commercial real estate portfolio they might be holding? Well, first of all, commercial always gets hit first. The hardest. It's not an emotional decision for business like it is people who own homes or vacation homes on top of that. But this is going to be an everything bubble first. That we've never, even the roaring 20s was mainly a stock and business bubble. Real estate loans were not easy to get back then. It's hard to speculate in real estate. So real estate did not bubble like stocks did. So this is everything. Stocks, real estate, bonds, except for savings bonds. Everything goes down. And that's why I have to tell people, look, I'm a big fan of financial advisors. They keep people objective. They keep people more balanced. This is the one time in your lifetime, the only time when we have a bubble of this magnitude in all financial assets is going to have to reset to get back to normal. And there is no place to hide. And you can't, asset allocation is not going to work when all your assets go down simultaneously, just to somewhat different degrees. So demographic flip, the first time in history that the next generation does not bring us the new height overall in home buying and overall spending and stuff. Every generation gets bigger. And it's not numbers, it's just the wave take us to new heights of overall spending and economic growth. This is not happening. This is happening around the developed world. Europe, Southern Europe, way worse than Northern. But Northern is China, right? China is the first emerging country to see, and they have the worst demographic cliff coming. And India is going to be the bright spot for the next coming decade. Basically, India, once we get over this crisis in the next couple of years, India is going to lead, and Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia is going to lead the next boom in Asia. China's never going to come back to where they were. China already has 22% empty homes, enough to house the rest of people that will ever move to urban areas there, so they get to 87%, which is higher than they'll probably ever get. China's never going to grow like they did again and be lucky to grow at all, and they're going to have the biggest downturn. The U.S. dominated the bubble of the roaring 20s. China is the lead in this bubble, and particularly the greatest real estate bubble, totally pushed by government, top down, in a free market capitalism world. You see it so well. China chose to have state-driven capitalism. If those two things don't mix well, and I think it's going to prove China's going to be one state of the world prove that state-driven capitalism doesn't work. It's called free market capitalism, a bottom-up system driven by the innovation of consumers and businesses and workers and all that sort of stuff, and not like government planning. So this is going to be a good thing long term, but it's going to get very ugly. And I don't know how many, I listen to so many economists when I get lectures, say, oh yeah, China already peaked demographically, and their urbanization is already built out for as much as they're getting 85, 87%. China is dead. The future is Southeast Asia, India, and they're going to do the same thing in 4 decades that China did. That's going to be huge. China's restricted growth for families is horrible. Yeah, exactly. Again, government planning, government thinking they're smarter than people, smarter than markets and stuff. Yeah, and then then they go to, now they're trying to get people to have babies. Guess what? Now that people have one kid and realize they can get that kid into Harvard, being that they do the right things, they're like, they don't want to have a second or third kid in China. They're not responding to lifting the restrictions after the government introduced them to what a lot of people are finding. I mean, that's the biggest trend in the world. That affluence causes people to look at their kids differently and want them to be more affluent than them and get into the best school. And that's why people have less kids as they get affluent. And that's a natural trend. And that's what's been happening. But that's also what's causing, on a lag, the whole Western world and now China in the Eastern world to peak. And to basically go sideways, and China's going to contract. People do. China's going to go from 1.4 to 4 billion people today down to 780 million. They're going to lose 40% of their population over the next 50 years. What? That's never happened to a major country before. This is what happens when affluence gets so great that people are happy to have 1, 2 children at most, and they no longer have 3, 4, 5, which creates demographic growth in the future. So, and I mean, urbanization, we're going to be 85% urban by 2085. So that's the end of that. Urbanization has been the biggest driver of GDP per capita growth. It was for one simple reason, and I looked this up, it's written 3 times in an emerging world, 3 times the GDP per capita simply from somebody that lives in a city rather than a rural area. 3 times, same person, no difference in education, just from being in a city with better jobs. When Jeff Bezos and his wife at the time put Amazon together, his plan was to sell books out of his garage. He any idea where he'd be today? None. You know what people think not? I think he called the company Amazon, the widest river. He saw everything going online just to get his company that name. I think he and Steve Jobs are the two visionaries. I mean, Bill Gates, right place, right time, jumped on it, really knew how to grow a company, but not a visionary. When Bill Gates came out with his book, The Road Ahead, I couldn't get through a first page, okay? Steve Jobs, I heard him say in the late 70s that a few decades from now, everybody will have a supercomputer in the palm of their hand connected to the rest of the world. He saw that. Nobody saw that way back then. And Jeff Bezos named his company Amazon, meaning retail is going almost totally online. And you know what? I'm waiting to buy a house. What about Washington? Well, I mean, I don't know that he was the big. Steve Jobs was a communicator, was a visionary. I never got the visionary thing, but of course he was Steve Jobs' partner, so yes. I mean, he was part of that team, but I don't consider him the kind of, I call it genius. I call him genius radical innovators. I've worked with a lot of entrepreneurial companies. I got out of the corporate world, Bain and Company, and all of that stuff, and Harvard Business School stuff, and got into the new venture area because that's where I spent. A new economy was emerging in the early 80s. I got bored. I mean, I left a great job at things, but I was bored working with dinosaur Fortune 100 companies that just slowly dying. Okay, and Bain was keeping it alive. And Firestone was my main client. They would have died without it. They're still around today. They're still buying companies. They're not going anywhere. So I got in the new economy. And of course, that's all these information tech and personal computers now, software. And I tell you, crypto, I started paying attention to crypto because it's acting just like the .com company in the 95 and 2000 bubble. So I'm saying, hey, I don't understand this crypto stuff, but it's acting like the next big thing. And now I understood it. I had a guy, Mark Yusko, speaking at my own conference just before COVID. He called it the digitization of all financial assets and money. And I'm like, oh, now I get it. That's $630 trillion, the biggest number in the world financially. And I'm like, if you can just make that whole system much easier for people to trade, to buy, cut up in pieces, whatever, raise money for small companies, that's going to be the revolution. And so the internet revolutionized information and made it mass affordable and accessible. This is going to revolutionize financial assets in a world that is going beyond middle class into more and more countries where people actually have financial assets to retire on. This has only happened in the last century, George, and it's very important. So that's I mean, this is great stuff. The problem is we had a big financial asset, second financial asset bubble after the tech crash in 2000. Okay, and I called that back then. I said, this is a bubble, okay? And when I said then, the baby boom spending wave wasn't over yet. That was only due in 2007. What happened here, George, is government stepped in when we had the first serious downturn in 2008-9. They panicked and just started printing money. When they thought $1 trillion would solve the process, well, they ended up combined government deficit for 2008 and money printing. So it's $19 trillion in deficit, $9 trillion money. $27 trillion was poured in our economy to gloss over what would have been the Great Depression of 2008 to 2023. And the thing about Great Depression is they always clear the debt of all types of zombie companies that are barely getting by, bad debt that came in a big boom. Every time we have a big boom, we're going to borrow a lot of money, we're going to make a lot of new investments, and a lot of them are going to go bad. Well, what free market capitalism does the best, not only creates innovation and allows it, it flushes out the failures. Well, governments have decided since 2008, we don't want to have failures. We don't want to have bankruptcy. We don't want to lose jobs temporarily. That's what keeps the economy healthy, George. It always has. And free market capitalism has made us 8 times richer just in the last 100 years. It's a cleansing. And it's a 70-30. We are awake about 70% of every day on average, and then we sleep. What do we do? People go, you're wasting time. No, all kinds of stuff is happening. Restorative stuff and cleansing, but all different processes. All kinds of things are happening, and if you don't sleep, sleep is useful. Try not to sleep for 3 nights. Most people become raving mad crazy people if they just miss 3 nights sleep. Sleep is essential. Recessions are essential. Economists don't understand our economy. All the Federal Reserve chairmen, all of them are bright people, but they never run a business. Okay? Not a single one of them ever run a business. I've been CEO of 7 businesses, including my own. Okay? And you learn from running a business, especially a new business growing and having to prove itself, you have to deal with constant failure. Somebody said, successful entrepreneurs is going enthusiastically from failure to failure. That's wisdom. Failure is how we learn. Every time I meet somebody new or I'm hoping somebody in business or finance, I say, hey, where did you learn the most? From your successes or your failures? People don't even think about that. It's failure. But everybody doesn't like failure. Nobody wants the economy to fail. And governments now are suddenly central banks are supposed to prevent recession. This is insanity. This is the worst possible thing that could happen to the most successful developed countries in the world, from Europe, North America, to East Asia, and now moving to Southeast Asia, and which is huge new customer base in the world, moving in middle class. It'll eventually go all the way to sub-Saharan Africa. And by the way, I'm a cycle guy, George. In the 500-year cycle, we're in the middle of the 250-year rise. It's the most powerful single cycle in history. We're only halfway through it. We're going to continue to urbanize the world and have massive growth in productivity to new technology in the 2140 to 2150. I mean, our wars don't make us so great. What's that? Yeah, wars don't make us so great. That's right. Our enemy is war, and our enemy is government thinking they can run the economy better than the free market system, which has made us. You look at history, there was no progress for thousands of years after the Dark Ages. I mean, the standard of living was pretty much the same. Okay, we shot up in the late 1800s to now 8 to 9 times in a century, and now we're saying, oh, well, we don't like free market capitalism when it goes down for a few. That's part of the process. And like I say, when I would go in when I was consulting to these small businesses in California, and they were leading edge new stuff, okay, not high tech, just basic stuff, they're new. What I found, I could change a company 5 times as fast when it was in a crisis than when it was just kind of going along and everybody's happy. So a crisis accelerates things. A crisis is not bad if you use it properly and encourage. I mean, if I was the government, the only handouts I'd be giving is for people who basically write down debt. I would help take some of those debt write down, because when you write down debt, you are making your company and the economy healthier. Terry, we're going to take a short break. We're at the top of the hour already, but we're going to come back and chat more and take calls with you in just a moment. Coast to Coast Day.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you with a calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocate is different. DRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocate. Real solutions for real people.
Get the star in your life, the brightest gift in the world. Name a star after them. This is Rocky Bozo with International Star Registry. For $59, the call from 800-282-3333 or visit starregistry.com. You can name a star for birthday, wedding, or even memorial. Over 45 years, we have named millions of stars for celebrities and individuals from around the world. The star your name will be recorded in book form in the U.S. Copyright Office. Visit starregistry.com or call 800-282-3333.
If you only have a 401k, you're not getting the most for your time. With Flex and a Robin with an IRA on top, then they'll boost it by 3%. You can do that. And if you transfer in any retirement accounts, you get 3% on top of that. No limit to the max. No limit. Robin with Gold gives you the biggest contribution match of any IRA in the market. Sign up for Robin with Gold at robinhood.com/boost by April 30th. Subscription fees apply.
Investing in dollars risk. 3% match requires gold for 1 year. From first match must keep IRA for 5 years. Match on transfer subject to additional terms and conditions. Robin is Financial LLC. Member SIPC.
KFI, AM 640. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're not here to tell you what to think. We're here to give you the latest.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Inhumane and inhuman. I'm Mark Romer, the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Man in Santa Ana has been charged with the murder of his mother, who was found living under horribly inhumane conditions.
Killing his 82-year-old mother, who he literally left to rot to death.
Fort County DA spokeswoman Kimberly S. says the mother of Richard Towers was found covered in dried feces and bed sores, including a bed sore on her hip that exposed bone.
The home scores were covered in urine and feces. Investigators found hundreds of dead roaches and other bugs that were in the refrigerator where her medicine was being kept.
She says Towers prevented police from a welfare check in December. The woman died from septic shock in January. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A waterfall in Northern California dubbed the 8th wonder of the world will be closed off to visitors soon. Burning Falls, the 129-foot high waterfall near Lassen Peak, will be blocked off to hikers starting in April. Park officials say the mile-long Falls Loop Trail leading to the base of the falls will be repaired all summer. The viewing area will remain open. A couple airplanes have landed on the sand in Huntington Beach on purpose.
Today, you witnessed for the first time ever aircraft landing on the sands of Huntington Beach. Pacific Air Show director Kevin Elliott hopped out of one of the planes to announce the Air Show 2024 lineup, plus a way to bring planes closer to fans. This will be the first time in world history that a temporary runway was ever constructed on the beach to support an air show like this. He says the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds, Raptor, and A-10 demo teams will return, and obviously dozens and dozens of more military and civilian performers to be added. The Pacific Air Show will start the first weekend of October in Huntington Beach. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The White House has confirmed Russia's in possession of what it calls a troubling emerging anti-satellite weapon.
This is not an active capability that's been deployed. And though Russia's pursuit of this particular capability is troubling, there is no immediate threat to anyone's safety.
National Security Council John Kirby says the White House plans to engage directly with Russia about the weapon. House Committee Chairman yesterday released a statement about what he called the national security threat. Kirby says the White House did not give the green light for the info to be publicly released. Southland weather from KFI. Foggy tonight, lows around 50, 40 in the IE and AV. Partly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the mid-60s at the beaches, 70 in Metro LA, OC, the valleys and IE, low 60s in the Antelope Valley. Chance of rain starts Sunday night and lasts in midweek. 55 right now in Irvine, 54 in Brea, 51 in Burbank, 46 in Palmdale. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Browner.
In Corona, on the 91 West Mount from Outer Center Drive to the 71 West Freeway and shut down entirely for 4 a.m. east of Bridgewood. Santa Clarita on the 5 southbound between Algrove Boulevard and the 4th the P right lanes are shut down due to excavation work until 5 a.m. And in Alhambra on the Jennings between the 710 and Rosary Boulevard, there's a work zone there. The parking lanes and the left lane are closed until 5 a.m. East Rails. try and help get to there faster. One more for forward. It's the marketer's book today. Capital One's chief brand officer, Mark Baker, weighs in on building loyalty with customers. Capital One has really worked to create amazing access moments for our customer. Anywhere from when we have a live event, there's a customer event ahead of that. We will do sound check parties so that only Capital One cardholders can get access to, and we can't pull that off without the relationship iHeart has with the artists, with venues to create these really exclusive events, festivals that iHeart puts on, give Capital One the ability to create those moments. People are passionate about their favorite artists, and so we try to tap into that together. As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're buying the tax season, LifeLock can help. Their U.S.-based restoration specialists are dedicated to helping solve identity theft issues, and all plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, which means if you lose money because of identity theft, LifeLock will reimburse you the limits of your claim. Go to LifeLock.com and save up to 25% your first year with promo code PLAY.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Victimized Stroke Recovery.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Hello, it's Enthusiasm and Jeff Ryan. And we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode. And we're going to break it down. And we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry Davis and Cheryl Fine, Richard Lewis, Bob Odenkirk, and so many more. And we're going to have clips. And it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And this hour we'll take your calls with Harry Dent Jr. as we talk about the world of the economy. Be careful of scams. They cost billions of dollars. Be careful of what kind of information you share with people online. Research who you're talking to. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives, as the personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerous and easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out of your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists will work to fix it. Now, it's easy to help protect yourself with Life. Join now. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code SWORD. When you call 1-800-LIFELOCK or head on over to lifelock.com, use promo code SWORD when you do that. It's 20% off.
When disaster hits and the power goes out, are you going to be one of the victims, or are you going to be prepared? Traditional generators are noisy, stationary, and require expensive gasoline, making them particularly dangerous. That's why I created the Patriot Power Generator from 4 Patriots. Now when the power goes out, you'll be ready. Using the endless free power of the sun to power your lights, TVs, medical equipment, and even your fridge. And unlike gas generators, the Patriot Power Generator is fear-free, portable, and completely silent, so it's perfectly safe to use indoors. And it never needs gas, ever. Go to PatriotPower4.com to learn more. That's PatriotPower4.com. With the recent storms, we've had to double production to keep up with demand. So order now, while we still have stock. Order today, and you'll receive a free solar panel plus free shipping. Go to PatriotPower4.com now. That's PatriotPower4.com.
And Malcolm, we're back with Harry Jr. Harry, do you think this year is going to be somewhat of a calm year?
You know what? Normally, election year is on the positive side of the Trump. But they have put what they've been fighting this downturn ever since early 2009. They've been doing more and more and more, and they finally so overstimulated to fight off COVID. This was ridiculous. Like it was a national crisis. They have now had to crazy. People don't realize this is the biggest raise in interest rate intended to slow the economy. 525 basis points, 5.25%. The last time that happened was 1981. And guess what? We had the deepest recession until 2008-9 because of that tightening. And now we have a giant bubble, much bigger to go down. So I think basically with this tightening, which was an overreaction to their overstimulus over COVID, which they didn't need to do, that now we're going to.
We'll show you because we've watched it 1,000 times.
Yeah, but you don't know what he's looking at.
He says it. He says it. He says it. He literally says it. He moves his mouth. He goes, Ivanka. See it? Come on, we're gonna watch it together. Watch this. Look. Full screen. Watch. Ivanka. Go back. He says it. Right here. Watch this. Look at her looking out. She ain't vaguely looking. She's peering through his soul. He stares at her. Look at that. Look at the look he gives her. Look at the look he gives her. She turns away immediately. Watch.
You know, he's looking at that. You don't know what's going on here.
He's looking right at Ivanka. He said that. Go back to it. Go back to the beginning. Watch. The very beginning. The very beginning.
You're sending him to
No,
the chair.
Jamie, you missed it. Go to the very beginning. The very beginning of the video. No, you
What's that
already missed
Air
it.
Force guy?
You already missed it. If he says it. Okay. Oh, okay. Ivanka. See
I don't
that?
see the cup.
Oh,
I don't see it.
Ivanka.
Well, let's make up some Air Force guy. Let's see what the fuck he's doing.
Ivanka.
That guy in the sunglasses right there, he's jerking off. He's jerking off. That's why his head isn't moving.
No.
He's slowly
Come
masturbating.
on, you're denying that look she's giving him. Look at that fucking look she's giving him. She's staring. And look at the shot when he shoots over at her, and she takes
So
a big
she
deep
just
breath.
bust him looking, and he's staring. down and she
That's right.
fucking looked away.
That's right. He's the fucking man of the relationship. Watch it again. Yeah, look. Yeah. And she has her mouth open and she turns away. Oh, Jesus. Hi, everyone. I'm Ivanka Trump. Tracy Lord's sister in the 80s.
She's got good looking kids.
He does. Amazing.
She's good looking too.
She's amazing.
Good for him. And Bill Clinton must have vaguely looked in the direction of a beautiful woman off camera that none of us want to know, and you might convict him on what he might have said V. He might have been like fucking like lightheaded.
I think he's growling. Like inside of him. With his mouth shut.
You could not convict anybody.
Who's convicted?
Court of like
Nothing's illegal. Nothing's illegal.
You are judging.
No, what you do is
In a court of podcast humanity,
I am judging for sure.
you just send him to the chair.
But the podcast court is a lot like civil court. You know, like criminal court, you need a lot more evidence. That's why OJ got off in criminal court.
I
But
never understood that. He gets off when you need more evidence. Less evidence, he has to give away all his shit. I'm not saying that doesn't make any sense.
no, it doesn't. I need more evidence.
Either he did it or he didn't. You should be like acquitted. You do it. Oh, now you got to give me your trophies and your house
Yeah, what?
and your fucking tie tax.
How the fuck does that work? How can they have a civil court where you have less evidence and that's where all your money goes? Like your freedom is worth
In
more.
that one, it works out because, or sort of worked out. I think he moved to Florida to get around it or something. The fuck happened? But like, because I think he did it. But what am I basing that on?
Yeah. Well, that's why he's still
Some
in jail.
bullshit.
I mean, he's in jail for a very innocuous crime, trying to get his own shit back with a guy in the room that had a gun. Didn't even brandish the gun. He tried to get his shit back. His stolen
I
memorabilia.
watched the thing on that, and they fucked up by they made some threat that then it made kidnapping, and they did all these little fucking things.
Yeah.
And he killed 2 white people. So
That's the big one.
The white court got him years later.
Yeah, that's the big one.
That's what it really was. It was bullshit. Because the reality is, if he didn't kill those fucking 2 people, at least there were people that think that he killed those fucking 2 people. If he did that, I mean, they ate OJ, and he was still on fucking NFL Today or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
he probably would have been, in and out, and that would have been it.
He might not have even done it time. They might have like sided with him because these people were stealing his stuff.
He would have agreed to do a couple of signings at fucking Caesars.
Yeah.
Sign some footballs and some helmets, and it would have been over. It would have been over. It would have been it.
You would have been a nation where they have boat rides. And
Oh yeah.
OJ Simpson.
They were okay.
Yeah. The weird one, but like everybody's happy
He's not
about it.
signing anything. He's just taking pictures and doing boat rides.
Yeah, no signing, folks. No signings. We'll take pictures though. Can't use your camera. It'll be up online. Caesars.com.
Yeah, that'll be it. Yep. Don't touch him. Just stand next to him.
That's a weird case, right? That's a case where we know that that's not why he's in jail, but we're all happy.
Well, I mean, I don't know how I feel about all that. I mean, I think the guy did it.
He did. He did. He wrote a book about it. Remember that?
Oh,
If
yeah.
I Did It.
I want to tell you something.
I think it was called If I Did It.
So this is how I would do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that book? That book never got published. Right? No publisher wanted to. They originally had a publishing deal, but then
But here's the difference about all this. This is why it rubs me the wrong piece of Jim, though, because all those fucking white dudes that did all that shit, like blowing up churches and people back in the 60s, they would look at me sitting there laughing during the trial, and they get totally acquitted. And then black people weren't allowed to come along and take their fucking 4 pointers, the hillbilly shit, their stills afterwards, like a civil war. They just completely got away with it. That's why it still seems kind of fucked up.
It's for sale, but they changed a judge awarded the Golden Tail rights to the book so they get to publish it.
oh, so you can buy it?
Yeah, so it says Fred King of Golden, but
Oh
it's
my
not.
God.
And what they did,
Oh, they took away If.
no, they put if, I forget how I did it because I just saw a thing on the if is written in letters inside the I.
Oh wow.
So just there it is, that right there. It says
Oh,
if.
that's crazy.
And it's written blood red.
Wow. What cases are you talking about of guys blowing up? I mean, obviously there were some horrendous civil rights violations that took place in the 60s and the 50s as well. Well, all from slavery on, from the 1860s
I'm just,
forward.
And then the table gets turned, and this guy does it, but he has the money to get off, but then he still pays for it in a way. It still doesn't seem, it's good because, we killed 2 people, so he's not out there, but it's
a different crime, though. I mean, what he did was a crime of passion against an ex-wife who happened to be with some other guy. Those other crimes are, in a lot of ways, more heinous because they're completely race-related. If you go back to some of the lynchings and some of those horrific crimes.
And those guys, they got fucking some pictures.
Yeah, you ever see those photos? Those are the most scary photos.
Ugly photos. Yeah, the kids smiling and they have evil in their fucking eyes.
Yeah.
They have like evil, and the kids have like evil. I remember show me those photos and would point at the kids going, look at that girl, Bill. She's like probably 48 right now. Where the fuck is she? She do for a living. And I was just like, wow.
It's true. Yeah. It's true. They're out there. Yep. Yeah. Well, when you think of how many people have actually gotten arrested for murder versus how many murders get just never solved, it's a crazy number. When you look at those fucking TV shows about cops and most crimes get solved, but the reality of murders, I think it's like something like to go unsolved, something really nutty like that.
Yeah, I talked about that one time. I won't say it over here. It's fucking brutal. We
won't say it here because it's that out.
Well, I just don't want to fucking.
You don't want to encourage people to murder. Giving people the green light.
Yeah. Oh, it's just because we tried to come up with perfect murder, right? Me and this other guy, DeRosa, on this podcast, and then we had this top listen to our plans. Mine was the funniest because all right, so being a buddy, he goes, it's over. He goes, you forgot. He goes, once you involve somebody else, he goes, somebody's gonna get scared, and they're gonna cut a deal. He goes, it was fucking hilarious, dude. I got like literally, and I worked this whole thing out, and me and DeRosa were trying to talk to each other, which was better, and I got like, it's like when you watch American Ninja Warrior, and the person like stumbles on this first thing and goes right to the water. That's what happened. So he taught us basically how to get, I guess the audio doesn't exist. So. He basically said, if you have no priors and nobody fucking knows, you've never done anything, and if you were to do it, just somebody just completely not even connected to.
Yeah, that's what you might as well come to the same thing.
Nobody saw it. Like there's no way. Because there's no rational connection to it. There's no trail to follow.
Have you heard of this stuff that they're developing? That's essentially micro cameras with GPU units that are the size smaller than a grain of rice, like literally sand. And the idea is that eventually they're going to spread shit everywhere. And there will be cameras that record everything everywhere you go. And it's just a matter of time. Like now, more cameras now today than they've ever been before, right? Phones, surveillance cameras, and security cameras, that one right there. There's more cameras now than ever been before, but it's nothing compared to what they have potentially lined up for the future. They're going to have like grains of sand. Cameras everywhere.
Oh, you just vacuum those.
Just scoop them up. I'm talking about out there in the street.
Everywhere. They don't give shit. Show me jerking off. At least have that.
Will there ever be a time where there's no privacy? That's the question. Will there be a time where there's zero privacy?
Well, but this is the thing. The reason why they're going to get away with it is because people are such fucking voyeurs. Like, the more private it is, the less I want to see it. Because I always think, like, I would want someone to do it to me.
Right.
So anytime there's like, I can't even think of an example, but there's just been some
like those celebrity photos where they got into their iCloud.
They're like naked photos.
Right.
I never look at the fucking thing.
Really?
If somebody intercepts like a cell phone call, I don't listen to those things. I just think
you're moral.
It feels gross.
Yeah, good. Well, good for you. You're moral. You're moral person. That's good.
Yeah, and I mean I wouldn't say I'm a moral person, but in that instant maybe I am.
You're definitely moral.
But
So you're a moral person.
Don't put me in the place.
You are. I mean, you're not ridiculous. I mean, you're just a guy, but moral. You got slightly annoyed at the gas station until you're down yourself for the rest of the day.
I have a lot of work. I got a lot of work ahead of me.
You should get a punching bag.
I speed, but
That's not good enough. Yes, it is. Nah, because speed bags it's not real. Yes, it is. No, real is fucking It exists, and I hit it. Yeah. It exists, and I hit it, and I enjoy it. I bet you do, and it's good. I do enjoy it. And then I go and I play some, and I enjoy that. I'm not degrading, but I'm saying it's not good enough. I thought you were very judgmental. I am. Things that something I can hold in these beautiful hands of mine. You told me what real. Speed bags are fucking weird. It's a weird position. Joe, and hold your hand. Have you seen Hidden Figures? I heard it's good. The women got us on the move or something, right? It'll break bags versus heavy bags down in a way that you've never heard. Oh, beautiful. That's beautiful. No, heavy bag. What? You sit there and fuck up my hands and all that. Fuck up your hands. Yeah, it is because don't be fucked up because I don't have the time, Joe, to go to the dojo like for 30 fucking years and get it down. And I'm gonna go in there and I'm fuck up my wrist and I'm gonna hit it with the wrong. Oh yeah, why don't you wrap your hands? No, you wrap your hands. You get a water bag. You swaddle your hands. Get a water bag. Water bags are like literally like you're and into water. It's heavy. We live in a desert, but it just goes. Same water will be there forever. It's raining now. Got plenty of rain. I love how the drought is over. Like it's like no, we have enough water right now. This has to last us. Who the fuck knows when it's gonna rain again? Somebody like the mayor. Jesus Christ, man. Drought is out. Now we douchebag out this the next one.
What up, baby? How you living?
Golf courses.
You like that?
But they you know what? They stopped watering the strip. Yeah, on Sunset and Beverly Hills. That was unsettling. I was like, wow, they're letting rich people's basketball fall on the ground. This is scary. This is getting real.
Do you hear my man Manlet Queen snoring away, sawing logs? Anatoly, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Real. Well, they have, right? Like we're only supposed to water your thing at night, and you can only water at a certain amount of times in the day, like when it comes to your lawn. But they didn't have those rules with golf, did they? Golf courses, like especially private ones, they spend millions of gallons of water every year just in LA. I don't know. Do you golf? Oh, good for you. I don't. It's so fucking mind-numbing boring. I can't get into a sport where there's nobody trying to stop me. When they're just going, did you get yourself with? I'm gonna forgive myself. That's all right, Bill. You'll get to the next hole. Like, I don't give a shit. It's so fucking. I respect it. It's. I don't think it's a sport, but I think the people that are the best at it are athletic. The people that I have seen, dude, that I'm telling you, if you let them, they would tense up. They just don't have any athletic ability. They will get on a golf course and they can keep it on the course, and they can, they break 100. Yeah, I just the fucking pageantry of it, all the fucking clothes, bags, the tweet, and you know what I don't like either is I don't think there's ever a fucking sport because there's so many fat fuck non-athletic people playing it. There has never been a sport that has adjusted the equipment, the ball, the fucking the clubs that you use to give or just to help you hit it straighter. It's like literally the only thing missing fucking driver now is training wheels. It's fucking brutal. They should just have it guide you back and then come right through. That's true. Like baseball never went to aluminum bats. If they did, they did it at the college level, but at the pro level, they're just like, no, you can't do this. But baseball, when they were going through, no one was watching it and it wasn't exciting. They made the stadium smaller. They juiced up the ball. People on roids, they looked the other way, like, what? I didn't know that. And they just had these King Kong guys. They're just smashing them over the fence. And, but I'm just saying, like I don't know. I like when guys got busted for corking the bat. That was the most ridiculous thing to get in trouble for. Oh, they put cork in the bat. Remember, bats would break. What's in your bat? But that's another one too. I can punch. That's just so embarrassing. They try to pick it up. It has to cover up the cork. Well, this is what you should do. Like if you're gonna do that, like the entire time you're a pro,
the bad boy should have to deal with your shit. You always go, it's okay, Sonny, I got it. Like, look, it'd be so down to earth so that when you finally get busted with your cork bat, when you go to pick it up, no one's gonna look at like you're weird. But the thing is, you know, these Major League Baseball guys, they just fucking drop it, and some little 8-year-old scurries out and picks it up. So the second you give a about that little 8-year-old, like, I think you've run enough there, Sonny boy. Like, they realize that that's when the ump comes over.
Well, you can see the cork, right? When it snaps.
I know. I mean, the average sports fan goes, dude, I did that a month ago. I can't. Like, the fucking bat breaks, I have no idea. It's not until they pick it up and they start looking at it, and then the announcer literally tells me, wow, they're inspecting it. That this could possibly be a cork situation. Then I know.
How much of a difference does it make to have cork in the bat?
It's just a competitive edge. I mean, you still have to have barrel the bat and beat the ball, which is so fucking hard. You still have to do that. It could be the difference between getting to the warning track
and going over,
or hitting the wall and getting it out. You know, get that double or something.
That's it. Just that little amount. That's it.
Just gives it just a little push.
Shit. Sammy Sosa's downfall began 13 years ago today. That's Sammy Sosa got busted with cork. So what do? They drill a hole and they just hollow it out somehow or another. What the fuck's going on with that one? That picture you just showed. What's that?
That might have been when they picked it up off the ground.
So I didn't know. I thought there was like they drill a hole.
No, this time because bat has been corked and transfers less energy to the ball, which makes sense kind of to me. But
transfers less energy to the ball. Huh. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. Although I have no physics.
Well, why don't you? Well, it seems to me that it makes more sense that if a bat was solid, that does make sense.
yeah,
if a bat was solid,
more mass and transfer more, but you'd be able to swing it faster if it was lighter. So you'd be able to hit instead.
Oh, I thought it was because it was more of a spongy thing.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
And you know what? And that's right. I think they drill from the top. Thank God you said that, because there's probably a bunch of people screaming right now. Their fucking players going, "No, you fucking moron!
It's lighter. You cut."
Oh, well, that's what it is. I always thought like they had it like up against the like flush with it. Dude, that doesn't make any sense. Now that I think about that, that's like having a Nerf bat up there. The fucking bat would break.
I thought it would
Which I guess it does.
bounce more. Point.
For your listeners, for the record, I said I had no physics background, so
You definitely don't.
no, I don't.
Yeah, I would think that it would hit harder, right? It's just a matter of it being faster.
Probably that's me coming through.
Interesting. Which is why they swing when they're warming up. They swing all other bats. They swing two bats, right? You know what? Or they put a weight bat. They swing that.
Yeah, which allegedly helps some people. It helps some people say it doesn't. Well, don't you guys do that? Don't you guys like run with weighted vests on through the mountains?
Yeah, it's bad for your joints, but some do it. The best way to do it is hiking. Hiking with weighted vests is okay, but really not such a good idea. Especially, there's a lot of guys who do it though. They put weighted vest on. They run on concrete. Just hard
Hey,
asses.
who won that Tito Ortiz fight?
Tito won.
He won?
Choked him out. Yeah, it was a quick fight. He got caught in a guillotine early in the fight, but Chael lost the team. Tito got on top. Tito took his back, and he got like sort of a rear naked choke, but more of like a face crush. Just a gorilla. Just kind of. And a lot of people thought it was a work. They thought it was fake. They thought it was a fake fight
because he did it so easily.
Well, it looked fake because the choke wasn't in right, but it wasn't fake. He just kind of he did what we call goon. He gooned somebody. Like there's sometimes like you could just get someone's head just goon them, whereas like the right technique, the way to do that, the right technique is you go under the chin, you wrap your head around the back of the neck, and that way you just get maximum leverage, and it's perfect. But
you can
sort of
lower jaw to the back of his head.
If someone's pocket, so like right there, and I get their head, and I'm fresh in the fight because you're not even tired, you get fucking crushed their head. You can let it. There's a lot of guys have been gooned. You know,
love that word.
Gooning. That's a jiu-jitsu word. Like there's certain techniques you do. Like,
you know what's funny is it just totally defines what it like. Or second you said, I know what that is. You just had no respect for my style. Walk while my pussy kicks and hits, and just fucking grab my nostril. Right.
Did you watch Game of Thrones?
My wife would refuse to get into it. So, you know,
Do you remember the mountain?
I just didn't watch
The mountain grabbed that guy's head and crushed it. He gooned him. He grabbed his head and he smashed his head with his hands.
The only one I saw was when that little shit king, you know, didn't like this song this guy sang, and he fucking goes, all right, just talk about it.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what? Like, who the fuck would listen to this little bit?
This guy, see, he slips. The guy gets on top of him, grabs him, and he just fucking goons him. He grabs his head and he fucking goons him. Boom. Smash.
What the fuck?
That guy is fucking gigantic too. Look, she's upset. Meanwhile, the other guy was
You
killing
know what I love?
the
What I love is they were watching a fight to the death, but they seen it done like that. So there's always that level of gross out there. Working your way through porn,
Yeah.
where you just start off with the basics and you just go into darker rooms. That's the same thing when I watching people fucking get hurt.
Yeah, right? Like torturing someone to death is more terrifying to people than just shooting him from a distance as a sniper.
Yeah, you could like watch them.
Yeah.
People who fucking like the fact that human beings can understand pain and then they inflict it like slowly on other people is the most fucking like animalistic part. Like every time I that shit that people get that literally torture another human being. Like how you go home at the end of the day thinking you did something good is just fucking out of
There's got to get information out of people, Bill Burr. There's people out there that know things. And out what they know, and the best way to do it is to cut their fingers off.
Well, haven't they? When you start to cut, just to tell someone to cut your finger off, they will tell you whatever the fuck you would.
Yeah, but sometimes they won't. Sometimes they'll tell you some fake shit. And you know, like
How many
doesn't
fingers
always
in do you
work.
think you're getting the real stuff?
Probably 9.
Probably 9.
And if they think about that last finger that they need to open up their iPhone, like, all right,
You just open the refrigerator drawer.
oh yeah,
Drawer with one
yeah.
finger.
I want to still be able to finger somebody. What can you do? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's look, what are war crimes? How about that? How about you're not allowed to do certain things, you're not allowed to gas people, but you're allowed to drop a nuclear bomb on them. You're allowed to do that.
It shouldn't be like war at this point. It shouldn't be legal.
War should be illegal. What are you doing when someone attacks? Just take them
No,
their shit.
no. I'm just saying that it should be progressed enough.
Right. We should be.
I'm saying
The problem is the rest of the world.
common people.
Common. Right.
Oh, dude, we're not exactly civilized. I don't think anybody's. I think going to war. It's not a civil fucking fun. It would be great if everybody, because you need regular people. So if everybody was just like, yeah, we're not doing it.
Yeah.
If you rich guys want to go to war, you guys go fight each other to death, but we'll fucking watch it on video. That would be the but there's a complete lack of trust with different countries, different cultures, different races, and all that. But if you can somehow get everybody on the same page to be just like, yeah, we're not doing that anymore. So you guys find out a different way, fucking take over the world or something that but that could never happen. You can't. Did you ever watch The Apprentice? You try to get Vince Neil and the Culture Club guy. They can't even get on the same
Celebrity
page.
Apprentice?
Yeah,
I don't watch it.
Yeah, they can't get on the same fucking page to write a song. So there's no way you're ever gonna work right there.
If they asked me to do that show, Celebrity Apprentice, back when Fear Factor came years ago, and I was thinking about doing it, I'm so glad I didn't do it now. Because what if, like, me and Trump didn't get along? What if he thought I was a cunt? And now I became president? I was like, shit. Now that and he's with the president? Imagine that. Like Rose O'Donnell right now. She probably barely leaves her house. She's probably sitting home going, fuck.
You get audited or something.
Well, she shit on him constantly, and then he started shitting on her. They would go to war with each other. He was on The View, and she would shit on him and make fun of his hair and make fun of him and make his life and his family, and then he became fucking president. And then in the debates, he was mocking her in the debates. Like she was, because Clinton said something about the things that he says about women, which I always have a real fucking problem with. Because she was, you've called women this and you've called women that. Like, okay, he's called people that, and some of those people happen to be women. He's also called men that, and that's one of the things.
I didn't understand one of the things that he said when he said she's a nasty woman.
Yeah.
Why they latched on like he was attacking all women. She is a woman, and he's saying that she's nasty. He said he's a nasty man, or he's not a good man, or whatever. Like,
Exactly. It became this thing where women, like, you're not supposed to mock women, make fun of them. Like, are we equal or are we not? Because if we're equal, I'd be able to shit on you the way I shit on everybody if I don't like your character.
You know what's a big move? Was that T-shirt that was the future feminine?
What's that?
It was just this thing that these women wearing it when I went down to go vote. And it's just like, you are so fucking...
You're making people not want to vote for Clinton.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it should be, the future is like some sort of unity.
Right.
And what you're doing is like, oh, the future, we're going to fucking now do to you what we've been complaining about. We're just going to pay. So then,
Right.
Then you lose any sort of feeling of like, oh, this person's a victim, or like, the person's a good person. So, oh, what you are is a complete fucking psycho who hasn't got to sit at the controls yet.
Exactly.
And now you want to be that, and then you're gonna ram it down everybody's throats, and it's just like, there needs to be. It's why I can't watch CNN or Fox, because I can't just sit there and listen to me as much as I rant, rave, just fucking I can't sit there and listen to people screaming, yelling at each other because they don't want to. They don't want to come together. They don't want to fuck right. They just want to win.
They have a side.
Yeah, and
They have a side, and they don't look at that.
Yeah, I wear a red tie, so I argue the red tie shit. You the blue ties, you argue that. It's fucking childish.
Hashtag on with her. Yeah, the her thing drives me fucking crazy too. Like, what do you mean you're with her? Like, it's just her? Is it about a woman? Or is it about who's the right person to run the fucking country? It's because it's not her. Is he like Democratic?
And I thought those fucking, CNN, you see that, they kind of fucking boxed out Bernie Sanders, and then it was almost like a fight. He might have been a better matchup. Who knows?
He was a way better matchup. He wasn't compromised. Like, if you want to talk about someone who's financially compromised, he wasn't compromised. He was like maybe the only guy ever running for president that wasn't completely into the financial system.
They can always find shit on you. Be like, well, he was absent because he didn't vote for that. I love when they try to get him on, like, they didn't vote for this or they didn't vote for that. But what was fucking attached to it? And I don't get why that's legal. Where it's like, hey, clean drinking water for children, and it's like, he voted no. Like I said, and then using like what is attached to it is like, oh yeah, they're gonna start getting this fucking,
Exactly. Yeah.
Hospital or whatever. I don't know.
The CNN, Fox divide, the left and the right divide in this country right now. There's no one objective news source. There's not one source that just tells you what's going on and doesn't do it from a biased perspective.
But I think that divide only exists between the people who watch that shit. It's kind of like people like, do you watch the UFC? Do you not watch the UFC? If you watch the UFC, you're fucking into the shit. And I think there's just news junkies out there that just mainline that shit, and they're the one that where that divide is like that. But someone like myself, like I can listen to somebody, try to anyways, like whatever your point of view is, I try to listen to it. I try to keep that shit out of my head, because it gives me anxiety. I can't fucking watch it. I can't watch it. My mother was watching, last time I went home, my mother was watching this kids thing, like little nephews and nieces, and I literally couldn't even get through the fucking kids movie, because towards the end they just kept putting these obstacles, and the fucking anxiety it just built in me. I'm not built like that. I can't handle it. Just literally watching a kids movie, watch this thing go, like, can you just get him to the end where he gets the fucking thing and you roll right into it? It's fine. If you stop having, like, and then a little almost falls into the trash bin. I know he's not gonna, but I can't even handle that. So there's no fucking way I'm gonna sit there watching the news.
I hope that people like you are the future. I hope that we realize that this fucking left versus right thing is stupid. But people love to be on a team. They love it. They love to be on our side is winning, and your side can go fuck themselves.
Yeah,
they love to win. It's won. How many people you just see on Twitter that's like, we won, get over it, we won. I saw a lot of that. A lot of we won.
Yeah.
The left can't handle it, we won. MAGA.
What is MAGA?
Make America great again. Hashtag MGA.
Hey, people have a right to tweet.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. It's interesting. We're working it out. I think we're working it out as a civilization. That's what I think.
Mike had a little bit of faith. He came with hammers and grains of sand.
That's future. It's gonna take some time. It's take about 50 years.
My fucking
like dirt, little tiny
You know,
cameras.
there's got to be a thing that I always thought, like, I don't know if I read about this, because I'm always late. I fucking go on the internet as I fall asleep. So I can't remember if this is my idea. Somebody came up with it. It would be really cool for, like, say, if you're like a level of celebrity, where everybody's always taking a picture. If you could wear a suit that anticipated the camera flash, as their cameras flash, you would flash back at them, and then they couldn't get anything. Then you could just sit there and be your suit. Because everybody's taking pictures of you, and they would all, the bumping room or whatever the fuck they did, look into their cameras, not understand what was going on.
They just built a UFO landed in front of them.
Yeah, there has to be a way, like, I feel like future money is encountering all that.
It is anti-paparazzi clothes. It's a
Oh, so I
blazer.
did. I knew it was too stupid to come up with that.
How does he not capture?
So 3D reflection stuff. It's on like a lot of shoes and some other clothes.
All they have to do is turn the flash off, though.
Well, you have to, it's in the dark and you can't see the people, which is the opposite reason.
But does it work?
Yeah, I'll show.
I knew I was too dumb to come up with that.
So they're wearing hoods that stop.
You don't see their face or anything. You just see the clothes. Not really the reason I want to take it from. I mean, it probably
Yeah, you can see who that guy is.
There might be a reason way to get around for now.
But those new cameras that they have now are so good on camera phones. Are so good in low light. You don't even need that anymore. Take a photo of it. I mean, they can capture incredible images in pretty low light. There's an iPhone 7.
All those like TMZ guys aren't using iPhone photos for.
Oh, okay, right. Strange times. Comes to privacy. Slowly but surely, it's all going away.
We're taking callers.
Where are you gonna move, Bill? The mountains.
No. I'm not fighting this shit.
Just gonna hang it.
Just look at it, disappointed. Why do we have to do this? Come on, guys. Let's just go play checkers. Whittle and wood.
It's not happening. We're gonna keep going forward. I'm a little nervous about it.
Let's get out of the clock. I got the rest of the day ahead of me, man. I can go down this rabbit hole. It's all good. It's all good.
It's gonna be fine. Well, especially now when you have a little tiny baby that just happened.
Tell jokes to her. Yeah, she's the best. She's the best. So,
Future like when it comes to this shit. That's what's bizarre. Like, what are our kids gonna have to deal with 50 years from now? Kind of bizarre integration.
They'll deal with it, and they'll find their fun, and they'll be happy. And so try not to be a cunt. I don't know what to tell you. All I know is I got a special coming out.
That's what
spinning around.
Bill Burr, it's out right now.
It is
That's
out
like
right
special.
now. It's out right now, and I'm very proud of it. And I look at it, the thing. I like the jokes that I did on it, and I hope people feel the same way. Because I'd like to continue my privileged life here.
And this one's black and white. No, the last one's black and white. This one's color, rather. Right?
Each one, I have a look that I'm going for. The same, trying to, as a comedian, each time is a little bit of a different thing. And, you know, I've always felt, you know, that we went through a horrible period of stand-up specials where it was just a complete lack of respect for the art form. It's just a amazing thing that one guy or woman can go out there and just talk into a microphone and people will fucking listen to it for like, you know,
I am. How are you?
an hour or so. And they just started shooting. Everybody's looked the same.
I am. How are you?
For this look.
Well, I'm not gonna.
Dude, it doesn't work.
Give you all my tricks.
Dude, it doesn't work if you fucking mute me, dude.
Although that's a shitty image of me. But
No, you don't. Not on that one.
concert films that I'd
Yes,
like to
you
look
did.
up. Like I always try to fuck with the HD look because it's clearer than real life. So I try to like tone it down a little bit.
So you gave yourself like a little
No.
Instagram filter. Like those
I guess
Snapchat girls
you could
do.
say that.
How are you?
Snapchat.
Yeah, so I just actually got another account for Telegram. So I'm gonna have a third camera in here without the microphone. But it's kind of getting paused on me. I don't know why. How are you? That's good to hear. Very well. Did you hear Manlet Queen snoring earlier?
Yeah, she was so annoying.
It was hilarious. Very relaxing to me. Do you know who Bill Burr is?
Yeah, I think he sounds familiar.
He has that show F is for Family. He's also a comedian. He's the guy whose face you're looking at right now. So we're just listening to Bill Burr. And I'm trying to get this fucking camera thing working. I don't know why it's not. But it'd be cool to have like a bunch of cameras in here, even if they're not all on YouTube. If they're on Telegram, that's cool. So long as I still have the other ones going on YouTube. Make it a fun house. Yeah, I think so. And people come in, they're like, whoa. I mean, if anything, very few people have multiple Telegram accounts. And then they have multiple Telegram accounts with multiple video angles. It's something. I'm not saying it's the coolest thing on earth, but it's pretty cool. Alrighty, my friend. Well, we're going to continue listening. Unless you want to talk, I'm here for you. If not, here we go, Bill Burr.
I just thought we were homies that were going to talk and
No, we're definitely homies. I mean, I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. What do you want to talk about? Yeah, so is that your picture?
That's me, yeah.
That's weird. Why do you do that?
It seems a little off.
Okay, so he just basically
He's a nice guy.
he's definitely nice. He just took your thing though.
Yeah, he's just like my profile.
Alright, well, do you want him not to? You'd rather have him not do that?
Not do what? Take my picture?
Yeah.
Get some famous, man. Famous.
I'm surprised you don't have a dog.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a dog before? Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, have I had a dog yet?
Oh, you have, okay.
Can we go bankrupt, Jerry? I say we can't, because the U.S. government is the biggest debtor in the world. But we also get to borrow at the lowest rate. So if you go bankrupt, rates on U.S. government bonds will never be treated for a long time as risk-free bonds. The difference between a risk-free treasury bond, say at 4% a day,
so what Central American country, to what Central American country are we moving? Costa Rica?
What's the question, sir?
To what Central American country are we moving?
Are we living in or?
Are we moving?
El Salvador.
Okay, El Salvador.
Safest country in the Western Hemisphere.
Wow.
Used to be the most dangerous.
Are we going to move to San Salvador?
Yeah, that's El Salvador.
Okay. Do they have air conditioning? Do they have air conditioning there?
Oh yeah.
I'm in.
And you can come to my house, and it's only like 10,000 down. And I'm gonna start a company, and I'm not gonna pay taxes for 15 years. And it's only a 3-hour flight to my house in Dallas.
Oh wow, it's only 3 hours from your house to Dallas?
Yeah, flight.
Can you drive it?
I would
It's
That's for Mexico. That's where you get stopped and robbed.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It's too unsafe.
Yeah. What up, Will? What up, Wheat?
Families eventually going to work, come across the border and shopping, fantastic. But that's going to create an economic boom eventually because the population increase or my.
I don't know. They just left. You just scared them off.
Oh, there we go. Might have been acting.
Dude, what did you do to Ducky?
I never even DM'd her. I just messed her up and hit her up.
Dude, you DM'd her so many times. She's freaking.
I teased her?
No, I said you DM'd her so many times. She's freaking.
That's the funny thing. I never even DM'd her. I tried to be like Mark and do it.
Yeah, that worked real well.
So I'm gonna definitely hit her up.
Ready to work. If we have a baby, we have to cost $300,000 just to get Gadget's baby through high school, not counting college. It's a huge investment. And so immigration is the best way to grow. It's a question of how do you do it? Illegal is more risky and not optimal. I'll tell you, my model, they have higher immigration than us, but it's legal, and of course they don't have borders. They're surrounded by ocean. That helps a lot, obviously. But that's what we need. We need a pro-immigration policy, but we define what we want to track, and we don't just let people run across the border. Immigration is the best single way to grow. You're letting them get raised somewhere else and come in, starting from day one as productive workers. You're going to earn and spend more money and drive your economy. It doesn't get better than that. It's just a matter of the right immigration. If we react, I'm scared, George, this recession is going to cause us to be more anti-immigrant, and that's the single worst thing we could do. Yeah, I'm all for immigration. I'm not for illegal immigration. Right. Legal, that's what this country was made of. A long time ago. Here's folks what they can do when they go to your newsletter. Okay. Everygood.com is a good site. You get on my free, it's a weekly, every week I'm going to send you a one-page article with each one chart, okay? And I do that as long as it takes you to understand what we're doing, and then eventually we have other services more in depth. It's the best thing. You can be on our free newsletter, very informative. It's very popular. We have a huge list of people on this. This is the best way to keep up with this until you have more confidence to take a bigger step. And I'm telling you, 2024 is going to go down as the most important year in investment, perhaps in history, or up there with 1930.
Yo, dog. Can you hear this? Yeah, you can. Let's test this.
I just say that the economy, it depends on how fast they're trying to hold us off, but I think the economy is going to keep trending slow, and maybe we get a recession later this year. Now, Trump is dead in the recession. Trump has never gotten reelected in a weak economy recession, so I think the Republican candidate is the most important factor. Whoever gets that nomination is likely not only to win, but to be reelected in 2028, because the crisis will already be happening and will turn around by say 2026 and be good into the next election in 2028. So this is the next president is going to be important, and if Biden somehow gets reelected, which I think is unlikely, he's going to be a loser for it. Aaron, thank you. Stay safe in Puerto Rico. Keep in touch with us. Up next, Rainey Hidley joins us as we talk about her work. 8 things to know about where we go.
Sign up now for Coast to Coast, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
hear the radio ads about the IRS, they tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-506-9295. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and include Plus with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmares today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-506-9295. That's 800-506-9295. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. Sick and tired of achy joints, dread the idea of surgery? You can call QC Kinetics today.
Hey, Jerry and Sam, listen, the state of healthcare is always changing. The old ideas like steroids and surgery are no longer your only option.
Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative non-surgical drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results.
You have knee pain, or back pain, shoulders, maybe it's arthritis or injury. Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life.
QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair to its strong nature.
This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime.
Make 2024 the year you train your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk and run and play and live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs.
Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation. Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, now also in Oakland.
213-997-PAIN, 213-997-PAIN, that's 213-997-PAIN.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. Mood enhancing, pharmacy grade, stimulating talk.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
9 firefighters injured. I'm Mark Roner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 9 firefighters have been hurt in a big rig explosion in Wilmington.
Firefighters responded to the call after 7 this morning where one of the semi-pressurized natural gas tanks exploded, blowing some of the firefighters back. LA City Fire Chief Christian Powers said 2 of the firefighters were critically injured and 1 had to be airlifted to LA General's burn unit. And to look at them and their faces was something that I will never forget. The fire department says a second 100-gallon gas tank on the big rig was still leaking gas hours after the explosion, but that there's no threat to people living nearby. In Carson, Chris Adler, KFI News.
Investigators in LA County are warning about a phone scam in which callers tell people they're facing arrest. The callers pretend to be LA County Sheriff's deputies, courthouse.
And they're making it not look like I'm standing in a tropical fish tank and a clownfish is going to swim. It's just like when you look at AD, it's just like fucking like, oh my god, look how fucking white that t-shirt is. And you get like distracted. And I think it makes it not real. Whereas if you look at like, I don't know, it's just something like I would look at old concert films, I'd look at old stand-up and be like, why did this look like this really happened? And why does all this shit now look so fake? And a lot of it was just too fucking clear, and it was also like edit as it was going through, and it makes your brain reset. And you're, rather than drawing people in, you're giving them like an epileptic episode.
I did my last special almost entirely from the waist up. Very few edits. The only time I edited is when I wanted to show a side or I wanted to show like my whole body. That's it. I tried to do it. You're right in front of me. Just watch it, just like you would if you're sitting in the crowd at a comedy show. They want to, they always want to like show the audience. They always want to show this and back and forth. And like every time you do that, you make a person realize that they're watching a film.
Oh, their brain resets too.
Yeah.
So you were just drawn in. They were into your shit. Like when somebody watches you do a show, you're not all of a sudden up in the balcony or turning around or swooping in. You got to have a link to that because it does have to be like sort of like a concert film, but like it's all how you pick those.
Yeah. Now, when you're doing stand-up and you're also doing F is for Family, like, we had this conversation the other day at the door where we were talking about how it just kind of swoops in and takes all your time.
During those, the heavy writing part.
And how much time do you spend doing that show, F is for Family, which, by the way, is awesome. I love that show.
Oh, thank you.
It's
coming out again
hilarious.
in May.
How many episodes do at a time?
Well, this time we did 10. They gave us 6 the first season. They gave us 6 because I think they were like, what the fuck you guys doing? And they saw it and then they liked it. And that's what, because it was a weird order. It was like a half order. So now we're doing 10. So that comes out in May. I just realized the math didn't work out on that because they gave me 6. I said it was a half order, but they used to do 12, but then they whittled everybody down to 10. So.
How, like when you write that, how far in advance do you start before you? Because it takes a while to put it together and to film it.
Yeah, like we're mapping the third, if we get a third season, because it's weirdly to kind of put it all out at once. So we have to see, hopefully, people that watch it the first time come back again, and then more people come. But as far as how that works is like you really like it's the war to do a season is you map out the season, and you really have to like work all the bugs out of it. And that's the time when like, are we gonna go big here? Are we gonna have this more grounded? Is this gonna happen? Is that gonna happen? You really work out the big emotional moments in the storylines before you get in there, so you can because as you start to write and there's 10 people in the room and the ideas are flowing, you can kind of veer off, which can be a good thing. It's not like it's set in stone, like this is what we're writing, but like you just sort of know, like, you know, we're going from point A to B, then B to C, and then how you get there is sort of the art of writing it. But like, you just want to make sure that all of a sudden you don't go from A over to C, and then blah blah blah. If you got B, we got to go back to this. How do we go to this? Depending on the type of show that you do, you know, like ours, I like to try to keep like grounded in a level of reality, but also take advantage that it is animation, so you can get a little absurd, but like. And there's just like a balance of that, like a fucking recipe. Like, all right, there's too much salt here. We gotta do a little bit of this. So, this is the first time I've gone this far with anything. So now I learned a lot in this second season about that. So we're really hammering out this third season. You know, I'm a total newbie in this.
Had you ever written anything before like that?
I think I actually could be a decent writer. I just don't want to do it because it's so much fucking work. I just don't want to just sit down and write this whole thing, send it to a studio and be like, change this, change that, do this, but go all at the beginning. Like, you know, I think if I didn't have like, because I always have a thing in my head. I was like, oh, I can just do a fucking stand-up gig and do it in real time, and it's done. And I have to pay for my fucking ham sandwiches for a month.
Right.
Why do I want to? How hard writers work, like it's fucking unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like the level that those people work versus like the fucking credit that they get and shit. So I have such a level of respect in that, like, you know, I've talked to some people and they're like, hey, you want to write a movie script or something like that, which I guess I know I could do it, but it's just like, I'm gonna write a movie script and do the F is for Family and fucking do stand up and try to have my special, and then my last special, that alone is gonna take up so much time, and then now I'm gonna be, you know, married and being dead. It's like only so many fucking hours in the day, and then when would I get to drums, right?
Right.
So do I want to fucking also add that?
And if you don't play drums, then you start going a little wacky.
Yeah, and then I'll be a dick on my wife.
Yeah, I'm that way with martial arts. If I don't do some kind of workout, like someone says, well, just don't work out for a few weeks. It's not even on the menu. I can't do it. Yeah, it's almost like I have to brush my teeth. I have to work out. I have to maintain a balance. If I don't have that balance, it's
weird because it's just a hobby, but I'm really obsessed with it. I've watched all these drum videos, drum covers. I watch all.
You talk about it all the time. You're balls deep.
Yeah.
But it's like, I think
it's harmless.
Things like
it's
that.
fucking harmless. It's fun. It's a fun thing to do, and yeah, it keeps me. It's like something you gotta have something you're looking forward to as hard as you're working. like I got some gigs coming up, and I am so fucking excited to get this. Right after I did that show, I did Comic Salon for Leary, and that's about the only book I've been to LAX since like November, which is crazy.
Wow.
So I'm like chomping at the bit to get out there. Like last night, I tried to do it out, man. I was just like, oh god, I just like with the new shit.
Where'd you go last night?
I was down in Largo, gonna be at the Ice House Friday night.
You're at the Ice House tomorrow with me.
Yeah, I'll be down there, and I just got.
The Ice House is the best.
I know all the points I want to talk about, and so I just have to talk about them. So I have to go out there. So I'm going out doing some club dipping, and I'm bringing some really funny guys in front of me.
Who are you bringing?
Paul Verzi, Joe Bartnick. So I got Eddie Del Rey up when I do San Jose, and I'm just I'm whole thing was waiting for the kid to come. Then she showed up, and now that that's done, it's just like, I gotta get out there.
So you do theater gig? Do you doing club gigs?
Let's do clubs. When I'm working out, I mean, I have to talk running out, but I'm not gonna make people deal with all of that bullshit to watch me work some shit out.
Where are you going to say? You doing the improv?
Yeah,
that's a great club.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's sort of an off night kind of thing, I always feel like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, people are more forgiving. Well, Friday, Saturday, people are like, I want a show, right? So on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, I've told people that I'm working shit out, ticket prices, aren't that bad, and
it's fun to see too. I love watching people work shit out.
Yeah, but I'm not one of those people like who's working to get off the road. I fucking love the road. I love doing the road. I'll go to games and shit. Like I'm gonna go to the Carolina Duke game when I'm out there. It's fucking legendary shit. Like that's just like that's like a bucket list sport, whatever sport you're into, is to go there and just experience like that of passion and hysteria for college basketball. I mean, it's like it's an overused word, but it is a basketball mecca.
It's part of your fun for the road.
Yeah,
like a day game. Then night gig.
Yeah, but as far as like drumming, like there's like rehearsal spaces that I just get. It's the shit because I'm not in town, so I don't have any responsibility, and I just go in with my iPhone and my music. Put the fucking headphones on and just fucking go nuts for 2 hours. It's like, rather than I guess doing the treadmill, which I probably should do more, but I do that. It's the greatest thing ever. So like I'll ask, if I go to some place and I have enough time, I'll ask people on my podcast, hey, if you have a good personal space, because there's good ones and bad ones. The fucking worst ones is you go there and they're not a fucking tune. They got old heads and then everything's been over torqued. You gotta like take the sticks to try to get them. They get all frozen up.
I think that a lot of people that get bummed out of the road is because they have to do the road. Like one of the beautiful things about you don't have to do the road. You like to do the road. Like I remember one of the things that used to really bum me out when I would go to clubs, they would tell me that Richard Jenney was just really fucking needed. He hates being on the road. He was grumpy. He just hated stand-up because he just wanted to have a sitcom. He always wanted to be like the next Seinfeld. It didn't happen for him, so he was miserable. But meanwhile, to me, he was my idol. So it's like this guy's like one of the greatest comics ever, and he doesn't like this is all I wanted to do. I'd show up at a club and I'd go, I can't believe it. I'm headlining. I'm here. I'm doing it. And they'd say, yeah, Rich, nice. Someone's actually having a good time. Richard Jenney was here last week. I just out.
But you never know. They'll let scuttlebutt in the club. He could have just been in a bad mood, cut that week. So then all of a sudden, the fact that he's not here to defend, that he the level that guy wrote the specials that he wrote, he had to have enjoyed it.
He enjoyed some of it, but I was friends with his ex-girlfriend, and she was telling me that was really the case. Just
was really trying to hope that you wouldn't have confirmed that.
Yeah, I know. Well, I think back then that was the carrot, though. The carrot was a sitcom. I was like, that was what everybody went for. And if you didn't get that, you felt bummed out. Whereas somewhere along the line, we realized that's not necessarily true. You're better off without the sitcom. You're better off just being a big name stand-up comic and having a good time. You write your own shit. You don't have to deal with producers.
Yeah, when it came up, you had to be given a special. You couldn't just do it. And also the network money was crazy. And if you could get to syndication, you were set for life. And there's syndication shit now, like Netflix, there is no syndication. It's automatically syndicated.
Well, I would shows doing syndication. It's not the same. It's not what everybody thinks it is. Like if you're one of the owners of the show, it's big time. But like I was at News Radio's in syndication. I mean, I got. Don't get me wrong, I got a lot of money from it, but it wasn't Seinfeld money.
But it goes down to like $7 checks really quickly, like however that fucking math works out. I had a thing with my buddy, like you just take pictures of residual checks, like trying to beat and two of my friends got the 1 cent.
They got 1 cent?
No, month. Because I didn't think that exists, because I got a lot of like $17, you know, I got a friend of mine. I'm not gonna say the name of the fucking movie, but like it's a big fucking movie and everybody loves it. And they showed it one time on a network for 24 hours straight, and it got played for one plane. Because they go, oh, it was just one day, but they sold advertising for 24 fucking hours. Because they just do it, and then they sit and wait for you to sue them. And are you going to go, it's going to be worth it to you to go through that. So, like,
because it's only probably bugs that way.
Well, what I learned, unfortunately, is just, like the number one commandment of the 10 Commandments, the number one that's, I think, stealing. It's just, and as far as stealing is, you basically have the illegal side of stealing and the legal side of stealing. So any smart criminal is trying to make his business legit. So he doesn't have to hide his fucking money anymore, but he can continue to just rob people fucking blind, because that's basically what happens is everybody just like, I mean, some of the deals that I've signed, like for shit, like if you audited us, but we're only off by like 3%, then you have to pay for the audit. It's like, you literally just built into this deal a license to steal 3%. Plus what I have to catch you with. So you have to steal 9 to basically skim like whatever 9% off of this fucking thing. And they go to sleep at night and they feel they're good. And they don't give a fuck that they're driving a car that, you know, a bunch of people paid for it and they took the money. They don't give a shit.
Legal loopholes and fine print. Yeah, it's a dirty world. It's a dirty world.
That's why as far as Trump like not reporting his taxes and all that type of shit, it's like you can get so mad where it's like, all right, so because he figured out the game, he's kind of like, well, I'm just robbing from thieves.
Right.
Like that whole fucking like politicians are so underpaid. They need all these guys money to get in there, and then when they get in there, they got to hook them up, and they give them these governmental contracts. The fact that they're allowed to just fucking overcharge like the level they do is just stealing. So you're giving you like I have a problem paying taxes. What fucking drives me up the wall is knowing that like the amount of money, like say you give them fucking 50 grand, like the amount of that money that's actually going to go for the supplies to make a school better, to fill like a fucking pothole, and the amount that's going to go into this guy's, I want a shiny watch, my wife needs fake tits fund on the side. That's what eats me up. Did you see what Trump, where he's filed for re-election 5 hours after he took office? No one's ever done that before. Everybody files for re-election like a year out from the re-election. He filed for re-election 5 hours after office. That means when anybody addresses him in any sort of a campaign, they have to address him as if they're running against him. Because he's already running for president. He's running for
What
president.
up, baby? How are you?
So he's essentially changed the way they have to address him.
Living the dream, baby. What's new with you, James? Just for a moment, I'm pausing it. What's new with you? Very well. We're just absolutely. I imagine so. It's wow. It's like 2 a.m. there, right? I love me some Bill Burr. I think he's hilarious. Right. Isn't it something? It's a beautiful, beautiful mixture. We've got Rabbi's cozy little room filled with Bill Burr and manless snoring.
It's very cozy indeed.
Well, feel free to stay as long as you like. Pop in whenever you want. You know how it is, and we appreciate you being here. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with us, and we appreciate that. You take care, my friend. Take it easy, James.
Thank you, Rabbi. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams to you as well.
Just put up and we'll be able to figure out what it means. Figure out what the... Hey, the guy, he's organized. Say what you want about him. Man is organized. Oh, he's definitely organized. He's been just juking and fucking shucking and jiving in business for a long fucking time. You know, and he knows how to get his on things. You know, I mean, everywhere you go, there's some giant building with gold that says Trump on it. Yeah, I think we're going to be all right. We'll be all right, you know. Well, yeah, I mean, if he's going to, the amount of people he's already fucking annoyed, you figure the midterm elections come 2 years in, he's got his shit where he's going to rent for fucking 2 years. And then I think everybody else is just vote for fucking blue ties and blue bras in the fucking next one, right? And you think so? Yes. I mean, that's what always happens. After 8 years of click. Right, then it went red, and then 8 years of this will make it better. Let's go over to Obama. Right, and after 8 years of Obama, let's go back over to the red side. I would like to see someone who is more in the middle of things, though. I'd really like to see someone who has more maybe libertarian values, or someone who's more just not clearly right or clearly left. Somebody a little more secure. His insecurity is what scares me the most. Like tweeting. No, he said about his daughter, and everybody, that was some weird sexual thing. Like, he's so insecure that people are going to think his daughter is not good looking, that he says what he wants people to say. He wasn't thinking like context. Like, I dare, she's the greatest ever. Like, everything he says, it's like the same cadence, same three things. Like, he gets like, he has time to watch SNL, right? Or sees if somebody on an award show, like, why are you watching the Golden Globes? Right? Do you give a fuck what Meryl Streep says? Phoebe, who gives a fuck, says? Yeah. You're the leader of the free world, man. Fucking not good at this. Yeah, look out to the ocean and see what's coming at us, man. And he wants to be loved across the board by everybody. I don't know what it is. We're here. What's funny is I find him fascinating as far as the way if you want to be loved, to behave the way he does, and really just have that my way where you just ram it down your throat, shut the fuck up. It's just this weird. It's weird that you can have that personality and still want to be liked. It's like, dude, do you enjoy being treated like that? Then why would you treat other people this way? I don't know. It's a ram it down their throat. His approach is that you like those stupid Hollywood movies where somebody grabs it by force, we're gonna clean this town up. Like, it's just like he's gonna hurt a lot of people because there's a lot of innocent people are gonna get caught up in the want of the very simplistic solution to a huge problem. Let's get rid of all of them. I don't know, but I'm just a comedian. I don't have the fucking answers. I just wouldn't I don't know. What is this, Jamie? What are you pulling up here?
It's about the things that are brought up when filing early.
Okay, a candidate for president is subject to different rules than a president is afforded different protections. This critics on edge, and already existing concerns about Trump's entanglements are now heightened by fears that U.S. nationals could funnel cash to Trump through his campaign committee. Trump's status as a candidate could also make it difficult for nonprofit organizations to take actions for or against Trump and his administration's policies. Tax exemption organizations have more leeway for political action than other nonprofits, but are still prohibited from certain political actions, leading some to worry that Trump's filings could be a tactic to reduce opposition. Yeah, because that's legal, that's a great move. It doesn't, considering what he's done so far, it doesn't make you feel comfortable. We'll survive it. It's too fucking depressing. Can't you just have somebody fucking level-headed? Who did you want to win? Oh, God, I liked Bernie Sanders, but I didn't like... I didn't like his entire demonization of anybody who had money was automatically just so simple. And
that everybody who was broke was a fucking hero. It was just cartoon. Like, people are way more complex than that.
Yeah.
And I don't know, dude. To be honest with you, it's too fucking big. I just knew that I didn't like Hillary or I didn't like Trump, and I was praying to God that those weren't going to be my two. It was just like two trains fucking on the same track. Just go, please, don't be these two. Don't leave me with these two. Could you just fucking not?
What did you not like about Hillary?
I just didn't think she was. I just didn't trust her. I thought she was a big time phony. I just felt like she was just fucking doing her sick. I knew the fucking 2008 that she blew the bankers. Don't worry, I got you guys. Completely doesn't give a fuck about all the people that are upside down in their houses, and has the nerve to act like she's the people's candidate, which is really a sticking point with me with Democrats, because they fucking sit there and they act like they're women of the people. It's like, you guys are all filthy fucking stinking rich too, and you all end up being multi-millionaires. And the most highest paid fucking job you can get is the president, which pays $500,000 a fucking year. Okay? And so you're over $250,000 a year, which means you're gonna get the shit taxed out of you. So how the fuck did you end up being worth 40, 50, $100 million? There's no way what you're doing is above board. Every politician crushes it in the private sector. It's insane. Everyone was fucking hard. Nobody starts a business and it shits the bed. Like, they said the percentage of senators, they make like, I don't know, like $200,000. I forget what it is. And the amount of them that are multi-millionaires.
Yeah, the most disturbing thing is public speaking. When you find out that she's speaking for the bankers and she's doing these $250,000 hour-long speeches,
and they're bribe money. It's the people that paid you to get in there. You did what they wanted to do, and then it's like a comedian. You get to do your college tour, and they grossly get over. I still bit about it. Then you're giving a speech. They're not even listening. They're sitting there like a fucking deep-fried eagle, like not even giving a fuck. It's so overt. Like, it's almost like the serial killer that wants to get. So I just felt like she was just going to be more of the same of that, preaching this fucking rhetoric as they just keep deregulating shit. And I feel like what he wants to do, aside from, I just think I think he's at the level rich that he finds the government nuisance, and he wants to deregulate everything. So by the time he leaves, he can put a golf course on top of a pipeline on fucking, sacred, reservation land. Like, I feel like that's what his goals are beyond the bullshit that he's saying. I think he's going in there, and he finally gets to adjust the mixer.
Yeah.
So how the fuck he wants it. But here's the thing: he had to win the presidency to do it, and the fucking guy did it.
Yeah.
And I have to say, the storm watching that guy that he weathered was amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
He got, and that people were so clearly. I mean, all those late night shows hated the guy. They were basically campaigning against him. I mean, you're old enough now that you saw, you've seen it in our life, like people going from who you voted for was really like, whoa, hey, you're too personal. To now, just people totally overtly. I don't know. There's so much hypocritical shit, and I'm part of it too. But I love when people like I was saying it too, the fucking Celebrity Apprentice, the host of that is now president, but then yet you're watching the Democrat and the Republican National Conventions, and there's comedians and actors speaking at them.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's kind of all just.
Well, it's always been
the president does late night talk shows, and the people running for it fucking do sketches now on SNL. The whole it's just become like this orgy clusterfuck.
It's a popularity contest, and now they got a person who's actually popular who won it. I mean, really what it is. All these people that before Obama ran for office, nobody knew who the fuck he was. He wasn't a popular person. What Donald Trump has managed to do is become a popular guy who won the popularity contest. He was already popular. He was already a huge figure in American culture for decades. Nobody knew who he was. So he's the first guy ever to do it like that. That was the thing you were saying about Arnold. That if there wasn't those rules that were in place to keep Arnold from running for president because he was born in Austria, that he could have done it. Right? I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
I thought the change in politics was when Clinton played the saxophone on Arsenio. That was like the Beatles on the Ed Sullivan show for politician. it's going like, wait a minute, that's like, I don't have to fucking talk policy. I just have to do something cool.
Yeah.
Have sunglasses on, and everybody's like, this guy's cool. Oh man, he
Yeah, it
plays.
was first. That's right. He had those Ray-Bans on, like fucking Tom Cruise. Those Wayfarers.
Yeah, and he made George Sr. a fucking war hero become Trump president.
Yeah. Well, that was also a little bit of Ron Paul. Not Ron Paul.
Ross Perot.
Ross Perot. Yeah. Ross Perot kind of threw the monkey wrench into the gears in that election. Remember that? That's one of the craziest guys. He took the fucking full half-hour and hour-long spots on television. Just bought the TV station. Just bought NBC for an hour and explained the tax problem in this country. Explained where your money goes.
He made more sense than anything than Bush or Clinton. But the thing is, you can't get people to vote for them because they worry that they're throwing their vote away. I don't believe that. I think you're encouraging more people like that.
Well, you remember what happened with him?
What happened?
Pulled out of the election.
How did they go down this fucking road? What are we doing?
You're right. Stop.
I mean, like, meet the press with two people. Depressing.
Depressing. We don't know shit.
Yeah,
we really have.
So I'm gonna stop trying to go on the road and not talk about this shit. I think people are sick of it. It really fucking kills me trying to promote my specials. We just went down the rabbit hole for a fucking half hour. I'm gonna try to get away from it because I think people are gonna need a break.
They definitely need a break. You can see it in their face when someone brings up Trump on stage. You can see it. Unless you have a really unique point of view, or you're just being sick about the whole thing. You know, I've seen people take that hard left stance on stage. It's just depressing. Yeah, I don't know. Women's march material. Can I do that? No.
I did it last night on Conan.
Did you?
I was making fun of Madonna. I'm just saying how great she is in self-promotion. How she was working her back catalog. Songs. And she wore a beret, like, ooh, I'm protesting. So I just started doing shit like, he wants to put a wall up between here and Mexico. In my world, there are no borders. Borderline. It's like I'm going. You can download this on iTunes. So, yeah, I don't know. I like when people do shit because I'm full of shit, so I like hypocritical behavior. But I'm excited to get back out on the road. And I hope people see my special. I'm gonna have to bounce out of here because I got to get my affairs in order now that I'm a dad.
Yeah, and also get affairs.
Yeah, get my affairs in
Don't
order.
leave here without taking some milk. I got some milk for you.
Oh, great. Absolutely.
And when are you gonna take we'll come to Rock? We gotta do that.
Dude, I haven't flown since the beginning of November, so I got to. I can do it.
Well, let's do a gig somewhere, and we'll.
All right. I'm bringing an instructor though. Okay, I'm not taking out the great Joe Rogan. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I'll bring an instructor. We'll fly up there. Okay, we'll go up to the 40.
Let's do a weird gig like Bakersfield or something.
Oh yeah, Bakersfield's great.
Yeah, Bakersfield.
Yeah, I flew up to Bakersfield. I had a good time.
Well, that's it. Let's lock that in.
All
Let's
right,
do
I'll
it.
pick you up in Burbank. Let's fucking do that. You want to do that?
Yes.
Let's fucking do that.
Yeah, let's book something.
Good. I don't think I got a strong hour right now. I'm opening.
Let's make it happen.
Where's your hour?
I'm 40 plus minutes strong, and then I can bullshit for half an hour on
The
top of that.
walking wounded. We'll fly up, dude. It'll be the shit.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do
Okay.
it.
All right. That's a done deal. Oh, see, we
Ladies
got
and
it
gentlemen,
politics.
We did it. We got out of politics. I'm sorry. I'm not bringing this up anymore, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to see if you had a take on it that was different than my take. I'm as tired of it as you are. Gary Vaynerchuk tonight, PM. That'll be the next podcast, and
It's
then we'll see you
tired.
tomorrow.
It's depressing.
Yes.
But as individuals, we can be respectful to one another.
Yeah.
To be a better person.
Yes.
All right.
I like that.
That's
We're
right.
ending on a positive note, ladies and gentlemen. And tomorrow, Alex Jones, episode 911. See ya.
Talking about every single episode, and we're going to break it down, and we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry Davis and Cheryl Khan, Richard George, ROTHSCHILD, so many more, and we're going to have tips, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the history of Curvy Enthusiasm on the iHeart.
I didn't do it live. Live.
In this week's Marketers Report, David Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. That will go down in history, right? As one of the all-time like hissy fit celebrity
One of the first remixes too. Did you ever see the Bill O'Reilly remix? The dance remix. I was amazed by that with Bill O'Reilly, where he was going, they're going, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I don't know what that means to play us out. How do you not know what it means to play us out?
So angry. Yeah, so angry.
He's an angry.
We were talking before the podcast started about some. No. You don't want to bring up
That's that information that's been in Fox for years. I can't.
Okay, I'll let it go. You talk about Moby, though, right?
Yep, we're talking about Moby.
Moby says he has like inside information about Donald Trump that he knows Donald Trump talked to the Russians. First of all, when you look at Moby with his fucking hashtag vegan t-shirt on, do you really think anybody in the Russian fucking intelligence community is talking to Moby?
Actually, it would be a brilliant ploy from the Russians. They just give a little foot of Moby business.
Right.
You go and you tell them. He's going to do it, you know?
You should definitely leak this information. It will be done for.
Then they found out he wasn't Enya, and they made a mistake. My mom was a wardrobe stylist, so costume designer for a show called Big Comedian. It's like the French Canadian Letterman, kind of like Graham Norton in England. So they'd have stars come in all the time. There, he was just a head case. The guy was just absolutely fine. Nothing was good enough. And he would want something and then say he wanted to change it.
Like, what kind of things did you want to change?
I don't know. I can tell you this: there are only two people who made my mom like home cry. One was Brett Butler, and Grace Under Fire.
Well, she was all pilled out of her head.
Yeah, she
just
was.
the 90s.
Yeah, when she was in Crystal Labs too. She was the wardrobe person. You might have even did one of the galas. And
I never did the gals because they wanted me to wear clothes.
They put you up in the nasty show.
Yes, I was always on the nasty show. And then I was on my own shows. And after a while, I would do my own shows. But the gala, they were always like, you have to be clean. Like, not interested. Yeah, not interested in being clean for Canadian. For no money. Thanks, though.
But the flip side is the nasty show. Like, just don't market it. Just make the show. Everyone would be like, I'm going to the nasty show.
Yeah, but they like that was they would go to see it. And it would be like the way the festival would sort of differentiate. I don't know. Not the word name for a show.
I guess it just seems like they're little kids in the superheroes. Like, he said it bad word. Like, we know comedians. It's gonna be a raw show.
Nasty. Speaking of nasty, we are gentlemen. We have pipes. Oh yeah, because Crowder had a.
I don't think we said
pipes.
Oh boy, I don't think we would mention.
No, I don't ever do that. We just start talking. Stephen Crowder was from Louder with Crowder. His internet show, and he has a thing on his internet show where you have like a little. What would you call it? Pipe rack. Like a trolley. Would you call it a trolley?
Just a pipe rack.
Pipe rack. Okay. I wanted to come up with a better name.
You want to come up with a better name? This is Mr. Rogers' neighborhood right away.
So I saw it. I said, I always wanted the pipe. I just think they smell good.
Yeah. Have you smell that? That's actually from my brother out there. That's called
Kind of
seersucker.
Yeah, it was a serious pipe.
He knows more than I do. Yeah.
So isn't this like a seersucker is a type of soup?
I know. That's what they call it.
So they call this
Like all kinds of their names. Like Lane 1Q was really common.
It smells actually really
It
good.
smells really nice. And then there's English blends, which he smokes. We don't want to do that. That's super heavy nicotine, but like a lot of Kia. You get some Greek, very smoky, like incensey, barbecue-y. I have some Dunhill nightcap, which it'll put you to sleep.
So how much do you put in the pipe?
So
pinch.
yes, no. Here's the rule. So what you gotta do is put it up to the brim.
Up to the brim.
Just cut the brim.
Pack in there.
No, don't pack it in yet.
Oh, okay.
The general rule is the first tamp it down with your finger, the strength of a child. Then you fill it again, the strength of a woman. Then you fill it a third time with the strength of a man.
Okay.
So you fill it just barely.
Now a little more. Strength of a woman. Well, what kind of woman, man? Like a Chris Cyborg?
No, not like a cyborg. Let's not talk about that because that can go sideways in the ship.
Okay, woman. It's already gone sideways.
No.
I considered it just a candy man.
I'm on the fudge, Joe.
Then a man. What kind of a man? Like a Moby man or like me? I'm saying.
Well, Nake Jared just is arm wrestling. It was like super CrossFit extraordinaire this week. She's really strong. She likes squat 265. Whoa, that's a lot. But I think he's going to smoke her arm wrestling. So
I think that.
well, people can tune in and watch. I think because he's a man. So
Wow, check this.
I am, yeah, right away. Well, she thinks he's going to win too.
Wow.
But the bet is like 74. Yeah. So you tamp that down. Tamp it. Okay. Like you just be a little springy.
Okay. A little springy there.
Yeah, a little springy. Yes, exactly.
Okay. And then
You gotta follow those. You gotta follow. I do. So what you do is you light it once, and that's what we call the starting light. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna see that. That's already turning me off.
by the way, only
Tobacco
tobacco.
in that pipe or it'll ruin the. Here, let's see if I put weed in there, it'll fuck it up.
Well, you won't be able to taste the tobacco before.
Yeah, because it'll taste like something.
So around in a circle.
Yeah, around circle. And suck it on it while you do it. Suck it on while you do it. Oh gosh. And you're gonna see that tobacco kind of raise up. So puff it. Yeah. And then you tamp it down one more time once it goes out, and then you light it again. Okay. So super involved. I know it is. It's not something you just kind of go, and it won't last long. Hold up. Immediate head rush, by the way. Oh, by the way, don't inhale it. Just puff it. Good way. I'm a pot smoker, bro. Well, you don't want to inhale that. There's no filter on that. Well, I'm saying that's like you'll get actual chunks of tobacco and there's no filter. That's a big. Maybe you will. Well, bro, probably toss some matches over here. But smell that though. That smell nice. Do I use a lighter? Can I use a lighter? As long as it's not a jet lighter, because that'll damage the briar. So, like I said, it's not. I like it. I feel like a distinguished gentleman. Who's that? Nigel Farage? No, he's not. He's an asshole. He's a lot of fun. Yeah, he's fun to listen to. I love when you guys had that thing when he on his Thug Life. Yeah, the Thug Life thing. It was hilarious. You know, and Not Gay Jared came over and gave you dance, and I was like, "Cool, you guys are getting silly." Yeah, we got word that Nigel likes it. I don't know. I'm sure it is. But well, you guys are one of the very few. I mean, you're a conservative guy, but I would say you got a bad rap, dude. You really do. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I like you is because you're a pretty much fact-oriented guy when it comes to a lot of issues, political issues, social issues. You don't bullshit, and you don't like try to sway things toward one side or the other when it's not accurate. Well, I appreciate that. And by the way, these probably will go out into reload because it's just kind of hard. So I've had people talk to me about it and give me this bullshit take on you. And I'm like, no, he's a smart guy. I go, he's conservative. So yeah, I know a lot of people that are liberal too, and a lot of people that are in the middle. But you can't talk to them. Well, I appreciate that, and not to kiss ass, but people out there need to know Joe is incredibly fair and very kind behind the scenes. You have because it's not. I think a big reason of it, honestly. Here's a good example: the Young Turks. And we've seen this transition with Trump, where people who are really afraid to speak out now. You're seeing that change online because the establishment has been Obama. So kids who were raised for 8 years under Bush, man, I hate Bush, listen to No Effects, go to the Vans Warped Tour, whatever it is. And now they've been raised under Obama for years, and all the political correctness has run amok. And they're rejecting that. So for the longest time, I had this small YouTube channel, and I was on Fox. So I was kind of built a little bit because I was there, and there were certain things I could say or couldn't say online because liability. Youngish at the time as well. I was 21. Take you seriously. Yeah, I was 21. Oh, yeah, you're a little. Yeah, fresh-faced little lad. How old are you now? You're not even that old now. You're 29. Yeah, you're a young fella. Well, and so what happened is they kind of had an interpretation from whatever the Young Turks said about me. Because when I had 50 subscribers, it was like their day job to go after me. And now, when I've had Alex Jones on, we've been doing proactive parodies of the Young Turks, calling them out, asking them to debate. They will trash talk every conservative not named Stephen Miller. It's like I'm Baltimore. My name won't be spoken. When I had 50,000 subscribers, they would talk about me all the time, and they had, 1 million or 2 million. Now it's changed, and people are able to come here directly. And, sorry, well, give me your look. The matches are getting annoying. Thank you. So, I like that, but there's also the real possibility that people just don't like me because I'm kind of. Well, you can be a dick sometimes, but you're funny. Like you do some funny shit. Like one of the things he did that was really funny was what was that feminist rally thing that you went to? Was like the recent one where the tranny? Yeah, and I actually interviewed E. Davis. I don't think you're supposed to say tranny, bro. Yeah, I don't really. Well, that's why people like me sometimes. But I think now you're seeing more people say that. They don't care. I think it's funny when they start making words taboo. I really do. Like people said tranny forever. And all of a sudden it's like disparaging. Like, okay. I even noticed in the new Bill Burr special, he's like, what are you going to do? You'll fucking marry? You know, I was like, would have said fag 4 years ago because he did in his special, and he used the word Mary, talking about like a sissy. So I'm like, that's not a word we ever heard him use before. Oh, Bill uses that word. Yeah, that's a Boston word. Fucking Mary. Yeah, people call guys Marys. Well, maybe he's trying to be a little bit more politically correct. You know what I do? I use the word, but I do it in character. It's just, because you feel like if I said it, and they're like, if I say like faggot like this, well, I didn't say it. Nigel said it. That was not me. I had this joke about tigers in Texas. I don't know if you know this is a true story from my last Netflix special. There are more tigers in captivity in Texas than there are in all of the wild world. In private collections, in people's backyards, there are more tigers in Texas than the rest of the fucking planet Earth. That is a fact. That is a real step. Because they can have just a bunch of dentists who carry them back. Just dudes. I know people. I know people that have tigers. I know people in Texas whose friends have tigers. You can have a tiger. Are you aware, by the way, what's the biggest cat? You probably know this, but the biggest predatory cat. You know what I mean? Ligers, but it's not viable. Oh. They can't breed. Well, I thought the lion at first. No, tiger is so much bigger. Back in the Roman times in the Colosseum. This is what, and I can't entirely corroborate this. I will say this, but I can corroborate. What they would bring out the lions, and the lions have to be on 3-point and can paw, where the Siberian tigers would leverage back and pounce. Yeah, said it wasn't even close. Not to mention that the tigers are bigger, but they were able to just go back on their 2 legs, whereas the lion has to have 3 points of contact, which is like a dog. To get you in the paw. Yeah, yeah. So when I was like, well, that's something that's pretty incredible, because you see a lion, I mean, you know, your test goes in the darkness. That's pretty scary. Well, but it's not even close. The mountain lion will fuck you up, dude. Like, just a small mountain lion, an 80-pound mountain lion will fuck you up. But a Siberian tiger will fuck you up in ways you couldn't possibly imagine. Well, I have a dog, Hopper, Doggo Argentino. Oh, big dog. Well, quite sketch too. They're not. Yeah, trained. They're sketch. Well, he ran for president with Dean Cain, and he had like a few hundred bucks. I felt bad about it because it was a gag. So who knows if that changed the state of Michigan. And by the way, if it starts going out, you put 2 fingers over, kind of create a slipstream, and suck it in, it'll give you, probably not now, you probably need to relight it. It's not like a cigar, you get to talk, smoke a pipe, it's meant to be more contemplative. But Bertrand Russell used to smoke a pipe. Did he? No. He didn't. Even the voice, he didn't say a bad word of the voice. Russell used to speak. And it was a training. It was one of the things, like, he wanted to fly, and he would only fly if he could smoke on the plane, because he was so addicted to tobacco that he constantly smoked. There he is. Look at him. Look at him. Such a every time smoking a pipe. That's how he would. But it is very relaxing, because it's kind of like jiu-jitsu. You said, you used the term moving meditation. When you're sitting down there outside at the end of the day, if you don't focus on it, it's going to go out. It's not like a cigar. It's not like a cigarette. So you have to sit there and focus on the draw, focus on the exhale, and all you're thinking about is the pipe. So it really is kind of a contemplative art. No, you're getting fucked on tobacco. Why are you lying, man? You're lying to people. What were we talking about before that? Tigers in Texas. There's more tigers. Okay, so Doug Valentino, if you're a YouTube search, dude, you're going all over the place. If you run a YouTube search on Doug Valentino mountain lions, you will see Doggo Argentino messing up actual mountain lions. Yeah, you know why? Because the mountain lion wants to get away. It's probably true. The mountain lion doesn't want to fight to the death. The mountain lion is a predatory animal. Predators don't necessarily fight to the death. It's one of the reasons why dogs are so fucking dangerous, because they're bred to not feel pain, not recognize me. That's one of the things about pit bulls. They're not the biggest, strongest dogs, but they're bred to ignore pain. And that drive to attack and ignore pain makes them very problematic. You just use the word problematic. Let's ban that word. And you just my anecdote, smoking a pipe. But yeah, that's what they're bred for. They're actually really people oriented, because they're bred to be protective of people and not with people. So they're not bred to fight dogs. A lot of actually people, that's what we got in Humphreys, a rescue in Michigan. A lot of guys in the inner cities bought them a bigger pit bull. They're going to be great dog fighters. They were horrible, and they just got a pit bull. So there's all kinds of doggos out there in western Michigan. I don't know if there still are. Wild doggos? Well, just our dog, Hopper. Oh, look, that looks very much like our dog, Hopper. Look, cute fella. They're so big. Big dog. Now, ours is a little bit of a runt. He's about 90 pounds, because we
we found him with a broken leg, roaming the streets, alopecia, Lyme disease.
So you rescued him right off the street?
Well, no, he was rescued into a lady who specialized in doggos, and then we took him from her. Yeah, he's the most people-oriented dog we've ever seen. I mean, to the point where, well, actually, the biggest problem you have is if you stop petting him and you don't know him, he'll growl for you to keep petting him. So kids are like, and they're terrified.
Well, that seems like a dicky dog.
Yeah, a little bit.
I have they're called a Regency Mastiff.
Oh yeah, those are no joke.
Yeah, it's a Neapolitan that's bred with a pit bull, so they're about 140 pounds.
They're with the kids.
Yeah. My kids ride him, like literally ride him. They get on top of him and they'll just watch
We're
him.
gonna get PETA on you for that now. They shouldn't be riding dogs.
He's older now, poor fella. He's like 11. He's got some hip problems. Walks.
Well, thank you for having me back, even though part of your audience doesn't like it. But it's changed now.
Don't be defensive. Don't say that.
No, but have you noticed the change? Kind of in the era of Trump. Well, culture. There's I know this sounds like a broken record, but counterculture wise, a lot of people who were afraid to even speak up, even from the last time I was on the show, where they've been called racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic is a new thing. Where everyone, you know what? All right, fine, let's go with that. I think if you were to hold the election today, Donald Trump in a landslide wouldn't even be close. Just because, that's because of how bad the behavior has been from the left. Well, the rest of America. I had the Uber driver coming here. And she believed every lie her name. She was a Latina.
Why never talk to Uber drivers about politics? It always seems to end in a TMZ video.
I have a 4.2 rating, so I'm right at the threshold of losing my Uber privileges.
Are you serious? So, like, you get a rating as a customer?
Yeah, I get a rating as a customer.
What's a good rating? 10?
I have a 4.2. No, it's 5. It's at a 5.
Oh, that's not that bad.
No, it's not that bad. If you go to a bar, you're out.
No.
Yeah, you're out.
So you go, like, someone find you right now. Uber drivers can be like, Unite.
Yep.
And blackball you.
They could, well, I can't say his name because it's illegal. Actually, had his concealed carry with him in Uber, and he got his magazine, and that person rated him like a 1. So the one bad rating to drop his score because he had to call him and say, hey, I forgot something in the back of your car. What is it? Like a magazine? It was like, oh, like a People magazine? Or he's like, no, just look. And the guy was just on the phone with him saying, what did you do in my car? And he said, I was going to the range. He wasn't. He carries a gun everywhere you go. But this lady over LA, she decided to talking about the Women's March and stuff. So it's hard for me to say nothing. But we ended up on very good terms. But
This is a different story. This is not the
magazine store. And she,
you on drugs right now? Any speed or anything? Quick. Everything's going quick.
Well, I settled into the show. I had that nitro coffee, and I came from coffee being tea leaf. Right, or
That 270 milligrams caffeine.
so I probably got about 500-600 milligrams.
Yeah, that's like 2 grande Starbucks coffees.
Seriously, I think there's a guy in the middle of that.
I go Venti's 200. Yeah, it's closer than on 2 grandes.
But she's like, well, Donald Trump called all Mexicans rapists. I said, no. She goes, Donald Trump is going to ruin gay rights. I said, what? Because it's just in my nature. And I said, well, why? She goes, because don't remove the gay rights thing on the website. I said, what about the fact that all presidents, they remove everything from the previous administration, and they put up new White House.gov website. And these people, they buy in LA. They're in such an insular bubble. I don't think they realize there's a whole bunch of people who voted for Donald Trump, and I wasn't a fan of him in the primaries, but they didn't vote for him because they're racist. They didn't vote for him because they don't want Caitlyn Jenner to take a dump at Trump Towers. They didn't vote for him because they hate brown people. They voted for him because they're tired of being called all those things, and that's why I think you see a lot of these young people who just kind of want to be instigators and provocateurs. But at the same time, they're appreciating more traditions and some of the values their parents tried to instill in them, because that's kind of more simple along with the entertainment industry.
Well, there's always this sort of longing for nostalgia that people exhibit. There's always like, back in the good old days. Like, back in the days, this is bullshit. Because the good old days, you died of syphilis. In the good old days, people got fucking plague from rats. Right? There was no good old days. This is the good old days right now. So there's always that, right? There's always this longing for nostalgia. But I think you're right with some people. But for sure, there's some people that are racist that voted for Donald Trump just because some people are racist.
Sure, yeah, of course. But to try and paint, if you look at the numbers, a huge percentage of people who voted for Barack Obama had to have voted for Donald Trump, particularly in Michigan and Pennsylvania. There just aren't numbers there.
Well, don't you think that they probably voted for him? A lot of it is for economic reasons, because they thought that he's going to loosen up some regulations encourage industry.
I think it's the opposite. I think a lot of the union voters, they thought Hillary Clinton was in the pocket of Goldman Sachs.
Right.
And they thought Donald Trump was his sort of economic protectionism is going to bring jobs back to the Midwest. Which that's one of the,
encourage industry.
but that's one of the things I disagree with him on.
manufacturing.
I disagree with the idea of, for example, I've been in Michigan. Unions have a stranglehold. I would rather GM be able to move to Texas or anywhere they want to be competitive in the car market. But I can't even get to that because as soon as hold on, Donald Trump made a mistake here. I disagree with him because then there's women's march where they're lighting hair on fire and calling him literally Hitler.
They're lighting hair.
Fire, what do you mean? At the women's march, girl got her hair lit on fire.
A girl?
Yeah, by someone with
Yeah. See, you know what, man? The thing about that stuff is it's always one fucking person or a couple people out of hundreds of thousands that are acting in that mob mentality and doing violent shit. Oh, come on, man. There's not that many people that do violent shit at those women's marches. There was no arrests.
No, well, there were no arrests at the Lansing protest either. We cut down 10 box cutters. There were,
What's the Lansing protest?
when I went to right work, that was a big thing where I was there. But even the inauguration
Well,
protest.
that when you got punched?
Yeah, I did get punched.
Yeah.
So that wasn't
That was
fun.
hilarious. They could punch.
I know, but when you're not expecting it.
Why throw a punch when you don't know how to punch? Like, come on, Phil.
Think about everywhere leftists gather, though. With Woodstock back then, Woodstock 99,
Woodstock
Occupy
back
Wall
then,
Street.
violent?
Yes.
No,
There were so many rapes. There were so many rapes.
How do you know? Were you there?
There were all reports of rapes that occurred.
Were they rapes or were they like?
I think back then they were rapes. Back then Lena Dunham wasn't, shoving fast food napkins in her sister's cooch, claiming rapes because she saw the condom in a potted plant. So
What?
Lena Dunham, she claimed she was raped because she saw the condom on a plant after she was drunk. So relax. We always go back to Lena Dunham.
Yeah, I didn't know about that story. I knew that there was some sort of a gross interaction with younger sister.
Yeah, she was reaching in her vagina. But the point is, anywhere leftists gather, there's always violent.
I think that's a giant exaggeration. I mean, when the women's march in LA had violence, there was no arrest. There was no
Hold
nothing.
on a second. You say there was no violence, but people said there was no violence at all these other marches, right?
I
Where
have a
girls'
bunch
hair
of
was lit on
friends that
fire.
went to, like, yeah, it's like isolated incidents.
Well, no, we're not. But we have to look at a trend. And I'm not saying everyone. I'm not
Okay,
saying
but if
everyone.
you've got 1 million people in LA, 1 million people march,
Right.
it's 970,000 people.
Okay, but you have way more than that with the Tea Party, which was accused of being racist. Not
Wait a minute, there was never way more than that.
Oh, yeah.
No. You never had a march in LA that had more people than 970.
More people across the country with the first. Yeah, more people across the country.
No,
with the Tea Party.
there's no way.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Not a
So
march.
the day of the
Was
Women's March, were hundreds of thousands of people
Yeah.
all over the country marching together in one day.
Yeah.
There was never a movement like that for the Tea Party.
There was.
A day where the Tea Party had
the one day,
a
Glenn Beck had
day.
400,000 in Washington D.C.
Okay, that's less than in LA,
Right.
for the Women's
But
March.
across the country, there's so many. Like Dallas, there were 4 or 5 different ones across Dallas.
In the same day.
Same day.
Come on.
Yeah, in the same day. Now, not in
How
one
many
city.
cities? How many different
But
cities
here's the
had a march like that?
For the Tea Party, they were hundreds of cities.
Hundreds of cities simultaneously
Yes.
in one day, and it was bigger than the Women's March.
Certainly comparable.
Comparable is not
Certainly comparable. Not a single incident, and they left their places cleaner than they found them. At Occupy Wall Street, over 500 crimes, including felonies. You look at the Women's March. Let's disregard the crime. People up there with pussy hats, bring a 2-year-old with most profane, disgusting signs you can imagine. When leftists congregate, it's generally not a peaceful assembly. Not in the same way as when people who are right-wing congregate. Look at Berkeley. Jake Shield, vegan from Berkeley, is becoming conservative. Vegetarian from Berkeley is becoming conservative because he just said this was the rule, the exception in Berkeley.
Well, I know Jake. He's a buddy of mine, and essentially he was saying that these people that were doing what they're claiming they're fighting fascists. He's like, you're being a fascist. Do you understand what a fascist means?
Right.
Using violence to enforce your ideology, and you are tolerating no deviations from that ideology. That is being a fascist. Pipe smoking blows, bro.
Well, you have to do it on your own.
It takes too much effort.
But we had him on the show, and he was saying, it's changed with the left. We need to call this out, and we need to
we need to take ownership over this, and we need to squash it because it's a real problem. It's also a problem when you say the left or the right, because it's not necessarily just the left. It's these fucking idiots that go to these things and put masks on and want to beat people up, beat women. I saw that girl with a make Bitcoin great again hat. She had a joke hat, and someone hit her over the head with a stick. Yeah. That was holding a sign, and another guy maced her in the face. I mean, and they think that kind of shit. People getting pulled out of cars, getting punched. Occupy Walls, people putting bloody rags on tents that they claimed had AIDS. I mean, anywhere, again, to go back through history in the last decade, it's very different. And not saying all left, right? Speaking, you have to speak in generalities to save time. But as a general rule, if you look at the right, if you look at, for example, the Tea Party, you look at the movement, people who were complaining about the stimulus package, what economic problems with Barack Obama. They didn't riot, they didn't beat people up in record numbers. There was not a single trash can lit on fire thrown through a window. That seems to be the common occurrence in these leftist protests. Well, it is now. It is now. It's now. Because I think, well, it's also these people feel like what Donald Trump represents is the worst possible scenario for the right. They feel like he represents this like really arrogant businessman who promotes rape culture and grabbing pussies, and that's how they're looking at it. So they're like, it's time to act. Like there was someone who was on Fox News the other day. Who's the one, that dude Tucker Carlson? Yeah, is he a Fox News guy? Yeah, he used to be CNN on Crossfire. Right. He had some woman on, and she was talking about agent. Yeah. She's a fucking school teacher. She's talking about beating people up, and I was like, this is crazy. Like she called Milo Yiannopoulos, who's a gay Jew, by the way. She called him homophobic and prefers black men. Yeah, I mean, but how do you call a gay guy homophobic? Everyone's a Nazi now. I mean, I was not for Trump in the primary, so I get called a cuck, right? And I was like, well, listen, he's the most liberal Republican ever. People don't want to talk. He's the only Democrat. He's the only president to ever take office being pro-gay marriage when he was Barack Obama. I can't even claim that. Donald Trump is the first person. That's something that people recognize about Hillary Clinton. She was anti-gay marriage as recently as 2013. She was speaking in 2013, and she said, I believe that a marriage is a bond between a man and a woman. 2013, and she was making arguments too. It wasn't like she was put on the spot. Well, I think she was out there arguing against same-sex marriage. So, my point here is they're out of power. So they declare everyone a Nazi. They declare me a Nazi. They'll declare Milo a Nazi. And so if you say, hey, it's okay to punch Nazis in the face. If Hitler walked in here, you'd probably have a tussle with Adolf Hitler. But it's acceptable if you make me, or even you, or Milo, equivalent to Hitler. And that's what they're doing. And that's the point that I'm making, is I think because they behave so poorly, more Americans would vote screw you with a lever and vote for Donald Trump now than they did on November 8th. I believe that's highly speculative. It is. Hence the fight. We can speculate in highly speculative.
Temporary Antarctic pilgrimage. You will take the road of man.
Also freaking
I
out.
see water
They're
veins
freaking
high.
out about his appointment of a Goldman Sachs executive. They're freaking out over what's happening with that Flint fellow who's forced to resign because he was coordinating with Russia and talking about removing sanctions before they got into office and all that stuff. Well, that was a screw up. But and I'm not here to defend Donald Trump. It's a screw up. We call it treason. They give him a fuck. He's a whole new man. It is delicious, though, isn't it? It really is. I'm high as fuck right now. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, what happens is he hits marijuana after this. Probably takes it to the next level. But yeah, the nicotine gets you high as fuck, man. That's pretty low in nicotine. Aromatic like that. Yeah, but I'm a rookie. I don't smoke any. I occasionally smoke a cigar. Yeah. It's pretty occasional, like maybe once a month, puff a cigar. Yeah. Well, yeah, there you go. You can keep that one. Thank you. Keep this pipe? Yeah, because there's a real breaking process with a pipe. It's actually, you have to smoke it really slow when you first get it because the briar expands. Oh, I know. Pure faggot. You just said it in a different voice. You're a faggot kid. Tranny them. I don't know if that's a word. Tranny them. It's a movie saying in different ways. Let me present this, okay? You take someone like a Bernie Sanders, son of a bitch. Well, you just want to relax. I get a drink. Do you drink? You drink? Wait, get some whiskey up in here. I'll take a beer if this podcast is very drink, real booze. What do you want to talk about? I just want to relax a little bit, okay? I want you to be a human. I don't want all these talking points. These aren't talking points. You're fired up to fucking defend the right and promote your agenda. Well, just because I know people like I'm a fucking meathead. Well, I'm right. There are. I am. In a way. Right, meathead. Just like you're strong? No, well, I eat meat. I'm a cage fighting commentator. I look like a meathead. There's a lot of meathead qualities that I possess, although I'm a kind person, very open-minded, and probably more left than I am right, if you look at the giant spectrum.
I don't think so. No, not anymore. I just think it's such a narrow path in the left. They're so unaccepting of people. That's why you've seen them.
Well, I'm very accepting in that way. I mean, I'm very accepting even of ridiculous things. I want you to talk about it. You know, I just think one of the real problems that I have right now with all these protesters and all these people that are going crazy and calling everybody Nazis is stifling communication. You know, and you're stifling the place to ideas. I want real booze, bro. Get out some whiskey. What's that? Good. Even better. Make it hurt. Bring out some whiskey. Bring out that Alex Jones whiskey. The stuff that makes you talk about interdimensional child molesters.
Actually, stop talking about Pizzagate. Remember the big controversy?
Oh, he didn't when I had him on here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, Eddie was probably instigated.
Oh, Eddie was out of his fucking mind drunk. He doesn't know what he did.
I remember you asked me about this Pizzagate thing. Like, I don't think
Here we go. It may not be true, but what do you think about what Breitbart was saying, like way back in 2011 about Podesta? The Podesta, like, shields pedophiles. Come on, pussy. Look at this with a beer.
I'm good with a beer. I'm going to the airport. How the whiskey is over the airport? You came to the airport. You felt they get some marketing.
I didn't think he gave it to me for free. Fuck off.
Gentlemen, Jack gave it to you for free?
Jack Daniels did. I enjoy Jack Daniels.
Never had well, because you asked me about it, and the first thing where my antenna went up with Pizzagate is I said, James Alefantis, I love kid French. And I know where they're trying to get it from. It's J'aime les enfants. That's not James Alefantis. So right away, what is the first premise that I read is a lie. I'm going, all right.
Well, there was a bunch of weird ones, but there was some stuff that was like really odd. Like the pizza place that had that symbol, the international fucking symbol for pedophilia and child molesting.
And Beyonce's an Illuminati.
But no, it is a symbol that the FBI admits that they use in these secret organizations when they capture pedophiles, which they do all the time.
Yeah.
They use that symbol. I mean, they agree upon that symbol. There's a lot of weirdness to it. And here's the thing: this is my take on it, and I don't have a side, and I'm not claiming to have any knowledge, but there absolutely are pedophiles. They exist. They've caught them before. They've busted them before. Look, Jerry Sandusky's kid just got busted.
I know.
Yesterday.
That was the beauty of Michael Jackson. The guy was so clever about it. Think about it. He screwed every kid in Hollywood except Macaulay Culkin. So he's that canary in the coal mine. Macaulay Culkin, no, I got the Neverland Ranch. He never touched me. That's what I would say. So all the other kids are coming back. They still swear.
That's what I would say. It's like if you went to a bachelor party, everybody got their dick sucked, and your wife said, "Hey, what the fuck?" Bobby said that his dick sucked. Not me. I don't know. I mean, maybe she just didn't like me.
But you know, Macaulay Culkin, no reason to say that now.
Yes, he does. Really? Yeah, nobody wants to know you got molested by Michael Jackson. You'll never get a girlfriend again.
Yeah,
She'll
we get one help deal.
Come on. She'll be about to go down on you, and she'll think, "Oh, God, Michael Jackson." Right? Don't you think? You'll get about hell of a deal.
Well, no, Andrew Breitbart, actually, not Breitbart, the trademark. Andrew Breitbart, the name. He was actually got my start, and he wrote about that. You know, Neverland Ranch photographer was a pornographer who specialized in European actors who looked underage. So once he talked about this, the guy was fired from Neverland Ranch. I think it was 6 months later. So my point with like the Pizzagate stuff is there are things that are provable. People can go search Andrew Breitbart and find that story. And people are locked and loaded to hate someone from the right online. Cock. Well, you really do go into a different voice with that many words out. Because of that, I'd rather dwell on stories that we know improve or commentary because it's really easy to go, oh, yeah, what's wrong with Pizzagate or whatever it is. So there's so much there that's real.
That's my issue with Alex Jones. Yeah, Alex Jones goes super deep, and I did not know before I had him that he was a Sandy Hook denier. And I saw that, and it hurt my soul. It really did.
Yeah, his son is a fan. He's been really, really good to to me and coming on the show. He's done Turks sketches with us. I think he's doing less of the conspiracy stuff now. It seems Alex, less now.
Get him drunk. Get him drunk and watch it come out.
Well, doesn't surprise me.
This has been my for a long time. He's 84% crazy, but he's like, it's one of those things where if you chase down, there's enough corruption and enough crazy shit in the world that if you chase it down, you're gonna find it. Right? It's there, but you got to be careful what you call corruption and what you call conspiracies, because there are a fuck ton of them that he's missing the mark. The Sandy Hook thing. The Sandy Hook thing is so fucked. There was a great article that was written about a guy who was a conspiracy theorist until his kid was killed at Sandy Hook, right? And then realized, like, holy shit, like, people are telling me my kid didn't die. Well, I realized how dangerous the whole thinking that the government's spraying shit in the sky, mind control, and the CIA is a mind control organization. Right. I've been told that I'm in the fucking CIA.
Oh yeah, there are people think I'm not.
How do we get in?
I think they should have Tuesdays.
Do you think to get in, or are you young? Are you too old? Are you too young, rather?
I have no idea. I think you just need to have the all-seeing eye in one of your music videos, and you're in like Flint.
That's it. You just gotta go like this, like Jay-Z.
I think they're
Jay-Z doing diamonds. You say I like diamonds, or is he like?
Well, I didn't realize diamond is also like a black term for ladies' nether regions. Really? I found that in a Risque song, "Smell Yo Dick." Did you hear that song?
Yes.
I wasn't even feeling a diamond like that. I was wild and I wasn't clown like that. It says diamond like that. I was like, what is this?
Feeling
a diamond like that. I've heard of white people who are out of touch with black culture.
That's me.
That was ridiculous.
Welcome to me.
I didn't know.
I have to tune to Jamie. Jamie's on Twitter every day. Jamie keeps, he's a tweet deck.
Vaughn makes it been rough for you.
Jamie's got a tweet deck. It sets up one hashtag, Black Twitter, and it's just all, so just butts. It's all just Black Twitter references. He tells me that, like, people steal from Black Twitter and they make jokes on late night TV.
Yeah, it's a subculture.
Yeah, Black Twitter, they say shit and then people steal it. Is that true, Jamie? Is that what you said?
What I heard.
That is what he heard.
I've heard that too. When did women push like black as a subculture, right? We talk about minority groups.
I think you need another drink. Women, whiskey out there. Okay, so finish that.
No, I didn't finish.
Come on, pussy.
By the way. Come on. That doesn't work on me. Yeah, see, you want to need Illuminati. You're
feeling diamond like that?
See? That's a stripper.
Oh.
So I was wrong all the time.
This whole thing up, dude. See, you're spreading
disinformation. How much was it going to
Wait a minute. Hold up. See, that's not how a bitch get her eye swole up.
That's just lazy songwriting.
Bitch get her eye swole up. He's promoting violence against women because she wants to smell his dick.
Beats the hell out of her. But that's lazy songwriting. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. They didn't even introduce the character Diamond beforehand. How am I supposed to know? We can't know. That's not a racist thing. That's a bad songwriting.
Okay, if he said I ain't even feeling Mercedes like that, would you assume? Okay, Mercedes is probably a stripper. Access to the main stage.
Probably. But I didn't read the lyrics, so I could dig out. But on Diamond, I can't know this. I was trying to be understanding of another culture, and it backfired. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Why doesn't he just wash his dick?
Like when you go to the crab shack, they have that automatic hand cleaner.
They have hand sanitizer he keeps in his fucking beds. Just
thieves, essential oil. Like my wife
just wash your dick, bro, you dirty bitch. The dirty dick. Jesus, that's like worse than adultery. This is just a wife. Dirty start. That's not his wife for sure. First of all, this is definitely not married. This is not a marriage we're talking about. This is not some. Oh, look at that! More booze. Bring it out. Both. Bring them both out. This guy needs to get drunk. He talks too much shit.
Tell him what I'm talking about.
Everything. Okay. Life.
Generality. Okay, let's say generalities. I've never been as mad as I was watching that Ellie Holm fight.
Why? Because of the.
Here's what I think. I think hit someone after the bell, and it's really clear. It should be an immediate point deduction. It should be given time to recover more than a minute. But it's just an opinion.
I agree with you.
When it's twice,
I agree with you. But here's why I disagree with you. I'm even.
What's going on, baby? Anatoly, I got another camera. It's too dark right now, but I got another one.
You know.
Oh yeah.
Go down. Your whole mindset mindset changes. You're not expecting.
She definitely hit the bell. The guy was stepping in. She threw the shots. It's grounds for
Word
disqualification.
Mockingbird. Look at you, late night drive.
A long time, but I did. I heard bells. And
Look at you, late night drive.
You know what the fuck it is? You know what it is.
Well, if you do the point deduction, Holly wins that fight or draw for sure.
Jermaine Durand to me is fucking awesome. She's an awesome fighter. I mean, she's a 46-0, 10-time world Muay Thai champion. And for that to happen with her, it upsets me in two ways. One, it upsets me because Holly got fouled. And two, it upsets me because she's a great fighter. Right. For her to do something like that, it's like, why did you do that? Do that?
Yeah.
And she robbed Holly. The problem is when you rock someone, who knows how much that affects them for the rest of the fight. Right. Holly is so badass. She not only came back from that, she came back and wound up head kicking Jermaine, dropping her, and then rocking her.
That little hook, the jab, the
Straight
elbow
left.
first. Yeah.
It just,
I don't think it was hooked.
when Holly rocked her,
Yeah.
straight left, she was coming in, just really shook that. Perfect shot. Yeah.
She's incredible.
She's so badass. That question mark kick that she hit her with over the top of the shoulder, comes down, hit her in the head.
Isn't it funny though that she doesn't fight like a boxer? Yeah. She fights much more like an American kickboxer.
Well, because she was also an American kickboxer, and she's also trained by Mike Winklejohn, who was one of the best American kickboxers from his era.
Yeah.
He was world class in his time. He's really good. Well, he fought Rick Rufus, right? He fought some really good. He's a great striking coach, man.
Very similar to one of Dallas, Guy Mesner. Very similar styles that kind of stand out. Not as much head movement.
Yeah, Guy Metzger's a good friend of mine. I love that guy.
He's really just a team guy.
What up, Master Blaster? How you living, baby?
We're just hanging out.
There's a really nice thing to people. He's an exact example of when he was in finisher. He's just a really kind-hearted guy.
Well, he's definitely not. I'm more of a meathead than him for sure. He's not just a kind-hearted guy. He's very intelligent, soft-spoken. You never hear Guy Metzger yell at people, and he's also, he's worked really hard to mitigate some of his brain trauma and been really open about it, which I think is very, very, very important. It's like this silent. Guys don't want to talk about the issues that they're dealing with in the fight.
Yeah. Well, also, if you hear the story about when he got into the fight in the parking lot, there's like a bunch of guys who jumped him.
Yeah, well, how long? This was not long ago.
Probably the one where the guy had a knife and actually stabbed him in the head.
Yes.
Got into an altercation.
Right.
You just don't do that.
Just don't go out. You say, oh,
No, this was something. Maybe he may not want me to tell the story, but it was in a parking lot. Something happened. I don't know how it started. It happened. There were 3 or 4 guys, and all he did was grab one, just got him on the ground somehow, put him in a chokehold, and he told his friend, he said, "Come forward, I'm gonna choke your friend out." They just got back into the rap floor, closed the doors, let the guy go. They were gone.
that's a really nice. Most people just
choke
choke that guy out.
Well, he also just could have really hurt him. Yeah, that's kind of the beauty of grappling. You can hurt them as much as you want to.
Right.
And Guy Metzger is a very high-level striker. I mean, I know he's a grappler, so
Well, he's a grappler too. He choked out Tito Ortiz.
That's true.
One of his first UFCs.
He just won Worlds at Brown in the senior division.
Did he really?
Yeah, in the gi.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he's still competing and doing that stuff. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's a nice thing for people that don't want to strike anymore. I know Babalu Sabral. He's been doing a lot of grappling competitions. Stuff, guys just have like taken a lot of head trauma, a lot of crazy fights in their careers.
Yeah.
They still like to compete. They can do that. Bob has, I think it's Babalu's Iron Gym. I think that's what he calls it. And he's got a really nice high-level gym down in Orange County. And,
That's an explanation. Every time parents taking their kids for lessons, they walk in and see Babalu.
he's a great guy.
But you have to do that kind of, all right, let me
See the tattoos up his neck.
Yeah, parents are going to be a little apprehensive. He's a great guy.
He's a great guy, and he grew up pioneer. Babalu was in the early days of fighting. So it was a fight with him and Brad Holder. It's one of the fucking scariest knockouts ever. He was just back and kick on the ground. And dropped Brad Holder. Because Babalu was one of the first Brazilian wrestlers, which a lot of people don't know. He's a black Brazilian jiu-jitsu, very good striker, and all those things. But also was in the Brazilian national wrestling team back in the day.
Yeah.
And so Brad Holder was like this really beefed up, fucking just jacked dude. You couldn't touch him on the feet, and Babu eventually got him tired out. And when he dropped him, got him down to the ground, he fucking soccer kicked him into oblivion. Those days when you can soccer kick someone who was already tired and down, it those are dark
But
days.
to put it into context, originally an professional wrestling team, they'd be like ventures to Oklahoma State wrestling. It's just not even the same level.
Maybe, but a high level wrestler is a high level
Oh
wrestler.
yeah, it is. It's like Sarah McMahon. You know, she was silver at the Olympics. Remember when people said she was going to beat Ronda with wrestling? No, I was thinking the talent pool in women's wrestling is nowhere near as a judo at that point. You just have women in Japan and judo who are animals. Kayla Harrison, to follow her, she was actually one of the first guests on our show. She's just a monster.
Yeah.
You know, there's no one in female wrestling, no one who comes close to her level of experience.
And the same can be said about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You know, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which isn't in the Olympics yet, but really should be. There's some phenomenal. You've seen Mackenzie Dern. You've seen her compete in MMA.
I haven't seen, well, yeah,
She has one of the most badass chokeouts that I've ever seen in my life. She started with an omoplata, worked her way to the back. She's got this move that she does where she gets her own omoplata, she rolls over onto her back and chokes this chick out. Apparently, she hits this move all the time.
Well, they teach something similar to that in Marcelo Garcia's school in New York, where if ever someone's turtling, you put your knee in the ribs, their hip crease, and you kind of get around them. Not quite an omoplata, but you're bringing your other leg around their front, and you're wrapping, and you're blocking. If let's say you're coming in from your right side, you block their left arm, which is something we actually would learn in judo quite a bit. A really basic back.
So you block it by taking an underhook.
Yeah, so you're
grabbing
putting the
wrist
knee
control.
in, wrist control around, so you're not putting a hook in. And when you control this, the way they taught us, maybe if you watch Marcelo Garcia, they'll just go for the choke straight from there. They don't even need to get the hooks.
Right.
And you know, then you have Clark Gracie, who does a omoplata roll, hell show. I mean, it really is omoplatas. I don't think there's been a submission from that hill time. But
There's only one ever in the UFC history. This is Mackenzie Dern. Watch how she does this. But the thing also is that she's hot as fuck. And so she gets the omoplata. The girl tries to roll. Now watch how she handles this. When she gets her from this position, no, you got to go back. You got to go back. It's just a highlight video. So she doesn't need the hook. Now, so what she does is she rolls and you can see it from that position.
Well, that's a lot like a Noki version of Clark Gracie's omoplata.
Let's see if it shows here. What she does is she gets up, and when she gets up on the hip, the girl rolls, and now watch how she scrambles. Now her right arm, I'll show it. She takes her right arm and she rolls underneath the girl. Anyway, you know, her dad is Megaton Diaz, who's world famous, very, very respected Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. One of the coolest things about Jiu-Jitsu is it's like almost like sentences and languages. There's so many different ways you can go with things.
Yeah.
There's so many different possibilities. It's almost never ending.
Well, there's a guy, my dad, you know, he's in his 50s and hasn't lost a point, let alone not competing on a purple belt. He competes against guys who are 40 and overweight because there's no one's age. And he played hockey, high level athlete, and he's not super flexible. He's not going to do a guard game. He got really good at takedowns and trips, really good at guard passing and side control, a few chokes, cutter choke, things like that. And he's diverse enough where he can protect himself in areas. But that's one thing too. You know, when I was helping coach him for some tournaments, in training, you want to work these positions. You want to work your guard. But there's nothing that says in the competition you can't stuff the head kid up on time. When you realize that, when he competes, it's just getting out, getting on top. And if he gets on top, he's going to pass. You know,
What's special about it?
Yeah, but the problem with that strategy is it only works if someone's weak. Like, as soon as you find someone who's
What is
better
special
at
about
that
it?
game, you have to have another option. If he's not good off of his back, someone's bench.
Oh yeah,
Look at
yeah, you are pretty high, my man.
There's no unwritten agreement where we're working past it. You know what I mean? So he can try.
It's like the roller coaster.
Which is a big thing for him as a strong guy. If it doesn't work, he can do a technical standout.
That's freaky.
Well, Nelson Gracie has the best description of jiu-jitsu. He said,
There you go, you made it. Good job.
Then you do this, then I do that forever. Yeah, I love that. Because it's like, if you try jiu-jitsu, you go, yeah, that is what it is. Until something happens. Like Hickson Gracie has always been famous for saying about other athletes, other competitors, that they can't keep the rhythm. will lose. They will lose. Meaning not like George St. Pierre, but like meaning that he keeps attacking and you keep defending, you keep attacking. Eventually, you're going to slip up, right? He's going to be in a dominant position. Sure. And then once from there, I'm not saying he will collect. I'm just saying he's able to learn a game. I know you want to brag about your dad. Yeah, right. Cheers. Thank you. Gentleman Jack. I don't know if that's normal. Yeah, what is this stuff called? This is Sinatra shit. That's how you sell it. If they were a sponsor, if they were a sponsor, you're getting phone calls. Yes, Joe, we glued on it. Sinatra shit, and our PR representatives have a problem with that. Well, then they wouldn't be a sponsor. Nobody cares anymore, man. This people have to realize this is the age of shit. You can say it. You know, it's actually a great whiskey that has wild turkey. That stuff is disgusting. No. We have some. You want one? No. But Wild Turkey 101 is a fantastic drink. It really is. It's like Jim Beam advertises aged 40. The Wild Turkey 101 is 80 years off the bat. Why is it better to be old? Is it better for whiskey to be aged? We've been saving this bloody shit. Just be honest. It all tastes like shit. Right? What a bourbon. It's a good whiskey. That's whiskey can't fuck with Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid tastes better than whiskey. Everybody vodka and Kool-Aid. What are you doing with Sinatra shit? I like the pain. I like the suffering. I like the suffering that comes with Jack Daniels. That's what I like. I like when you shoot that shot down, you go, you know exactly what you just did. You're not playing in these stupid games. You know it's like I'm here to like myself. I'm here to spread love. Is that what people do with horchata? What's that? Horchata is a Mexican drink. I think it's rum chata. Yeah, rum chata. Horchata is shit you get taco as an authentic drink. Let's think of rum chata. What's rum chata? They say no, it's like horchata with alcohol. They sell it in a white bottle, and it's just got the spices and whatever the deer filler is. It's like a terrible decision. Well, not gay Jared loves it, so it fits in perfectly. He loves it. Your co-host, not gay Jared. Sorry, not gay Jared. He's my producer on my show. So after this election, where do you blend out? Where are you? Because beforehand, you were kind of, you saw the Black Lives Matter thing and you talked about I'm more libertarian than but Gary Johnson. I did, but only did my podcast. Oh, really? Yeah. I'm like, you do my podcast, I'll vote for the president. It's a deal's a deal. It's from no, we talked pretty sensibly. I like Gary. I think he's a good guy. And I think that the Aleppo thing sunk that fucking boat like a goddamn torpedo. When he didn't know what Aleppo is, I'm like, oh, okay. Here's the thing. Most people don't know about Aleppo. Yeah, that happened there was a spike in Google searches for Aleppo whenever he doesn't know what Aleppo is. I didn't know about Aleppo. I think that Syria was a terrible, terrible situation. The bombings, I didn't know the name. The problem is, he got caught not knowing the name of the city, and he should have known the name of the city. But if you ask me, how do you think Matt handles Mighty Mouse's career? I'd be like, what's not him? If I said that, I shouldn't be doing MMA commentator ever again. But I'm a mixed martial arts commentator. That is part of my. If you're running for president, it's part of your job to know the name of the city. So the worst part was when you tried to cover it up, like after what is it? Yes, got it. He said it twice, buying some time. So you just said, you know what? I don't really know, but I'm a libertarian, so it wouldn't even be in Aleppo. So what does it matter? I don't buy that either, man. Once you've entangled yourself in world politics, foreign politics, and international politics, you're not going to be there anymore. Well, we found out what happens with that in Iraq. We found out what happens with that in Libya. You create a vacuum, and that vacuum is filled with terrible, terrible people. Well, particularly when you give them a timetable of when you're going to pull out, like Obama, and everyone on the right was saying, well, listen, that's a mistake. No, it's going to work well, trust me. But in his defense, what the fuck else do you do? I mean, stay there, and if you keep putting it in there, it's not going to light. I've been smoking a pipe for an hour. Afterward, I'll show you how to get it on really real. We're already like a starter, like, where are you going to suck?
Yeah, a lot of technology. Well, here is something that I do think we've seen afterward. I wasn't a big Trump supporter with that. If you want to go back to talk jiu-jitsu, we can. But I don't give a fuck.
Let's talk jiu-jitsu. I mean, let's talk politics. Let's talk Jack Daniels.
With Bernie Sanders or whoever it is, you can't line up with the Black Lives Matter all the time. You can't line up with the pussy hat economics, the Women's March all the time. You can't line up with the anti-free speech protesters on campus all the time. You can't line up with the people blind who want banned voices of dissent all the time. You can't line up with the one attacks the wealthy.
Who can you line up with?
Well, the point is, people like Bernie or they do that until you realize, hold on a second, there's a line, and I've lined up with everyone except for the rest of America. And you see that in
Joe
Los
Rogan.
Angeles. It's an insulated bubble. People don't realize, you know what, there are a lot of people
Saying that about Los Angeles.
I've already done that. I used to do it for like on Twitter Spaces for days on end.
I do not like the population. I do love the violence. Point archery.
He's good looking, I can tell you that.
I think that
You should pick it.
I don't live in Los Angeles. Outside of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Have several locations. I think that there's a real problem with high population areas, and that problem is there's a diffusion of responsibility. There's too many people. You just feel like they don't value. You don't value each other because there's too many. Everyone's there. If you see an accident, you don't pull over to try to help because there's people on the highway. You just keep going.
Yeah.
If you saw that same accident on a single lane road in the country, and some cops, you might pull over and help. You
I'm
might
always thinking
ask
about
if they
New
need
York.
help.
People like New Yorkers care about each other. I go, you walk past a hobo in the street in New York. For a lot of people, they just ignore it because they're so used to it.
They did after 9/11.
They did after 9/11.
I went to New York after 9/11. We filmed it after there, and I'll tell you, man, it was a beautiful thing because there was a real, a palpable, like a tangible feeling of community that doesn't exist there anymore.
No,
It's gone. Also, the New York that existed in 2001 is not the New York that is here in 2016. I've had some, like Judah Friedlander, who's a friend of mine, who's a stand-up comic, and he was telling me, he's like, dude, it's all bankers now. He's like, there's no artists in New York anymore. They can't afford it. He's like, if you go to Brooklyn, maybe. Well, he's like, but in New York City, the rents are so fucking expensive, and there's so much international money in New York. He's like,
I can tell you that a little bit when I lived there. The Lower East Side of New York City. I lived there when I was at Fox I lived there 2 different stints. One time sleeping on couches, and I went to this one in 2011, maybe, as long as 2012. And rent was cheaper in old money up side than the East Village or Lower East Side, because that's where all the hipsters and the artists were. I want to be there now, and the Upper East Side was seen as not cool. So I a place that was so inexpensive compared to if I wanted to live down, down. So that's kind of switched. But none of the artists want to live with all the wasps.
There's always a problem when too many people have too much money and they're all congregated in one area. Because then they're just annoying. It's annoying. They're all trying to buy the same fucking car.
They talk about their voices.
We're trying to rush this area.
Try smoke pipes and stomp on the little man. I think you're right, and I think it also. I mean, there's obviously that's where leftists tend to congregate leftist ideology in big cities, right? They want public transportation. They want you to do that.
They want you riding bikes, bro.
No, they want bikes, public transport, but certainly they want to limit what kind of cars you can drive, how far you can drive them in any big city. They definitely want to reduce and there's a real.
Do you think that's what it really is? No, they want to reduce carbon emissions. They don't want to reduce independence.
No, I think it's both.
No,
it's both. And it's less conspiratorial than pizza.
Stop.
If say that people want you on buses and dependent on government, just like they want you on welfare, they want you on public transit.
People don't. Maybe some percentage of people do. But if Tesla came out with some car that you could drive across the country on one charge, people would be suppressing that. They would welcome it. A zero emissions car would give you total freedom. No one's going to try to suppress that.
Yeah.
The issue is I don't think so. How and why?
The first thing they would do is remove government subsidies and make Tesla even remotely competitive.
Who is they? This they should just drive me crazy.
I'm talking about the United States government, the subsidies that go into a Tesla. Right? Prius could still be losing Toyota on everyone, but when you look at the government subsidies, the government incentives, people don't want to buy these cars.
Oh, that's not
Well,
true.
Tesla, yeah, but not a Prius.
That's not true either. I know a bunch of people have Priuses.
Well,
Greg Fitzsimmons has a Prius. Brendan Schaub has a Prius. My buddies have
Brendan
Prius.
Schaub has a Prius.
He's got a fucking
He
Prius.
hasn't even fit in a Prius.
And a Bentley.
Oh, there you go.
Barely fucking big fits in a Prius.
I would say those things handle like trash.
Your shit. Bill Burr has a Prius. How about that? And a Jaguar.
Exactly. See, that's exactly what it is. It's the white guilt symbol in Los Angeles. So you can say, I got a Prius.
No,
This is the car I really
see,
want.
you say that, but it's people that don't want to spend a lot of money on gas. They bought a lot of them bought them in 2012.
No, here's the thing. If you don't put a lot of money on gas, you would do the cost savings estimation. You would see buying a used car, especially a Ford Fiesta, which would get more mileage than a Prius anyway. That's a white guilt symbol.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Yes, tickets.
Yeah, and they're American small cars that get over 40 miles per gallon.
Yeah, but it gets over 50. No. Pull it up, Jamie. This motherfucker. Let's ride.
Let's say it's an 8 mileage difference.
Yeah, but that's not what you want. You don't want an old car that's going to break down. You want a new car that's reliable, that gets really good gas mileage, and that's what it
By the
is.
way. No, seriously, you don't want that's going to be straight into your lungs. You know that.
Switching the weed, driving me crazy.
Well, back to the. There you go. Is that a Prius? Is Ford Fiesta? All right, so 40 highway.
20, not city, son. 40 highway. Now pull up.
Well, Prius gonna have way more in the city because of the battery work.
It's better. Son of a bitch. Your point sucks.
That wasn't the point, though. That was a suck.
No, you were trying to say that if you really wanted to save money on gas, fuck shitty old Ford Fiesta. That's nonsense.
Absolutely.
58 city.
Yeah, absolutely.
Son, are you looking at that? It's city. 58 city.
I'm down.
But here's the truth.
You're wrong
No.
by many tens of miles per gallon.
You are incorrect if you look at the Prius versus the best thing you can do for the environment is buy an old beater car. Buy an old Camaro that does horribly on
Who said
gas.
that? It's $24,000. It's cheap as fuck for a car.
No, you'd be better off buying an old beater car, cycle, than buying a Prius. It's not even close.
You dig your heels in. You don't see the other side.
If you want to drive a Prius, buy a Prius.
You're like everybody.
Two giant non-recyclable batteries.
Dig your heels.
Giant non-recyclable batteries.
Non-recyclable for now, but much like nuclear waste,
It's gonna come back.
you know that they can make diamond batteries out of diamonds with nuclear waste now. The last thousands of years.
But why do we want diamond? Big batteries out of diamonds.
Yeah, nuclear waste, nuclear diamond, these batteries. Those last thousands of years.
Nuclear energy that we could be using. We can't use it. It's worse for the environment.
Well, we're using it. Whether people thought it was worse, the real issue was like the old plants, like Fukushima, the huge difficulties with shutting down. Someone told me
Let me ask
that
you.
Fukushima was not, we were talking about the other day that someone had said that the radiation pools are growing and it's not growing. The real issue is aerosol or something that
No, aerosols are that's the old global warming CFCs where it grows.
but not aerosols. What was the airborne? Airborne radiation is an issue with Fukushima. They're monitoring it.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. But my point is why are leftists, for example, against the sharing economy? Why would Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton be against it? No, Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, their platform.
Let's just abandon left versus
That's the whole thing. It's like one tries to tell people what are the visions? Okay, let's say why is Bernie Socialist Sanders against the sharing economy?
You give him a nickname?
Yeah, he's a socialist. He's a self-avowed European socialist. Why would they be against the sharing
$1,000 per year.
Let's stay on the bounce around.
Are you telling me this?
I'm telling you.
$1,000?
I know.
Why don't you bring up your fucking dog again? What about your dad? It's a Shih Tzu guy.
You said you wanted to not talk about politics.
You just didn't say I don't want to talk about it.
This is a point.
Should I ever say that, Jamie?
Uber and Airbnb. Shouldn't everyone be on board with that? Why do you have people like Bernie Sanders or Nancy Pelosi banning them or Austin politicians against in their city? If we're talking about sharing, socialism, yeah, turn it off. Bernie Sanders doesn't want Uber.
No,
doesn't want Airbnb.
why do you think they're doing that? They're doing that because they want taxis to survive.
I think they're doing that because people like to throw out this big conspiracy about big bankers and their own self-interest, which is true. I think that people don't want to acknowledge that the left is beholden to giant cabbie who are punching people in the face in New York because Uber removes their surcharge and decides to ignore the Trump travel ban. I think they're against Airbnb because they're beholden to, for example, the culinary union.
Did you just like sneak in the side of a travel ban we talked about?
No, that was what happened. They banned, people were protesting for in New York City.
Right.
They went in and they were still going to the airport. The cabbies in New York said, we're not going to go. And so people were punching Uber drivers, people getting furious about it, saying, you're scabs, you're coming in. Uber actually removed their surcharge. Because remember all the airport protests, right? It was a quagmire.
No, I don't.
Oh, yeah. During the airport, remember the Trump travel ban, there were protests at all these different airports.
Right, about that.
Yeah, well, what does that have to do with Uber? The point is, in New York, the cabbies unions went on strike. They said it's the travel ban, right? So Uber's going in,
weren't clear.
and they're putting a surcharge. Well, if we're talking about the sharing economy, if we're talking about bringing refugees and resettling them against people's will, right? Because we want to be compassionate, right? Well, take that. It's okay instead of resettling refugees against somebody's will because you want to share. What about somebody deciding to share their car at an agreement or share their house? And the left, the political left, has fought against that vehemently. It is so remarkably inconsistent. They were banned.
Who is this they?
Okay, so
Is this across the board, or is it just
Bernie Sanders, Nancy
Sanders?
Pelosi, Elizabeth Warren? What they want to do is either get Uber banned in cities, as you see in cities like Austin or in cities in Europe, or they want to make sure that unions, that cab unions either get first right or hire these union workers.
Okay, well, I definitely have an issue with that. So let's pull up that story that Bernie Sanders is in favor of banning Uber, Bernie Sanders Uber, and let's break that down and unpack it, because I think when something comes along that's better and it fucks with a business that is worse, right, the better thing should win, because that's progress. Sure. I think Uber is progress. I think Lyft is progress. I think what Lyft is doing and what these programs are doing, where you have an application on your phone, you can turn it on and off anytime you want. You can work anytime you want, as long as they certify and test you and run and make sure you're not a crazy person. As long as they know where you are at every time, they can actually monitor your location through GPS, which they can. And everybody saves money, and the people who drive the car make money. You make like $35 an hour doing that. Wouldn't you rather do that like a Prius that gets 8 miles to the gallon? Wouldn't you rather do that? So I'm in favor 100% in progress, and I think that anybody that opposes that, because somehow or another it's going to challenge other people's jobs. When it comes to something like Uber versus cab, in my opinion, this is pretty black and white. This is a new technology, a disruptive technology that benefits a lot of individual users. Hence, it's good.
Well, also benefits middle class more than anybody.
And there's no union for Uber drivers. There's no lobbying, and there's no money that goes to politicians. Well, that's the problem. So I'm not aware of this. You're more balls deep in politics than I am. So Jamie's going to pull up a story, and we're going to figure out what the fuck is wrong with Bernie Sanders' take on it from an individual point of view.
Yeah, or you can look up European cities that have banned it, or Austin.
Well, I know it was a huge issue in London. I remember watching those cab drivers that had decided to block streets. They decided to shut cars off in the middle of the street and literally stop cars from passing. People had to go way around them, and it was a huge issue.
The reason the term political left and right matters right now, to me anyway, it may not matter to some people, but it matters to me is because you do look at one side of the political spectrum right now, and I think the line's been pretty thin this last election, where there's an ideological divide, and where one is deliberately looking at marginalizing and targeting and dividing victimized groups, and they do so and ignore other groups of people who are victimized as a result of complaining about victimization.
Okay, that's very vague. So
okay, so let me give you a concrete example.
Let's find this with Bernie Sanders.
I want you to hold this thought.
Jamie's got something.
I was trying to find a quote he had. But I guess he has problems, serious problems with it.
Serious problems with popular mobile ride-hailing service Uber. Speaking with Bloomberg, the Democratic presidential candidate, called the service unregulated, wading into one of the most closely watched economic debates of the 2016 race. Workers on demand at on-demand economy companies like Uber, Airbnb, or Lyft are considered independent contractors and therefore do not receive the benefits and protections afforded to full-time employees. Okay, so I can see that, but they do make more money, right? Isn't that correct? Yeah.
Oh, they don't have to pay a huge commission to the cabbies union, and they're totally independent.
They have their own car, and they make more money. Is that true? Maybe let's make sure that's true.
It doesn't matter if it's true.
But
let's
people
have the choice to.
But let's just Google Uber drivers make more than car companies versus how much Uber makes from their drivers. Because that's the real issue. Like, say, Uber's a company, okay, and they're pimping out all these drivers, and they're making shit tons of money, and then they're not giving the drivers enough.
Yeah, they're giving them certainly more. I think they take a smaller commission than the cab drivers.
I should just reiterate pro Uber, 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a friend of mine who's actually a big wig at Uber.
I think it's great.
I think even if I wasn't. What's my how Uber fails to prove its drivers make more than
That's
taxi
how they
drivers.
post. That's how they post.
Those sons of bitches.
They
That's
feel the need to be
Fox
the
News. Oh,
defensive.
that's the place.
No, they feel the need to be defensive. How they fail to prove. How they fail to. What does that mean?
I don't know.
That means there's a claim, and the Huffington Post can't disprove it. They're saying Uber's failed to prove it. So this isn't going to help them.
Crowder, read fucking quotes before you get crazy and defend. So right wing.
I am very right wing.
God, time. Hand me that beer, son. Time.com. Uber reveals how much its drivers really earn, sort of. Uber has long said that drivers get paid more than traditional cabbies, but really, driver surveys, strikes, and class action lawsuits suggest otherwise. Most recently, BuzzFeed. Is that okay? Is it okay if it's BuzzFeed? Is that left wing? You fuck?
Yeah, BuzzFeed is fake news.
Estimate the terrible Trump impression. The Denver, Detroit, and Houston make less than 13.25 cents an hour, $13.25 an hour after expenses using calculations based on more than 1 million trips. Well, that's not good. This Uber was hit with two class action lawsuits from drivers in Florida and Illinois who seek to recover unpaid overtime wages and other expenses. This is after the company. This is our
our thing too.
Shitty. No, we have one shitty TV that can't handle an HDMI cable and it cuts out every minute and a half.
We have one of those.
Seek to recover unpaid. Jesus Christ. Unpaid overtime wages and other expenses after the company paid $100 million to settle similar lawsuits in California and Massachusetts. Okay.
Yeah. So, California, Massachusetts.
But if they have lawsuits and if there is a lawsuit that does make sense enough where a judge decides that they're going to rule against Uber, I don't know the law. Do you? Do you know if they're
I know it depends on a right to work state.
But wouldn't you assume that the lawyer and the judges in Massachusetts would make a strong enough case where it would show the legality of it to the point where it wouldn't lose $100 million lawsuit?
No, I wouldn't assume.
Do you know anything about the lawsuit?
Well, here's what I wouldn't know. Whether it's a right to work state or not, and that would be a lawsuit. And that's why people like Bernie Sanders, and that's why people, oh geez, what happened? They opened that too fast. Oh, bro. Just go. Do it like you did the pipe. Let's good enough, bro. So depending on the right to work state or not, I don't care. Right. Okay. If they make less than cab drivers, I don't care.
Well, let illuminate people. What is the difference between a right to work state?
Effectively means you don't have to run a union. It means you can work without being a part of the labor union.
So
that would just be the case. Just for example, that's why when we do hidden camera videos, we have to make sure the one-party consent state is opposed to a two-party consent state.
Right, like Nevada, they used to do those prank call shows. They would do like, remember Crank Anchors?
Yeah.
They would do Nevada.
Right, because California is one-party consent state.
No, it's two.
Oh,
Nevada.
no, but California is one.
What do you mean?
California,
Well, I get the definition wrong.
what I'm thinking is we both have to agree. So, yeah. They do it in Nevada instead of California.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right, in Nevada, you can call me have a prank me.
And I do in
I
California.
wouldn't have to agree.
Right.
That might,
It might change. For example, in Michigan, it was really controversial. It was a one consent state that, depending on the judge, read as a two-party consent state. Yeah, because you can be in the clear. I would recorded a prank call or on some kind of corruption, and it should be legal. But there's a little wiggle room where they actually this isn't legal, and you committed a felony.
oh,
So
okay.
that's a problem with that.
So in these right to work states, when you have this Uber situation, is the issue that it's taking cabs out of business, or is the issue that they are not people enough and they're taking cabs out of business? So people like their cab drivers, if they switched over to becoming Uber drivers, they would lose money because these companies aren't regulated, so they don't have to pay insurance, health insurance. I mean, that seems like what the issue is.
That's what they would say the issues are. So
It's not true.
Well, no, it's not necessarily. And again, that depends on the state. So first off, I would want to clarify this rule as not be the right to work state. The right to work states would be fine.
Right.
The right to work state means I have the right to say, hey, do you want to work for this amount? And you have the right to say yes. Non
As long as it's above minimum wage, everybody's cool.
Yeah. As long as, I mean, that's cool. Right?
And what is a non-right to work state? Is when
non-profession, there's an established union in that profession. You can't work outside of the union, right?
Now, is that the case with trades like plumbing?
No, I haven't. Have you?
Repair, yeah, general speaking.
Auto repair, they have
Depends on the state. Depends on the state. Neil Sonnen actually did have some stories about his dad.
I agree. I'd like to go to Maui someday.
Stories about that. Vince Vaughn has some funny stories about that. He's told actually when he worked at his dad's like mill. But to go back to it again, first off, I don't care if someone agrees to this price and this service. I believe that's a marketplace of ideas and services, and you have the right to do it. And I have the right to promote those services. Now, if Uber's doing a poor job, thank God there's Lyft, right? There's some competition there. But if the government steps in and says, no, you have to use the captain's unions, well, even then you can artificially increase wages at the expense of the taxpayer who now has to pay more for a taxi ride. So I don't care. I think that people should be able to make their own decisions if they want to do Uber, if they want to rent out their house in Airbnb. And I don't think that Nancy Pelosi in the Bay Area representative is saying whether I can rent.
Well, I agree with you 100% on that. And I think there's also a real problem with people resisting change.
Why would you want to do that?
Technologically influenced change is coming at such a high rate. There's no way you can put a finger on it. Damn, you can't do it.
Is there something going on in Hawaii, or are you just saying for vacation?
We communicate, we change the way we do business, change everything from top to bottom. You're not going to be able to stop it. So anytime you're trying to do something like Uber, the only thing that I think is that you got to figure out where's the money, how's the money being distributed, and is that fair? And if it's not fair, what's the solution? Because is the solution alert people to what the actual numbers are and that it'll sort itself out, or is it passing regulation? I'm a firm believer that the less regulation you have, the better.
Right. And that's what
as long as it's not like environmental pollution shit.
Well, that's what Adam Smith talked about, the invisible hand, right? The mark that moves the market. I certainly believe that the market is more efficient at regulating itself than the government.
Well, also because unions can be influenced, and you get large groups of people together. I think it's good because what a union can do is they can say, hey, we're going to stand strong. We're not going to let these people take advantage of us like some sort of slave labor factory in the Middle East or wherever the fuck it is. We're going to figure out a way to you can.
I need to do that. I will.
That you get giant groups of people that you can't go against. Someone's going to be in control of those giant deputies.
Good call, and
good call, the mayor of a city or the leader of a country.
It's a thought. That's a very good thought as well.
Secrets, the top 20 SPX. Top 20 are big unions. This idea is big banks and the
it's a very good idea.
No one wields more influence in American politics today than big unions, particularly the Democratic Party, because it's power. Because they can influence people that they can also take dues from 100% Democrats, and you have no say.
Well, it's one of the big contributors.
It's a thought. The thing is, it's difficult because you need to have streaming permissions. And really, you can just hop in there? Oh, that's cool. Okay. So, well, fuck, I'll go in there. I might wait till tomorrow, though, when I'm awake and I can talk to people.
I'm
joining Mog right now to see how they're
I didn't say black and white because I meant black people. Black and white is the reality of the situation.
What about Pepe?
Prison guard unions.
Yeah, that one's really, really big, but that's, you can't even message in the
Yeah, you can't. They're nuts in there. I mean, like, control.
To ensure that
it looks like you can't start a PC in
profit off of it.
So you can't start one in Mob, but you can in SPX. But you can in SPX. Interesting.
Good friends of mine, and
I agree with you. And I think that's where the oldest pulled people's
I
eyes
don't know.
Bernie was from the people. That's definitely not true. You look at collective donations from union members and from union organizations. And when you look at that, and what bothers me is when people follow the money trail on only one side and act as though the political left is unbeholden to. That's the big point.
you just said on one side, because I think the benefits in unions as well. You can see the benefits of protecting wages, making sure that people get insurance, making sure that people live a good life. That, like, if you're going to work for this company, you're going to be well compensated.
Well, I just logged one out, so I've got 5 actually.
Between the workers.
Yeah.
Well, there's a problem with that. And the problem with that is, but there's not.
You don't need, you can just make so you don't need like, I guess you're not using any special.
No, you need a phone number.
Usually for the phone verification.
A service. I had some credits left on a service from like 2 years ago.
Full-time. So yeah, he's getting less than well, if you add up all the workers at the full-time, so it'd be less than $10 per person he's employing.
Now, one of them, if you notice, doesn't have its camera on. And if you're like, well, why doesn't it have its camera on? Whenever it's on an old phone, whenever I turn the camera on, it freezes the app. So that one's kind of by my face. I'm not using it right now, but I think if I needed to, I could shut off all the other cameras and use it for a microphone if needed. But it's just there to be there for right now.
I'm thinking, what if like we can work out a deal where maybe if you use one of your accounts and leave it in my bank, I can buy you camera.
Oh, fuck yeah. We could do that all day long. Absolutely. Yeah, no, the best thing to do for both of us is for you to just buy me a track phone, which are like $29.99, and then I can just always have an account always in there, and you know, do whatever you want me to do in there. If you want me to talk to people, if you want me to call you when somebody's in there, or text you or whatever, you know what I mean, or just answer basic questions. Or that too. I'm just saying, like, basically the phone is the best way to do it, as opposed to a webcam where I have to have a whole device dedicated to it. Absolutely, it works 100%.
Sucks the cost of other taxpayers who couldn't afford it, and now they can't afford it. Let's start from the beginning, because you went way out there. You started out with the CEO, Alex Jones. You went out there in terms of you covered so many different things before anybody could address any one of them. You have to like slow down, like take it point by point.
So that's a picture of you from Man That Queen Queen.
If everybody gave him $10, like, why should they give him $10? Here's the thing, like, what is this guy doing? He's just a guy.
I think you look like a ninja. It looks cool.
Why does this guy make so much money? I'm not saying he should. I'm not saying he should. He should make that much money, right? But why?
I'm gonna have to take a look at it, a deeper look at it in a second. I'm setting up this
Can I get a
account.
raise? And they say, no. And you go, wait, that guy makes $15 million a year. He doesn't even work. What does he do? He sits behind that desk and punches. Let me unpack what you just said. There are a lot.
Dude, Anatoly, I've now made 1,215 accounts on Twitter, and if you probably can't tell, but I've been able to do them a lot faster recently. It took me a while to get this system down correctly, but I can basically make them faster than I need, so that's a good thing.
Numbers from some system by his choice. Ones and zeros, moving things around and making sure the profit margin trees. He gets a piece of that and living like a fucking baller on a yacht in a golden bikini with a bottle of fucking Dom Perignon. He's a cross dresser now. He's having fun. He's having fun. He's fucking balling. He made $15 million this year, whatever the fuck he wants. But there's room for debate as to what a job is worth.
And I think that we do a good job on my show of having people on to disagree and engaging in those debates. We don't just say,
but the assumption right here, just about this subject. I think you made an assumption. There's room. How to make an assumption? There's room to debate how much a job is worth. There is room to debate. So,
but it should be determined by the value of a company and the service rendered, not some arbitrary number, because Bernie Sanders throws out a percentage point.
I'm not in that he's right. I'm just saying, well, I think it's totally within the interest of all the people that work for a
There we
company.
go. Now I got this other
To this company
phone going, and it should have.
We get for this. How much do they get? And when one guy's getting
An
15 million
updated
bucks,
avatar.
the other guy's getting $15 an hour. And you gotta, like, this guy, if this guy doesn't work, this guy doesn't get any money. Like, people have to work. If they didn't work, the CEO would make $0, right? Because there would be no profit. So someone has to work. So I don't think it's outside the realm of rational discourse to
I didn't mean to have
discuss
it.
how much a person should make to be a CEO.
No, I don't think it's
Microphone
outside the
up. Okay, there we
rational
go.
discourse. I do think people are wrong when they say, for example,
Yeah, Anatoly, I'm telling you, it doesn't even have to be an iPhone though. It can be an Android phone, either way. And I'll always be in that thing.
If some super baller, fucking Steve Jobs type character comes in and starts running a company, and all of a sudden it goes blockbuster through the roof, it becomes Apple. I don't think you should be able to say that guy doesn't deserve way more money than the average person, because fucking of course he does.
Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're amazing.
Making this company
Seawater Veins, thank you.
does determine, I think the market does. But isn't it a relationship between the people who are, this is Bernie Sanders' point of view, I would imagine, the people that don't have a say, the people that are making the least amount of money, they're the easiest to replace, and they're the ones that are worried about being treated fairly.
Well, first off, I would say,
How do you know?
exactly. That's exactly what leftists do, and that's why they get mad. They say you're conservative, therefore you don't care about poor people.
Do you care about poor people?
I was sleeping out of an 82 Datsun when I first lived in Los Angeles, so I cared about myself. Let's put it that way.
I used to be in high school, but I don't want to talk to those folks.
Yeah,
Back in the day.
but that's the thing that they'll say. It's right attribute motive, and I think we both right. I think you don't do it. I don't do it. I don't attribute motive. I don't say, well, you do this because you hate poor people, or you do this because. But you do have to look at the numbers. If you look at a certain point, when people say they're underrepresented, they have no voice. Well, that's not true with union workers. They have a huge voice. They have a huge political influence. These people don't not have a voice.
They have a voice.
They have the industry. They have the entire music industry. It's so far left for so long, pushing for these same ideas.
Not country.
Those people are actually pretty fun. Kid Rock was talking about how most of them are pretty far left.
Music is not far left.
So you take an extreme. Okay, let's remove country.
Get the fuck out of Dodge. It's not country. It's one of the biggest genres of music in this country. Not only that, I bet they sell more fucking albums than anybody.
Is country going out there and making Redacted, Alliance for Lambs, and Rendition, and Avatar, and all these anti-corporate screeds? The point is,
I don't know what you're talking about.
The point is, country is not
Avatar
going
the
out
movie. Is that what you're saying? It's a fucking movie with billions, bro.
Avatar the movie is possibly the biggest piece of neo-environmentalist propaganda.
We're gonna talk about Pizzagate.
Yes, I do.
Son of a bitch. Avatar is a fucking amazing movie about.
I mean, you can buy a brand new track phone for like $29.99. Phones get really cheap.
Paralyzed, they put him inside the blue alien line.
Perfect.
Decides to print them out on Blu-rays using controlling. Bro, it was a dope movie. You're fucking.
Yeah, that's not what you want. You want it unlocked.
The fucking great movie. You didn't enjoy it?
No, I hated it. I thought it was
Christ, it was great. Real fucking flying dragons, badass Marines. What else do you want? What kind of a pussy am I talking about? I've been up in Michigan too long.
It's too cold in the winter there where I need to like
Bro, it's
Avatar.
bad for your brain. You don't think straight. You just want to stay home.
Do you actually like Avatar as a satire?
Great. Can't wait for Avatar.
See, this doesn't mean I'm not decisive. I just like to see from all that.
Stole that idea from Mario. But let's make it
James
water.
Cameron's a bad
I don't always make quick
He's one of the best directors of all
I
time.
mean, it's
Sure,
not
he's a
a good
classic.
He's
He's
a big director.
You're a
also a
classic.
political moron.
I don't care about his politics. He makes no, but that's not the point. That tree of life that
you
you
took an
went to.
example. See, I was talking about the media entertainment industry, the backlash for someone who I'm not even a huge supporter of. From neither one of us are, so they can be relatively objective. So let's look at the country. But if you look at the entertainment, CNN recently trying to slow down. CNN, cheers.
Drink it.
This is literally like
I need to relax.
if you love me, bro, drink it.
It was horrible. The guy in high school, if you love me, he'll drink it. Who the fuck were you partying with? He's like, Kid Rock being considered as potential Senate.
I know. Do you see that today?
Hold the fuck on. Is that true? It's a bow hunter. I'm with him. Vote for him.
Actually, I saw his interview with Dan Rather last night. It was pretty interesting. Yeah, he's a lot smarter than I think I give him credit for.
He's not a dumb guy.
He's not a dumb guy. Have you met him alive?
No, I have not, but I like what he does. You know what he does? He gives extremely low ticket prices, like $20 for a guy like him that's sells out these places and he gets a piece of the booze.
Hey, Anatoly.
Smart. He's a smart guy.
If you, I have an extra device and an extra iPhone. If you buy me the verification, which is $1, I'll go into your Telegram now if you want.
His deal is really smart. I like that.
No, so what you do is you have to make the account. It's text verified. We don't have to do it tonight, but we could maybe do it tomorrow. I mean, we could do it tonight if you want, but we could also do it tomorrow. It's text verified, and you can pay with Apple Pay. You can pay with Amazon Pay. You can pay with your debit card. Basically, all we have to do is you just type in Telegram as the service you want to do, and then it'll take $1 from your balance, and then it'll allow you to, it'll give you a real number to do a verification, and then it'll give you the code. And so you just give me what the code is. I'll get this phone going, and then I'll be in your Telegram for as much as you want. Excellent. Well, let's think. I mean, think about it. I mean, I know you want to do it. But I mean, it'll take a little bit of time for you to create the account and do everything and like load it. If you want to do it right now, you can. It's textverified.com.
You know, I have a friend of mine who became a Buddhist monk and he wouldn't even have sex anymore. He gave up on sex. All carnal pleasure, all attachment to women, attachment to relationships. And the idea is that you don't want to be connected to that because what you are connected to owns you. And my take on that was, okay, but does it have to own you? Like, can't you just enjoy automobiles? Can't you enjoy engineering? They say that you can't have you can't own a thing, you can't possess a thing. I feel like that is so ignorant of the world that we live in. It's so ridiculous. You're choosing to act in a way that you're ignoring amazing technological revolution that is going on right before your eyes. Right. And it is going to fucking happen whether you ride a bike to work or not. It's gonna happen. It's what people do. We are a part of this cascade of electronic.
Yeah, you can. You can create the account, and I mean, you could also just get a second line as well. You don't have to get a whole second line, but you just use a burner app and get a second line. No, so what you would do is then whatever the number is, you would tell me what that number is. I put it into Telegram, and then Telegram sends you a code. You tell me what that code is. I put it into this phone, and then I go into your Telegram and stream in the video channel.
1969 Mustang. That is a goddamn marvel of time. Yeah. So you need a new decided to just create something.
No, I have an extra phone.
Like collectively that matters. There's no one looks at a 69 Model 1.
What do you recommend for like cheap?
If you do, fuck you. If you do, fuck you.
It's a service. It's so there's burner and there's second line and stuff, but those are $5 a month, and those only get you one number. There's text verified, which will get you 1,000 numbers if you want. It can get you as many numbers as you want for $1 each generally. So if you wanted like 5 numbers, if you wanted it from 5 different angles, then it's $5. It's very inexpensive. It's text TEXT verified. You want to Google it. You don't want to look at it in the App Store.
Just figured out some way. Make something.
Oh, they do have an app. I think. Let me see what it is.
Transportation. There's a company that takes them, and this is what I like. They take the inside of it and the engine, all that stuff out, and they put a 2012 Shelby GT500 inside of it. So you get like anti-lock brakes, you get airbags, you get everything, and then they put it together themselves. That's the way to go. This was my experience with 2 very nice cars. I went to buy a car.
I think they only have an Android app at this time.
So I went and I looked. There was a 2003 Ford Taurus, like 60,000 miles on it. An old guy had cataracts, so they took away his license. You know, I'm like, no, they took away his license. So I wanted to buy this Taurus. The guy took like $4 grand for it. Not a great car. It's getting from point A to point B. But I had to walk through cars. One from George W. Bush. One for the Stinger. There was one that was the exact same model of car that James Dean died in. Apparently, there were like 13. Porsche Spider? You had a Porsche Spider? No, I didn't have it. I walked through it. Here's the crazy thing. This guy, this guy was selling this whole 2003 Taurus. Like a ghost. This is what he drove, right? But you know what his business was? His business was customizing cars. Like that Porsche Spider, and doing high-end cars. People like George W. Bush, the nicest cars in the country, and he drove a 2004 Taurus I bought from him. It was just this surreal experience walking through these cars. I mean, you don't even want to touch, right? You don't want to put a fingerprint on it. And this guy, I found out later, was a multi-millionaire, could afford any car that he wanted in a 2003 Taurus.
Well, some people do that because they want to stay low key and they want to just kind of chill. Yeah. You know, there's that. There's definitely that. Rabbi drives a Mazda 6. He drives like a regular car, and the reason why he does it is because he's just like he doesn't give a fuck. He wants to like sit in front of his gigantic $200,000 speakers and listen to records. Yeah, he doesn't care about his
It's
car.
very
So
funny.
for him,
Depending on what VPN I use, that's the language of the people on Twitter as they complain. So like normally I was in English because I was on like USA VPNs, but now that I'm on a German VPN, all the complaints are in German.
Yeah, well, it's like my dad gave us an analogy one time where we're talking about cars, and you appreciate it, but you don't need it. It's like air, right? If you all of a sudden
That's a good point. That would be good.
Think about it, right? That's the first thing. It's like you just something inside control. What's the same thing with money?
Right.
You take away the money.
It's platform manipulation for the good of my experiment.
My point was like we were talking about earlier. We don't want people in those positions determining exactly what I have to do with my money.
Conversely, personally, as soon as you get money, you get this stress alleviation that's palpable. I mean, I'm sure it's happened to you because you've been really successful in the last few years. When you all of a sudden don't worry about whether or not you can pay your gas bill this month, right? It's a different feeling.
Manly Queen.
25 years old. Every day of my life was check to check. Every day of my life was barely in a line to the landlord. I sent it. What happened? I mean, everybody's been in that situation where you literally wonder how much can I spend today to eat. You know, I've been there, and we all been there. The moment I got a development deal way back in the day.
On television?
It was on the Disney show.
But yeah, they were just like, hey, young, good-looking guy.
Little stud muffin when I was young.
They saw your set, and they're like,
no, I was boy pretty.
Dude, I bet you could get all kinds of puns with that bitch.
1993 or something like that.
You got a warm front moving through, all that kind of shit.
Remember those shows? I did one episode of the MTV
Puns, yeah, P-U-N-S. I got a warm front moving through. There's a high probability of storms in your future if you're, you know, not on the good girl list, whatever it could be.
I was carrying around a weighted backpack my whole life. They took it off. There wasn't enough money where
With a meteorologist, yeah, and I bet you would like him. How would you like to see my cumulonimbus?
So all of a sudden I was like, wow, this is what it feels like to not be able to
There's going to be a chance of showers in your panties tonight. Lots of things like that, baby. Thank you.
I was like, oh my God, I'm a bulldog. I'm going to work constantly. I'm going to do stand-up.
No, actually, the one that I said is really good. There's a chance, or something like, let's see, how could you make it really assertive? I don't know. I think it's funny to just say, what are the chances of, or maybe, can you predict the chances of
someone like Meryl Streep gets up in front of the Golden Globes or whatever the fuck it was and
showers in your panties tonight, or whatever it would be?
Right, but when she's saying
that, or can you forecast? There you go. That's the word. Can you forecast the chances of precipitation in your panties tonight?
She wants to rally the troops. Yeah, she wants to enforce her idea.
That's dirty, baby.
Everyone is on board.
And the reason she said something so brilliant, she's Hollywood royalty, because of that. she would say something that stupid that was received the way it was because she probably ran it by a bunch of people before. The point is, not a single person there roared at the deer. Not a single person there goes, what? They're surrounded by people.
But what I'm saying is that those people that are reacting to that, they may agree with it, or they may feel like they have to agree with it.
Yeah.
I don't ever want to be the guy who feels like he has to agree with something.
Right.
I grew up in a weird way where, like, my parents they broke up when I was really young, and we moved around a lot, and I didn't have roots. Like, I didn't live in one place until Massachusetts when I was 13.
Right.
I lived there for a long time. That was the first place I lived in a long time. And I got a chance to see the way people cling to ideas versus actually believe things. And I think it's very important to find out what you actually believe. And it's almost impossible in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Because in Hollywood, you have to audition for things.
Right.
And I've been there, man. It's gross. You go in this room and some person looks at you. They have a clipboard. They're judging you, and they have power. In the same way that unions can have power and unions can control groups of people, the same thing can happen for really self-righteous ideologues who happen to be holding that clipboard.
But then there's also the throwing out the baby with the bathwater, or calling anybody who has a worldview an ideologue. And I do think that you're susceptible if you don't have a framework from which to look through the world. If you have a prism where you go, okay, hold on a second.
If you're hardcore Democrat, do or die, without any exceptions whatsoever, you're an ideologue. If you start going us versus them, I've had conversations with people in Hollywood where they've talked to me about the Democratic Party. They go, we have to win the House. Right. Win the House, then we get this. I go, what is this we, man?
Yeah.
You make a fucking cartoon.
But then you have people who just go, man, it's left and right, it's all the same. No, it's not. You do need to determine a prism through which you see the world. For example, there's a very clear decision you make. Do I believe in choice? Do I believe in freedom and liberty? Do I believe in equal outcomes? And that doesn't mean that you line up with either the same on every single issue, but it is a filter through which you will be able to see.
Well, explain those options again.
Well, a good example now for
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Someone has to make a decision right now. Do I value the option? I put two options. Do I value personal liberty?
One more time.
Personal liberty and choice.
Right.
Choice. What do I value?
What is a granola girl? Like a girl who likes granola? Yeah. Okay, say no more. Yeah. Raw foods and like doesn't wear shoes and like all natural deodorant and only shops at Whole Foods and has everything made out of hemp. Yeah, definitely. That girl's a good fuck though, I'll tell you that. She's wild.
Oh, well, equal outcomes.
Yeah, they usually need a shower.
Play basketball. But you can't understand that unless you have some kind of people like there's an ism. Don't you think that a lot of that stuff that's in things? People need to play dodgeball. They need to bring back dodgeball. You gotta stay away from that big fucker. That guy throws that dodgeball, it's gonna hurt. When the little kid gets it, rush him. That's real.
Asian kid with the glasses.
That's real.
As soon as the whistle.
The kid's a bad motherfucker. Maybe he's from Thailand. Maybe people didn't fuck with him since he was little. Catch him outside, I'll kick you in the dick. How about that guy?
That's awesome. That's entirely possible. But the point is, there is an ism, and people don't need to shy away from saying, you know what, I do have a ism. There is an ism.
What do you mean by an ism?
There's an ism where people, whether it's conservatism, leftism, right-wingism, liberalism.
I don't think anybody's ever said
there is
leftism.
people like to act as though liberalism.
Do you think you're the first person to say leftism?
No, I don't think so at all.
Been alive for 49 years, never heard a single motherfucker leftism.
Well, because today's left is not the same as classical liberalism.
The word leftism don't skirt the issue. Yeah, that might be the first time anybody's ever said it. I've never heard leftism. Did you Google it? Fuck.
Well, man, even if I made it up, I'll stick with it. I don't care. I don't think liberalism describes the current, current progressive movement. People, I'm not an ideologue. Well, actually, a lot of people, they don't realize that they are to some degree. You just have to determine to which degree that is and recognize about yourself. Everyone has a leaning.
Well,
everyone has a
makes
bias.
it easier.
No,
It makes it easier to get along if you subscribe to a predetermined set
I'm not
of
talking about
values
that.
and
I'm not talking
ideas.
about that. There's no predetermined set of values or ideas. Someone says, okay, I'm looking at the world through this lens. Do I look at where we need to ensure fairness and equality. So do I look through it in the idea that people should be free to make their own decisions? That doesn't mean you're subscribing to the Republican. But like, when you're talking about your first initials, well, I'm talking about what we were talking about recently. But I agree with you. Yeah. I mean, I think what we should do. See, I think a big part of the problem with human beings today is that it's not a fair hand of card we're all dealt, and some want to pretend that it is. It's not. It's just not. And you know it, and I know it, and we say, well, you know what? You got to deal with what you've got, and I agree with that. Yeah. The real problem with that is the people that got 2 fucking ones. Those people. What, bro? Well, because for them, the guy with 4 aces just Donald Trump Jr. You know, he's like, you motherfucker. By the way, Donald Trump Jr. is a very nice guy. He's a sportsman, a hunter. You have to do that now that he's in power. No, I like him. He's my friend. I mean, I'm a hunting advocate. He is. I mean, I only text him, but he's good buddies, good friends. So now the forums are going to go nuts. Joe Rogan, Illuminati. I've said it before. He's a very friendly guy. Every single person that I know that has come in contact with Donald Trump said he's a lovely man. Nothing but good things about him. Let me ask you, when you became more wealthy, when you became more successful, do you find yourself being more generous? I've always been a generous person, but whenever I could be, because I realized the importance of camaraderie. I realized because I didn't have a lot of friends, because I was constantly moving around. So when I had friends, I valued them greatly. They were not disposable. Like my friends to me, like they are as important as my family. A bunch of my friends have lived with me. You know, when they've been broke. Like when I was single, especially, like Tate lived with me, can live with me. They were like, I gotta know where to go. I'm like, fuck you do. Come on, man. And he just amplify your character. Didn't change it. Well, it helped me help people, right? When I had the opportunity to do something. Like if you see someone and they're a good friend, and you have a bounty of wealth. Like I say, a good friend is hungry. You have all this food. You would have to be some kind of piece of shit to say, don't eat my food that I can never possibly all eat myself. Right? You'd want them to eat so you feel better. But my point is that's who you are, right? And I would say Joe has been generous with you've been generous with me in the sense of actually allowing me on the show. I have great content, whether people get mad about it or not, and I appreciate that. But the point is, the money didn't change you. It alcohol. It amplifies your character. You're not a racist. Well, I'm not an alcoholic, so it amplifies my character. Well, no, but I'm saying money amplified your character, right? And so that's important for people to know because you have, if you take that and you believe that again as a worldview, that money doesn't necessarily, doesn't inherently change who you are. You'll find that you'll see just as many greedy poor people as you will wealthy people. And that's important because when we're deciding on some arbitrary number and we just toss it to democracy, you can have just as many greedy portions of the masses as you would bankers. They can just vote in their own self-interest, and that's not right either. By an arbitrary number. Well, I'm saying, what should a CEO make, right? What the fair minimum wage? And if you understand that there can be people making less than minimum wage who, if they got the Joe Rogan, they made their break, you worked really hard, but all of a sudden they have millions of dollars. They're just as greedy as they are making $13 an hour. Again, it's not your condition. Unquestionably, you're correct. Yeah. That there are people that don't care about people's feelings no matter what they make. But I would say to you, do you have kids? I would say to you as a parent that a big part of that was how they were treated while they were developing. There's genetic variables. There's people that have illnesses, mental illnesses. There's all sorts of variables when it comes to who was Steven Crowder at 29 years of age. Now, who are you? How did you get to this point? Or who am I at 49 years of age? How did I get to this point? 49. Most your eyes. Fuck, right? I was watching today where you looked at the kettlebell. I probably didn't say that. You did say that. You said those exact words. What did I say? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. He was talking to me about, like, we're only talking about 450 pounds, like deadlifts. I'm like, dude, that's not that much. Yeah, because you said you did a trap bar lift. Yeah. I had knee surgery recently, and so for me, I know you went to the jiu-jitsu drawbacks, and then you got back in and blew your ACL up. Well, actually, I tore my LCL, and the ACL was slightly torn, but they were like, actually, the guy who does the surgery in the Red Wings, he came out, he goes, do you wrestle? I said, yeah. He goes, okay. We rarely ever see an LCL that torn without a blown out ACL. He's like, did you get anything where your ankle was going towards your face? Guard pass. Yeah. But the problem is they went in and they fixed that, but that wasn't the real problem. kneecap. I guess whatever it is, the tissue that holds that in place is gone. They said it would be easier if you had a torn ACL to fix because we know what it is. Like a kneecap, take it out, do a replacement. There's really no fix your kneecap. I mean, they said he basically said there's no reason to do anything with a kneecap because you know what? Say if they replace it. I had one. Yeah, just go Vanderlei, Silva, Rich Franklin versus Anderson Silva. Oh gosh, and just rearrange his face. That was so heartbreaking to watch. You know, a lot of dudes wear steel cups. The tie cups. I don't necessarily think there's a law against it. They started making laws against it in Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Because you talk God damn it, I can't talk. No, here's the deal. I had a buddy of mine did it to me once. My friend Amir Renovardi got on top of me, mounted me. And he had a steel cup on, and he was essentially fucking my solar plexus.